Only if they knew who it was.
Put that next to my face.
There's no camera.
Oh, no, I said.
Oh, if it was there? Yeah, oh, okay. No, yeah, it's just fucking. It's just a game.
Although I could fight into the.
Dude, so I heard some of this game. It, this weird shit happens every New Game Plus. Like, you're in alternate timelines. You play the game again, but, like, there's, like, differences and, like, something changed up. And you can do it over and over. I guess. That's what everything was reading. Dude, it's speeding up. Something's forming in there. I'm not doing anything special now, though. Just being fucking Darth Vader. I gotta go in for the top? Nope. Out of all the videos, I've never seen what happens in this top. I don't know if they change it so it's kind of Star Wars-y or what, but it just don't look like a Jedi temple or a Sith temple that I've seen. What's my quest say? Acquire the power. Nope. Shit's happening. Oh, some shit's flashing. It's not what she does. Oh, no one should be rolling through till like 5:30, 6 o'clock. What the hell's going on here?
Precisely because they have a quality of influence that proper scholars have recognized as incompatible with maintaining a stable.
I'm so confused.
Yes.
Hey, look, it's moving! I don't know, game, I think. If not. Yeah, shit's moving. I just had to get in the middle of it. What's happening? Floor's moving. Looks like it's just lower. jumping. Oh, there it goes. What? Yo! It's hard to explain. You have to. You're gonna miss it all. You missed the weird part. Yeah. No. Fine.
He mastered techniques from syntaxes that had been sealed away for centuries.
Well, I've never played through this before, so this is all new to me.
Confident that a living practitioner could handle them safely. He handled them, not always safely for the beings around him, but always under his control. His lightsaber form shifted from the Ataru-influenced style of Jedi years into something darker and more comprehensive, incorporating
What'd you do now?
Beef to the table or sit the fucking ass.
that had not been practiced in the galaxy's living. The war he launched with Ulic Keldroma was the most coordinated and devastating Sith assault on the Republic in centuries. He did not simply attack militarily.
Let's break now.
The Jedi Order at its foundations, walking into the temple
It's dirty metal.
with a confidence
Your leaf
that
for
should
the
have
table?
been
Holy shit, dude.
and using
What?
his force
Got leaves?
presence
You can kill
and his
somebody.
dark charisma to turn Padawan
Oh,
against
the edge of it?
The center of your
in
teeth.
a
The metal part?
What's that about?
the
From the 70s?
Ah.
Everything was built to kill you?
the manipulation required to accomplish that, to step into the most protected Jedi institution in the galaxy and leave it structurally damaged without anyone being able to stop it, speaks to a level of horsepower and force presence that goes beyond combat knowledge into something considerably worse. He was not just strong, he was persuasive at the level that the Force makes possible for someone fully committed to the dark side, someone through whom the dark side's most seductive qualities
I'm not moving him.
are
He's moving himself this time.
remaining essential. His ritual at the end was with the Republic fleet's close.
That's so cool.
The military skills in it was the clearest demonstration of his actual skill.
What's that?
He gathered in the
No, we're not cool.
It wouldn't run the same. The game's running off my graphics card from my PC. Or wait, no, that's still working. Never mind. No. It's on cool. It's 90 something right now. Me too, dude. Turn off my video. You just got done running around. I know it's coming. Oh, I got you.
And the family line that will eventually produce something that's
I never missed it. Bro, speed up.
What did I mean, bro?
Down. I got a note and it said to come get the first power.
That's all it said.
Yeah. And it gave me the location of the company. And then I showed up and I got destroyed by like 40 dudes. So I've been finding these chunks of fucking kind of they make rings like this, kind of, but it's a smaller version. And so I've been trying to figure out. We don't know what they're for, what they do, but they know these they go together. We can find out. They form together. My guess is they make these 3 rings and just fucking form together like that. It's gonna make like a smaller version of it, but it's like the main one, I guess. I think. Yeah. Oh, that's just because I'm having a pocket part. What? Nobody's coming here.
Just like spiral underneath the fucking pit. They got it. Can I for like anything?
What the fuck?
I don't feel
Me neither.
I'm more scared of this.
I don't know what the fuck just happened. Yeah.
Visual or not, even though it's gonna pop up. I don't know, it just makes me feel
He was a military commander of genuine and transformative. This is not a casual.
Did you load it?
The history of the Mandalorian
Or same.
No,
Simple somewhere.
yeah.
mythologizing or condemnation reveals a strategic mind operating at the level where individual engagements become pieces in a larger battle that only reveals
You know what it's about? I know it's guys' house, but
he did not begin by being strong within the Mandalorians and Earths. He began by understanding the structure of the conflict at a
that
level
we
the
convinced you
Mandalorians
about
could
passion.
not
Start
manage,
with
and
government.
by being willing to make decisions on acceptable and acceptable terms. The threat constrained
Yeah, it makes sense. Save it.
Yeah! That shit!
Because this is also the
I
planet.
wouldn't know that I would have ended up rage quit.
Well, there's I'm gonna go take out a squad of like 50 dudes. I'm gonna try.
You're gonna catch me.
They already destroyed me earlier.
The Tokyo fucking game you're playing right now.
Yeah, no, I got destroyed.
I don't know how to say it.
I took a good chunk of them out, but it sucked me up.
He built
I think we've got to spend
hidden city
experience.
Well, I'm not as high a level as all of them. They're all like level 40s.
Yeah.
I'm like level 13. Another one. I don't know, but I haven't seen it at least.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
It's the only tool I found that works for me. Works good. Yeah, fucking deodorant's like $10 now.
Yeah.
Gotta buy tampons, gotta buy deodorant all fucking time. Well, not all the time,
What happened next is the
but I should just have my
The star
bought it in bulk.
began to resurface in the
You know,
sky.
weird, I kind of want to interview you guys.
People
Possibly, honestly.
not least
Podcast.
No shit, lightsaber!
he had refined against the Mandalorians was a period of genuine his redemption through Bastina Shan's intervention.
Okay, Dark lightsaber, let's go! Oh fuck, I missed.
That's not how I jump.
Oh, that's my robot. My bad, buddy. She's on the way. That's right.
Well, he stared at me.
Looks like he's gonna bark the shit.
He did bark one time. It was a god time.
That was stupid of me. I got too cocky. And I tried to kill this thing with a sword, and then the wall got in my way, and I died.
They could not incorporate what he was telling them,
Yeah, I swung, but it's like just out of reach. It fucked me.
and rather than expanding the framework, they declined.
Should be some effects in the kitchen.
He accepted these completions that, given everything, was remarkable. He had earned the right to be angry. He chose not to be. His imprisonment mission for 3 centuries sticks being slowly fed upon by those who sin his way, while his extraordinary will resisted and refused to be brought, even across that impossible span of time, is perhaps the most profound statement of never fundamentally appreciated, who taken his mind in seconds at their first meeting, but rejected completely. Do it again under controlled conditions, across 300 years of sustained effort. The will that the most tactically brilliant military mind of his day that had broken free from starved control, that had carried him through everything in his extraordinary life he was eventually freed by outside intervention on the scale. He was not the first of the Jedi in history.
Huh?
He was something more interesting and more
This is garbage?
He was the most complete force user the galaxy produced in the old Republic era. The person through whom the widest possible range of the force could do both moved in practical rather than theoretical terms. And the philosophy he arrived at through his experience, that love and positive attachment could strengthen a force connection rather than compromise it, that the full spectrum of the force was richer and more powerful than either of them alone, became a thread that would eventually find its way into the thinking of practitioners who came much later and who never knew his name, the chosen ones. The phrase appears in prophecy. It appears in the records of the Jedi Council to the Martians, in the articles of masters of the kingdom, and masters of kingdoms and nations piece of
And I hate the fucking curve. Like that.
it appears in the way certain individuals
It's a shook.
and a many
Thank you so much for the
it was the light that they produced, it was not a number of scanners designed to expect the eyes by a margin that was not incremental. Anakin Skywalker was not simply a member of the Force user. He was something that changed his entire history of identifying and measuring Force sensitivity and unwilling to receive. The theoretical framework they used to think about what a Force sensitive
Think of the Clone Wars lyrics, seriously.
was built around the most exceptional practitioners they had ever encountered, calibrated against the Anakin wrote the declaration of the day when he conducted the numbers he observed. They conducted their own assessment of the same numbers Qui-Gon had seen on television.
I love how he's just like all the
What?
Sensitivity
What?
penetrated the shape of the
Not understanding.
was something that had no precedent in the orders in his life and history. His raw power expressed itself so loud and without training.
get up and walk and do something for a minute.
Training mechanical sensitivity.
What do you need? I cannot understand you, sir. Oh, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm trying to load it, but I don't know.
I was just trying to see something Jedi
Yeah, we can.
I don't understand you. Go back to your country. That was great.
Oh, I miss you. You've been
Those are reference.
No, it's so funny. I don't get it, but
They are the interface
It's
between
Dave
and the force. Those
black comedian. You see, you probably know who he is.
does not mean
Chappelle Show. Chappelle Show.
It means a
Woo!
interface, a very wide channel, a connection to the force that operates with a degree of freedom and directness that most beings never experience at any point in their lives regardless of training. Anakin's channel is the widest ever revealed. What came from it when he learned to direct it was proportional to that freedom. His progression from the influence of military commander as a Jedi Knight.
Oh, am I getting another one?
His practitioner ran along a trajectory that his own masters found difficult
Shit's fine.
because it moved faster
I like that shit spot.
than the
Ooh,
speed
I like this one. This one's good.
Oh, you're still on the ship?
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna kill everybody
I
on.
was like, pirate.
I am a class. It's quite literally my class.
Damn!
was integrated.
I'm Darth Vader.
I don't know anything about Star Wars. He's Luke's father.
He's the big ultimate bad guy. Yeah, but where is it at?
But,
Same background.
When I think of Darth
Pirate.
Vader, I think of Toy Story. And Buzz Lightyear. And yeah.
That's Emperor Zurg.
Same thing.
No,
Yeah.
that would be based off the Emperor from Star
That's
Wars.
my version of Star Wars.
Then that'd be the Emperor, not Darth Vader. because she's the leader. Emperor Palpatine's Darth Vader's leader still, technically. So Darth Vader's like, fuck you, and throws him down the chasm, and then you find out he didn't die. Like, what the fuck?
In Darth Vader?
No.
What?
Star Wars.
Yeah, in Darth Vader too.
Oh, yeah.
Lily, later.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that does, but that's
Totally.
yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Oh God! Scared the shit out of me.
Too much going on recently.
Huh, he said I scared the shit out of him.
That was the plan.
Because it
Was it?
Damn
Damn rocket's busted too. Oh God, what else could go wrong? I'm on edge after that ship nearly blew up. Complete system failure after the last blast. Was barely able to land in one piece. Anyway, I'll be here for a while if you want to hang out and chat.
That's what the
What am I doing here? Shielding?
Yeah!
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong, bitch? Wait a minute.
All right.
You got a Wookiee behind you.
What the hell am I doing?
Yeah, Chewbacca. No, those work at the store.
You think I'm
We need tactics.
a lot of nerves saying that to me after what you've done? You want to play this? Members of Constellation are held to the highest regard. If you intend to continue this behavior,
I ate earlier today. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I said it tastes like TV dinner.
No,
The dark side and the more capacity he had always had.
I'm not sure there's any.
Fueling it with an intensity and a control
Are you kidding?
that his Jedi years had worked.
Well,
I only do that for somebody if I genuinely love to come
just
He
try
had
to be more careful in the future.
I know you've got it
restrained
from
what his
but
body
shit.
could do in ways that genuinely affected his lightsaber. But the Force connection itself continued to operate at the scale it had always operated. Darth Vader was one of the most dangerous Force presences the galaxy had ever produced, and the practitioners who encountered him and survived to discuss the experience consistently described it in the same terms. He did not feel like an ordinary outsider. He was the dark side flowed through him with a current that belonged to a different category than what they had encountered in other practitioners. His return, at the very end of everything, on the second Death Star above Endor, was the thing the prophecy had always been pointing to. He destroyed the Sidious. He broke the Sith's grip on the galaxy, at the cost of himself. But the how matters enormously. He did not destroy Sidious through force and power. He destroyed him through choice.
You've got something for me?
Finally, and
All right, but be careful.
everything the dark side had built in him over the 23 years since his killing was the trigger that reached
That person in cold blood?
and
Are you insane?
still present inside all of that darkness, still capable of being reached by love, still capable of choosing. He chose, and in choosing, he fulfilled the thing the Force had made him to fulfill. The Force did not make the chosen one to be the greatest lightsaber duelist in history. It did not make him to accumulate the most power or demonstrate the most impressive technique or build the largest institution
Yeah.
or survive economies. It made him to restore balance of
Imagine
power
being
when balance
marooned
had
on a
been
planet
lost.
like this.
And what that required was not in any conventional sense. It
Getting a blanket plot is really scared of me.
Hurry back.
Well, yeah.
The regardless of the cost. The cost was everything. He paid it without hesitation. He appeared his force, which is how he saved their intention every time
That person who called me.
What you mean, bitch? How'd you see it? Piece of shit.
Something I really
His
need
voice
to
is
hear.
going. I do.
Go ahead.
I realized that once I looked over at you.
Exactly where he needed to be. He was not the greatest leader in history by the measure of technique and raw power, though the raw power was greater than anyone else had ever shown. He was something more specific than that. He was the reason there was still a galaxy for the Jedi to see. He was the only one who used the
Bitch, what are you doing up here? Get up.
Something you need? All right, but be careful.
separated from
Stay way back here.
discussed, not by degree, but by kind. And the first phase belongs to a being who was training weapons before any other Jedi and watched the galaxy change
That person who
Fucking
called me.
whatever.
9
Are
centuries
you insane?
Jedi's presence, who had accumulated a depth of understanding that no amount of talent in a shorter lifetime could replicate, and who, even at the end of their extraordinary span, was still being surprised by what the books had left to show him. Yoda's species is one of the great unresolved mysteries of the galaxy's biology.
Excuse me?
No name for them appears in any public archive. No home world is recorded in any document that has been made available to researchers. What is known is that the species lives
I'm updating you. You can't just drop bombs like that and casually ignore me.
species in the known
I'm
galaxy.
gonna get pregnant.
That they develop
I already finished that.
connection
Say I can't fly the ship.
individuals of the species.
I don't have the required skill. So I just kind of killed this dude for no reason.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll go back then.
Consistently described being in the presence of something very old.
I didn't know anything about this being other than 15.
That guy, I mean, you just said that.
Oh!
He's a villain of the I don't even know what he's villains from the villain. The original villain.
You go ahead and take it in charge.
He was trained in the
Shut up. Said it.
Can I help? Bye for now.
Mage guy again?
At the pace that his species' long lifespan made possible, accumulating over the centuries a depth of connection and a breadth of understanding that had no precedent and no parallel in the Order's history. He did not become Grand Master because he outlasted everyone else. He became Grand Master because 900 years of uninterrupted practice, connection, and engagement with the Force had produced someone whose understanding could have operated on a different level than any practitioner with a more conventionally and achieve. The gap between a Jedi
Fuck.
and years
Get out of my way!
is not simply
Yeah, I got your kitchen back.
it is a matter of having every scenario presents, every temptation, every challenge,
Let's take a first now.
Very funny. I'm on edge of this. Was barely able. Anyway, need to check the grav drive. It'd be so neat to fix the engine and find out I can't jump. This would go faster, but the palms were so damn sweaty.
Huh? Your gorilla package?
Please sign on for these kind of illegal shenanigans.
Right now. I don't fucking weird. I think that fucking mad weird, dog.
Not at all. Explorationist. That being said, before I graduate, we called ourselves, and before you ask, no. The band never really. Very well. Until later.
You know why I'm just saying that?
integration
You're seriously going to... I'm angry.
may have one of the most dangerous duties
You want
the
to play this?
organization
Members of Constellation,
This is not
if you
a
intend to
They
continue the...
but it needs to be said.
I'm not
There
sure
is
there's
a
any...
mythology around his physical qualities, sometimes overshadowed
No.
the significant reality of his force protection. There is an
As
ecology
strange as that sounds, I suppose that's possible. Look, I realise things out here can be rough, so I'm going to let this go.
Oh, so you're trying to
For
have
now.
a backyard.
Just...
being in Yoda's presence when he was fully engaged with the Force. Felt like being in the senior master's presence. Not more intense in the way that very powerful Force users can feel intense, like standing near a bright fire that radiated heat. More like standing in a place
Get out of my way!
presence and let something
Yeah, that echo.
Huh?
That echo.
It did echo. And you sound sad as fuck.
You see that?
That's your boy, isn't it?
Yeah, well, he was in my fucking way.
Bro, I can't believe in the like you
Well, the only problem is that fucking that will rip my arms up.
She's coming in like I love everything about that. It's fucking weird. Like, no. Can't really ride. You can, slightly.
Which represented the most sustained and devastating challenge to the
Alright, so it's Mexican here. Rolling R's.
preceding centuries. Had not demonstrated his response to the complexity of conflict, to the gradual and then accelerating erosion of the order was helping to defend, to the growing certainty that the dark side had already penetrated the highest levels of governance, and that the Jedi were being used as instruments of their own destruction was not denied
I'm talking so.
or the kind of institutional that mistakes the organization for the principles it was built to embody. His sensitivity to the Force's conditions was precise enough that the growing darkness registered on him with a directness that was physically present in how he carried himself through those years. He grieved it clearly, and without the kind of distance that would have made the grief more manageable. He chose that. Willingness to feel the weight of his efforts, rather than managing it into something small, was a decision that his 9 centuries of practice had taught him to make. Real wisdom is not the absence of pain. It is the presence of pain that a person is allowed to carry without being justified. He carried Anakin's fall as a personal failure of his own. This deserves acknowledgement because it would have been easier, and some might have argued more accurate, to assign
in
the
my
prime
case,
punishment
how does it not work?
of penalties of termination, which was extraordinary, or to the Council's institutional blindness, which was real, or to Anakin's own choices, which were really Yoda did not neglect in any of these directions. He said directly, in the cave of Dagobah, before his death, that he had found that failure of an intelligent mind in its most critical moment was also as fatal as the seeding given in that night, as the master had advised and counseled to shape the course of centuries. He carried that. He did not
Wrong way.
and still he retained enough clarity and
You're not gonna eat it.
enough awareness of it to send the next step to face his father rather than destroy him, because the Force was showing himself
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. The blank stare that gave me.
and he trusted
Some would say it's stone cold.
Hell yeah! Yeah, bro! Damn, I was hoping to get this shit too, wasn't it? My what? Yeah.
Because he had lived through every version of the Force last of its servants. He had watched Padawans become knights, become masters, become casualties, soldiers against. He had watched political systems he had served decay from within and collapse into the darkness they had always had the capacity to become. He had lost students. He had lost colleagues. He had lost. In the final horror of Order 66, the greater part of an institution he had built his entire life on, inside, watching it destroyed in a single coordinated moment by enemies who had hidden inside his trust for decades. He had carried all of this across centuries of a life that had been defined by service and loss in proportions
Yeah.
that would have unmade any being.
That's my only bag for work.
Yeah.
Not without reason.
I know, you got into my work snacks.
Which is itself a form of strength.
In your drawer and stuff.
Those were drawer snacks. It's alright.
Fully appreciate because they had not
I know.
tested.
Yeah.
His decision to accept
No, they're good, it's fine.
rather than fight insidious to the death.
Those are the ones I stashed, so they're there when we run out.
The frame that describes it as defeat misses something essential. Yoda had 9 centuries of experience reading.
I missed that. No, it's all, yeah, it's good.
And following it rather than his own preferences about how situations should resolve. In that moment, on that Senate floor, having dueled the most powerful Sith practitioner in 1,000 years to something approaching a standstill before the terrain and circumstances ended, the engagement without a clean resolution, the Force was telling him something clear. Not this way. Not now. This was not the moment. There was another path, and another instrument, and another time. And his role was to survive long enough to preserve what could be preserved, and to prepare what needed to be prepared for the confrontation the Force had already arranged in the future. He felt this. Not as a comfortable rationalization of retreat, but as the Force's actual instruction, delivered to someone who had spent 900 years learning how to listen to it clearly enough that he could tell the difference between its guidance and his own preferences. He followed it. He went to Dagobah. He waited there. He trained Luke Skywalker when the moment arrived. And the outcome of the larger story, the thing the Force had been arranging across all those centuries, was exactly what it needed to be. He learned immortality from Qui-Gon Jinn. That is where the Force arrived. The most senior Jedi alive. The Grand Master of an order that had been practicing for over 25,000 years. Received his deepest understanding of what the Force could do with consciousness. From a practitioner who had never been given a seat on the council, who was honest enough about his own limitations. After 9 centuries of being confronted with them, to receive that teaching without rivalry and without the kind of institutional resistance that would have prevented a being less genuinely
I had that before my nap. So I was having that before my nap. Okay.
He became forced
That's sort of choke on this whole time. I'm trying to get it out.
and capable of genuine
All right, relax.
appearing to
I think you need to relax a bit.
succeeded him in ways that shaped the new Jedi Order's understanding of what it was supposed to be. He was not the most powerful. The midi-chlorian comparison would not have favored him against the highest caliber in the tradition. But wisdom built across 9 centuries of daily practice and continuous refinement is its own form of power, and it is a form that with the capacity cannot simply override or replace. It sits in a different category, and it belongs near the top of any serious list of what Force mastery has looked like across the full span of galactic history. Now we reach the end, and the end of this list is more than most people expect it to be, because the name at the People know Luke Skywalker. They know the twin suns of Tatooine. They know the trench run and the cave on Dagobah, and the moment he dropped his lightsaber in front of the Emperor, he refused. These images are so embedded in the galaxy's cultural memory that it becomes difficult to see through them to the actual historical record, which, when examined without the romanticism, describes something genuinely extraordinary. The legend's account of Luke Skywalker does not describe the hero of the original trilogy. It describes what that person became over the 4 decades after Return of the Jedi. And what he became is something the galaxy had arguably never seen before. Start with what he came from. His father was the Chosen One, the being with the highest midi-chlorian count ever recorded, generated by the Force itself, without biological paternity, the instrument of a prophecy thousands of years old. His mother was a woman of such extraordinary political intelligence and personal strength that she continued to shape galactic events even after her death, her legacy outlasting her body by generations. His twin sister was herself one of the most powerful, Force-sensitive beings of their age, someone who might have become one of the great Jedi of the New Republic period, and the circumstances of her life allowed the kind of focused training Luke inherited from this family line, a Force connection that began at a level other practitioners spent lifetimes working to accomplish, and then spent 40 years of the most intense and unusual Jedi education the tradition had ever produced building on top of. His formal training was fragmented in ways that should have been limited. A ghost, an ancient exile on a swamp planet, who died before he had finished teaching him everything he intended to teach. Ancient texts that the Orders had preserved, and that Luke found and studied in ways the Order's formal curriculum would never have arranged. He filled in the gaps himself, through combat, through experience, through a willingness to go into the dark places of the Force and come out of them, not because he was unafraid, but because the mission required it. And he refused to let fear make the decision. The cave on Dagobah, the Emperor's throne room, Wayland, where he felt the dark side pressing against the edges of his control during his confrontation.
You've got something for me?
Side,
We appreciate the help.
was a place where a practitioner
I'm
with
listening.
an extraordinary internal constitution wouldn't be claimed by
Time to go?
Luke,
Your ship is way bigger than books.
not unscathed, not unchanged,
Yes.
but through. He
I guess it
rebuilt
is. Do you have my book allowance is all
this
so
deserves more weight than it usually receives in discussions of its power, because the act of reconstruction
books.
is not simply an institution.
I guess it is. Do you have my book allowance is all so
Hey, don't let her con you out of more
about the
credits.
nature of the
Her
Force,
book allowance affected me.
that the
Dad, this is between us.
centuries of accumulated doctrine had
Well, now you done it.
succeeded.
Yeah.
He could not
Now
see
the important. And please don't.
because what had been contained within it, the very rigidities of blindness,
Did you hear that?
that had allowed
We could
the
always-
Sith to
No.
operate
I
undetected
have
for
decided.
decades. He had to build something
How are you?
to preserve the genuine wisdom
What?
of tradition while releasing what had been calcified.
You in trouble?
He had to do
I can't hear you, Doc.
Ryan, fighting the remnants of the Empire
Oh, yeah, he has for years.
that the Old Order had never encountered. Losing students and colleagues.
Oh, a guy named Ryan.
conflict,
You know, I don't think you knew Ryan Tell him.
continuing to develop as a Force practitioner
Hey.
himself.
He was a CA years ago. He's an organization.
His peak was genuinely without precedent.
Okay. Sometimes I have to buy.
Bucko, that room of yours better be clean next time I go in there.
I'll get to it, Dad. I promise.
This ain't like getting around to it, Tony. Understand?
Oh, fine, okay. I'm going.
It exceeded
Any day you make it through is a victory in my book.
most of the London's visual
I must confess, Cora will be thrilled.
Read any good books lately? See you later.
Immediate vicinity, beyond him, simultaneously. His lightsaber work, which had begun with no formal training and a ghost teacher and a brief period of instruction on Dagobah, had developed through decades of the most extreme practical testing that galaxy could use into something that Jedi Masters who trained under him found it necessary to approach anything with sparring, not because he was aggressive or reckless, because the Force moved through him with a completeness and a freedom that expressed itself in his blade work the way it expressed itself in everything else he did, making him present in the fight in a way that trained practitioners with more formal backgrounds found almost impossible to anticipate. Then, before going further into who he became, it is worth spending a moment on the specific nature of the obstacles he faced as he rebelled, because the obstacles were not ordinary in any sense of the word, and the fact that he faced them without institutional support, without a council of senior masters to advise him, without the accumulated resource base of an established order, and in many cases without any precedent to draw on for guidance, is what makes the achievement real and inherited. The reborn Emperor Palpatine, resurrected in a clone body and carrying a Force connection that had been fed by decades of dark side practice and dark side ritual, nearly destroyed everything Hope had managed to build in its earliest, most fragile stage. He faced this while simultaneously fighting to prevent his own fall to the darkness that Palpatine was actively working to engineer in him, and while carrying the knowledge that the darkness Palpatine represented was not simply a personal threat, but an existential one for the galaxy that had only just begun to find its way out of the
I'm working hard.
The Hand of Thrawn crisis, which combined the tactical genius of one of the Empire's greatest military minds with Force user threats and political crises, would have paralyzed the most comprehensively capable
You.
required Luke to function
Okay.
simultaneously as a Jedi master, a political advisor, a combat commander, and a strategist across multiple theaters. His Force perception allowed him to synthesize information from those multiple theaters in real time in ways that would have been impossible for someone operating through conventional awareness alone. He held it together, Wayland, where he confronted the dark side clone himself and felt what it actually meant to have your own darkness reflected back at you in a form that had been secretly every choice that had held that darkness in check for so entire
Bye. Hello there.
was perhaps the most
Okay.
special test the Force ever placed in front of him. He walked into that confrontation knowing what it was. He came out of it intact, and what he understood about himself afterward went deeper than what he had understood going in. The Yuuzhan Vong invasion, which the Force itself seemed to have almost no access to. The invaders existing in a kind of Force absence that stripped Jedi of the primary tool they relied on for situational awareness, combat effectiveness, required Luke to find ways to lead and to fight and to guide his students through a conflict that had been specifically, if not intentionally, designed to
Thanks so
neutralize
much.
everything that made a Jedi a Jedi. He
Bye.
entered. He found
Just
the
say the word. I bet you're glad to have.
in the suffering they caused, and the living world they moved through. And he used that access point to rebuild
Maybe it's
operational
somewhere in here.
capability in conditions
We won't be able to.
that should have made it impossible.
Think so.
He felt the dark sides of conflict in his way, more directly than consistently than most of the students understood, because his capacity
If I'm right, somewhere around here.
From the Emperor's
I
throne,
don't know.
where the
Over
Sith
there?
tried to collapse the galaxy into Mars.
It's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
His immunity to the dark side was it was the daily choice, repeated across decades, to orient himself back toward the light every time the connection he carried pulled in either directions. That choice,
Abandoned, deserted
made
Clone Wars
consistently
barracks.
across 40 years of aligned
Abandoned outpost.
every possible reason
Should be an abandoned droid busted up.
his
Or wait, what was
foundation.
that?
Everything
That?
else was mental. When
This
ever
actually was
the
actually
ancient being of darkness and chaos had been a prison since before the history of the Jedi tradition began. It
Yeah.
was the Starfield.
Well, not from like it's relatively fresh. I just filled it up with
The
the
understanding of who she was and what the Force required to press her on everything he had learned. Everything his father had taught him through the manner of his death. Everything Yoda had transmitted from 9 centuries of accumulated wisdom. Everything Qui-Gon had discovered and passed on the chain of teachers and students. Everything Revan had intuited about the forces of all nature that the old order had declined to incorporate. All came together in him because he chose the most innocent chose threads out of space to exist simultaneously. He was the soul that chose the one. He was the student of the two, like the greatest Jedi the Order had produced. He was the heir of a philosophical tradition reaching back 36,000 years to the first Force users of the galaxy. He was the rebuild of something that had been destroyed, the beginning of something that had never existed.
Chewie, bring it up again. Alright, there's fucking 5 of us, guys. We should be able to fucking do this. Well, you know what? There's 6 of us. Count. Can't count. I got a Wookiee and another humans.
Though his inheritance
We should give him a fucking
Skywalker made that ground extraordinary, not because of any single feat in combat or any single moment of extraordinary force demonstration. Though those moments existed and were documented and were remarkable by any standard, but because of the totality, because of what you get when you take the widest channel of the Force, a model being had inherited in the tradition's history, and you fill it with 9 centuries of accumulated Jedi wisdom transmitted person to person, and you add the specific and unrevealed understanding of someone who as something personal rather than institutional, who learned it through love and loss rather than through curriculum, who built his entire career out of the willingness to keep choosing path in conditions specifically designed to make that choice impossible. The Force does not produce this inclination of one.
Any day you make it, if you need me to.
Across the full sweep of everything the Jedi tradition built, and everything it lost, and everything the Force moved through in the tens of thousands of years of that tradition's history, the particular configuration that was Luke Skywalker stands alone. Every name on this list earned its place. Every one of them pushed the ceiling. Every one of them demonstrated something that expanded what the people around them believed a Force user could be, or do, or become. The Jedi tradition is built out of exactly these figures. These moments when one person's commitment to the Force and to what the Force was asking of them produced something the tradition had to grow to contain, or join to
And
contain.
scanning we
From
go.
Obi-Wan's unreachable serenity, to Qui-Gon's lonely vision, to Bastila's terrible fear, to Mithra's impossible survival, to Mesa's perfect blade, to Nomi's wall of light, to Exar Kun's devouring ambition, to Revan's comprehensive understanding, to Anakin's necessary sacrifice to Yoda's 900 years of quiet practice, to everything
Whoever was here left in a hurry.
the pieces of the king is the Force itself. Always present, always moving, choosing
it's a big base.
Patience and precision that only reveals itself fully in retrospect. When you can finally see the whole shape of what was being built, that is the story of the most powerful Jedi in all of history. Not a tidy ranking of abilities. Not a competition where the winner gets a crown. A map of what the Force looks like when it moves through people who have given themselves to it completely, across different eras and different circumstances, and different understanding of what giving yourself to something completely even means. What you carry away from this list, if you carry anything, should be the variety of it. The Force did not produce one type of greatness. It produced Obi-Wan's unreachable inner stillness and Qui-Gon's solitary philosophical courage. It produced Bastina's devastating vision and the weight that came from acknowledging that she tragedy. It produced Matrix Psychology and Sparks, the Jedi
Oh,
The Force does not
shit.
promise any of this to the people it moves through. It does not guarantee that the gifts it gives will be received cleanly or used wisely, or that the lives built around those gifts will be comfortable or recognized in their time. What it does is choose its instruments with a precision that becomes clear only in retrospect, and trust those instruments with more than they sometimes think they can carry, and remain present in the space between what a person is and what they are capable of becoming. Every Jedi on this list found that space. Every one of them lived in it. And the galaxy was different because they did. That is all the Force ever asks of anyone. And in some exceptional cases, which are the cases this list has spent its time on, it turns out to be more than enough. Rest well. Let the story settle. The Force is with you. It has been all along.
The Jedi Knights were guardians of peace and justice for over 1,000 generations, but their story didn't begin with the Republic, and it didn't always look like what we see in the films. 36,000 years before the Republic was founded, the first users gathered
I don't know
on
about you,
Titan,
but it felt like it was a lot worse than Constellation.
They called themselves
I'll carry anything you need.
and they believed something the modern Jedi would never accept, that both light and darkness were necessary, and that living in balance was dangerous. For 10,000 years they walked this path, channeling both light and dark in harmony. But balance is fragile, and wars, betrayals, and forbidden knowledge would eventually tear their world apart, forcing the survivors to abandon everything and rebuild on a new foundation. This is the complete history of the ancient Jedi Order, from their origins on Typhon to their transformation into the Guardians of the Galaxy. I've gone through all the legend sources to tell the full story, so enjoy. In 36,453 BB1, 9 massive pyramid-shaped vessels appeared from the deep, the galaxy's most dangerous region. Black holes crushed entire star systems, and gravitational forces tore ships apart. spent centuries traveling across the galaxy. They did not come as conquerors. They did not demand tribute or slaves. Instead, they called the force-sensitive beings across dozens of worlds felt a pull they could not resist. Humans from distant colonies, Wookiees from Kashyyyk's forests, Miraluka who saw through the force rather than physical sight, Twi'leks from Ryloth's caves, species that had never met and did not share languages or cultures, all had answered the summons. What they did not know was that this journey would change the galaxy forever. But no Thor gathered these force-sensitive and carried them to Tycho, a world pulsing with raw force and beneath the heart of the deep. Thor navigated these hazards effortlessly, guided by doors and passages that should have been impossible. The Pilgrims arrived on a planet unlike any other in all space. Two moons hung in Tycho's sky, and the force-sensitives immediately sensed that it was dangerous. They named the Great Moon.
Yeah, please.
Representing the light side of the force, with passion, unity, and peace. The Dark Moon became Woke, embodying the dark side's passion, strength, and rage. Between these two extremes, Tycho itself maintained a delicate balance. The settlers would soon learn the harsh truth. The balance was not symbolic, it was survival. If that balance tipped too far in either direction, force storms erupted across the planet's surface. These storms were pure force energy giving physical form, releasing lightning that turned stone to vapor, a wind that could kill instantly. The Jedi, who embraced too much passion without balancing it with calm, would tip the scales toward chaos. The planet enforced balance with deadly consequences in a philosophical faith. Their survival depended on maintaining the holy line between good and dark. As a practical necessity, the Jedi was organized first edition, collecting history, retaining the Jedi were vital to the Force. The original Jedi became
Thank you. Yeah, I'll turn this thing off for a bit so I can catch my eyes up.
Ketu taught a philosophy that would guide the Jedi for many generations. Neither Ashla nor Bogan was superior. The light was not better than the dark. The dark was not stronger than the light. Both were necessary parts of a greater whole. Both were dangerous when used alone. To guide their understanding of this balance, the Jedi developed a formal code. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no fear, there is power. I am the heart of the Force. I am the revealing fire of light. I am the mystery of darkness. In balance with chaos and harmony, immortal in the Force. This code became the Jedi's philosophical foundation for 10,000 years. The opening line would prove enough to survive all Force attacks. No future Force They To address this, the rank maturity of students beginning there now and established that great journey. The system was dangerous by design. Not every completed their great journey. Some fell victim to Typhon's dangerous landscapes and creatures. Others lost their souls by crazy
All that shit. It's up there. Pretty skill determination. They have a lot of lucky shots.
God.
In battle, they can tap into passionate fury to overpower enemies, then immediately shift
Look.
in healing, they understood pain deeply because ideals of the light side and the practical truths of the dark side. For over 10,000 years, this balance held. The Jedi protected Typhon from outside threats and set up
500 more. Oh, God.
Got him. One of them.
Favoring one side or the other. However, their isolation would not last forever. Typhon's force presence acted as a beacon visible across vast distances. The greatest threat to the Jedi not only beyond kingdom with total authority. Those who resisted became slaves. Those who submitted paid tribute. Her vision was simple: unite all of Typhon and other planets in the Typhon system. This unlimited aristocracy to all planets. The Jedi stepped in, siding with the nobles for coastal reign. Most aristocrats resisted either openly or in secret, unwilling to surrender their autonomy. The resulting conflict became known as the Despot War, a bloody campaign that killed nobles, soldiers, and many Jedi warriors across Typhon. The war touched families throughout the system. Baron Volnos Ox Rio, the middle sibling of 3 brothers, watched his father and refusing to swear loyalty to Medea. He inherited the title of Baron and carried their defiance with him. His younger brother, Lothric, served the Jedi as a ranger. Seeking to end the conflict, Baron Volnos arranged for a Jedi ranger named Dagan Locke to infiltrate Hadia's camp. Locke's own father and older brother had been killed, refusing to submit to the command. Dagan Volnos' endorsement. Locke posed the mission Jedi ranger wishing to command the new Medea accepted without suspicion, impressed enough by his skill and knowledge to make former generals, an exception, dangerous and effective. This move convinced Hadia of his violent relationship with the politics. She took him as a frantic, not paper trust, but access to her most closely guarded strategies and plans. He rose through her command structure, learning every detail of her military operations. Following Hadia's death, a weak thrall was elected to rule Chicago, one the nobles could easily control. The kingdom became highly political, with alliances and treaties made and broken constantly, as various factions maneuvered for advantage. The final toll was slavery. 100,000 Typhons had died, one in Hadia's forces. Many were Seeking answers, Master Dagan carrying swords, dancing around, creating tiny the vision was false. Buck convinced himself that what he had seen was merely the chasm's corruption, not genuine prophecy. He wanted to convince himself
Oh shit!
of what they had witnessed together.
Well, what's
The
up?
council believed Hawk's testimony and concluded that Hawk was out of balance.
I looked over there, you got pushed out the fucking door.
Isolation.
No, I got hit with the fucking beam.
Hawk became known to some Jedi.
Oh, fireball gone. Damn it.
It remained unclear whether these scarred first experiences in the chasm would ever be allowed to leave. Hogan instead, the level of the vision turned out to be right worse than Jedi's vision.
I don't know, I had the chance. I haven't learned to fight in so long. I just think I ain't done. Now, if I dump my ashtray from my knifies, it's usually trash. That is strict. Trash. Get out of the way a little bit.
Explosions tore through the vessel without warning. Radar control car, the ship's commander, screamed orders as his guards in the chaos. No one noticed a particular slave built already made his move. The ship carried Zesh, a horsehound bred and trained for Earth-like prototype. They were built up for an ancient species that had built the infinite empire, conquering thousands of worlds across the galaxy. They used the horse-wielding warriors called horsehounds as slaves, weapons trained to hunt down force-sensitive populations. Many in the galaxy, its builders know their true nature was far darker than the title suggested. During the chaos aboard the Devourer, Zesh killed Praetor Tulkar. His memory was clouded by head trauma, and he did not remember why he had done it or what had happened before. Escaping in a pod, he crashed on Titan as the only survivor of the vessel. Zesh did not know that he was sent to Titan when he was survived. Praetor stole Nas, Tulkar's rival, that was about to fire and placed mental blocks on the Devourer's journey to their possession. The sabotage of Tulkar's plan. They saw Nas's elaborate plan. They agreed on positioning Zesh with the Jedi. These weapons channel the dark side of the Force, spreading crystals into glowing energy blades.
No, I thought I didn't have my health. No, my music This gun sucks.
Titan's force-sensitive environment reacted violently to this sudden influx of dark side corruption, just as it had always responded to imbalance.
It was
Each and every journey was experiencing visions drawing them to the crash site.
like the laser. We're gonna go using this bitch.
Astro One Jack confirmed your sensor
Yeah.
and reported seeing a vision of a man.
We're the dark saber.
Tasha Rio, daughter of Baron Volnus Rio and Jedi Master Oro Rio, experienced a similar vision of the Shadow Man.
Jesus fuck. there's like fucking 30 of them in the doorway.
A few hours after the crash, other Jedi arrived at the wreckage site.
I only saw like 5. I went down with a swing. I hit the doorway. There's like fucking the rest of them are there. Dude. They're sticking to the flash. Pretty much. With all that. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah. Ah! What sakes, what? Fucking dart? Oh, I have a dart there, bud. Yeah, I have a dart.
I heard you make this one. It's like,
Just turn around, or just turn around and be like, ah! This fish fucking Chewbacca like he is. Yeah, that guy. What?
Chang centered himself in the teeth of the raging storm, feeling Typhon tilted dangerously.
Oh, you know who you start talking about?
The planet reacted
Adam's family?
to the imbalance.
Hotel Transylvania? Well, that's Adam Sandler. It's called his buddies.
Adam's family.
Oh, I think you're talking about Adam Sandler. Oh, yeah, Cousin It. Yeah. My bad. I heard Adam Sandler. That would be.
I was like, damn, that's fucking shit.
Yeah. Fuck, alright, here. 6-8. Oh shit! Got him. Yeah, I still got healing items.
And knocked him unconscious. As his consciousness faded, the storm began to dissipate. Shay caught Ash and fell, tumbling into the abyss. She held his foot safe, filled with rage and shame.
Got him! One day they were bringing an inmate out for like some medical trip or something. And fucking guys that were bringing him on the trip, and then fucking state ring, and she comes in one into the gate, fucking blast her knocked up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and then they came back. He said they came back later on. He was still fucking.
I was crying at that point.
Yeah, dude. I was like, yeah, that's fucking hilarious. This is the most fucking expected joke ever. It's so fucking perfect. Yeah, it's like everyone knows it's gonna happen. Oh, shit, motherfucker, a lot of guys here. Got him! There's still a lot more of us. No, I'm good. I'm on fire!
Fire?
Yeah!
How?
I don't know. I just caught on fire. I didn't see it. Ah! None of this puts out fire. Fuck it.
Forcibly planting hate and fear in force sensitive beings and enslaving them to harness that dark energy as fuel for their worship. Entire civilizations have been consumed to power the infinite empire's expansion.
When you push it down, it gets cold.
I know that happened.
You only do that when you're fucking tapping the bowl out like you're good. Unless it's like actively flaming.
Teachers.
Light too much.
Until the Infinity Gate there would be destroyed. Unlike this betrayal, the surviving Claw destroyed or disabled those remaining gates across the galaxy and retreated to their home, Dathomir, withdrawing from galactic affairs in shame for having unleashed such evil. He made on Typhon, including on Ag, to guard against future threats. Realizing the crash ship was Wakat's scout vessel, the Jedi Council understood. That Locke's vision was coming true. The Shadow Army with blazing swords was real. They needed to prepare for war, and they needed to do so immediately. Desha's captured the Forsaker Sanctum for Tepe, the forge, where Temple Master Tem Medog examined it with increasing concern. The Cathar Master tested the weapon in his hottest forge, but could not affect the hill's material. With careful experimentation, Medog discovered that the focus on dark side emotions to ignite. Shane Cody had navigated it during the battle with Zesh.
Fucking Chewbacca.
Jedi Ranger Lord Fuchs spent time with exploring was only balanced, but also
Alright. Nah, it's about my foot. Yeah, it bounced all the way down. No, it's not right. Dude, good job. No, you did. It bounced from the woods.
Yet relying on it and dwelling deeply on the darker side of balance, potentially corrupting those who wield it and regulate. The Jedi Council debated whether such weapons were feasible and they might be able to take advantage of an invasion. When fear of possessions exile the book, the invasion is rival in
Very bright.
mind decay. Unbeknownst to the Jedi, Critter Smallness's elaborate
I got a headlamp.
already in motion. Another force hound named Trill had infiltrated the Titan's system once completely, posing as a refuge from the aggression. Trill
He's out here fucking throwing blades and stuff, dude. Yeah, someone kill him already. Oh, hello, there he comes. There he comes. That shit, that thing is. Got him. Nah, that's the last one.
He also saw the Infinity Gate rumored to exist on Titanmund, the legendary flying gate that required no magic gate to function. With such technology,
I'll know I'm good when the music stops.
Instantly, making the conquest of remaining free worlds
Any game ever.
success here.
Nope, someone's talking. Where's he at?
Of the entire infinite empire. In 25,792 BB1, the invasion began. Cognitive persons destroyed the outpost at Gary's Gate, eliminating the early warning station before anyone could properly respond. They then captured the gas giants of Uri and Wood, along with their movements, establishing staging areas for the assault on Titan itself.
Slow it down, Rick.
Attack Titan directly.
Quite stop.
They met fierce resistance unexpected.
Oh, the music.
The Jedi were to push back the initial assault. These enforced techniques and superior knowledge of their opponent's terrain were forced to retreat and reassess the infinite empire's shifted strategy. They captured the first port of Starfield and established their important command post on base front. Many Jedi died in the battle for Starfield, fighting desperately to prevent the foothold. The fall of this settled world shocked the other planets into action, making clear that this was no mere raid, but a full invasion. Wherever the Arcana conquered, they followed the same criminal path.
It sounds like water.
Enslaved the population and left them to capture. They forcibly planted hate and fear in more sensitive beings, using Sith alchemy and psychological torture to corrupt them. They then harnessed that dark energy to power their own machines, turning their victims into living batteries for the infinite empire's weapons. Facing this existential threat, the Jedi Council realized they needed to coordinate their response. Master Richard Hart was appointed general of the Allied forces, commanding all the armies of the Jedi Empire and the Seven Worlds. His military experience and tactical mind made him the obvious choice. Controversially, the mad Jedi David Locke was recalled from Alien to serve as a leader his mission at the Jedi Church. In his writings, his willingness to embrace darker methods was now seen as necessary rather than dangerous. Zetch, having begun to understand balance during his year of exile, agreed to help the Jedi by sharing what he remembered about his former front masters, though his memories remained frustratingly incomplete. Facing annihilation, the Jedi Council made a critical decision. They would construct Force Sabers. Master Tem Madog began mass production at Wertepe, the Forge. Zesh taught the Jedi what he knew about building the weapons, sharing the process of shaping crystals through Force alchemy, the construction of hills that can channel dark side energy, and the techniques for creating the frozen energy blades that can cut through nearly anything. Initially, many Jedi rejected the Force Sabers outright due to their reliance on dark emotions. They feared losing balance, becoming like the Rakata they fought against. The weapons represented everything the Jedi had been taught to avoid. Still, as Scott Gora fell and the Rakata attacked other worlds with increasing success, the Council deemed the weapons necessary for survival. Only with Force Sabers could the Jedi stand against overwhelming Rakatan numbers and superior technology. The choice was practical, but emotionally crushing. The Jedi also relied heavily on their seers during this period, those who perceived the Force through dreams and visions rather than direct sensing. These seers shared their images and impressions in regular meditation sessions, allowing commanders to interpret where the enemy would strike and coordinate defensive responses. This network of precognition became one of the Jedi's greatest strategic advantages. By the end of the first year of the war, the Jedi had forged a strong alliance with the forces of the Settled Worlds. Rajabari commanded the combined forces from a strategic level, while Locke led the Jedi specifically into battle, coordinating force techniques with conventional military tactics. The system continued to fight against the common threat. Subfreighter Colette launched the next major assault on the city of Chicago, seeking to break the Alliance's morale. Her Flesh Raider soldiers, mutated lower caste Rakata threats specifically as weapons, sought to attack Real Fortress through the surrounding swamps. Real Fortress served as General Rajabari's command post for the Titan forces, making it a strategic target. Capturing or destroying it would cripple the Alliance's coordination. The Jedi Seers foresaw the attack through their visions, giving Rajabari time to prepare. The Jedi arranged their forces to ambush the enemy in the swamps where the Flesh Raiders' numbers would be less advantageous. General Dagan Locke led the Jedi
So how much of a trouble is everything
to tactical and defensive positions. During the battle, Sesh quickly dispatched hordes of Flesh Raiders with brutal efficiency. His training making them
I gotta say, time has waived, but if you ever heard of
by another force member, Shay Cohen flew to his rescue with her Riker.
it appears I left it, but really, yeah, so like everyone can see now, I just hope I can help.
Forced to flee from the destructive
Well
fire
then, for my father, imagine this, and now,
machines that could obliterate entire squads with a single shot. Seeing no other option, Locke ordered Jedi Ranger Rios Hunter-class Starfighter
the
squadrons
stuff
to
fits up.
airstrike the
Good to
Annihilators,
see you.
despite
Goodbye.
dangerous proximity of Jedi ground forces to the target zone. The attack succeeded, but cost Jedi lives. Upon learning of a successful strike against the Annihilators, Rajabari ordered 2 officers to Wang Chan and Ted the Dog to launch the primary assault.
Hopefully they won't be
Jedi
poking
had
around
themselves
and
forces
saying stuff.
counterattack. She lost half her army in the battle and was permitted by Small Nas to her surviving troops back to Scott World, though she was
I do sometimes.
defeat. In the battle's aftermath, the Jedi left no Rakatan survivors, executing prisoners who attempted to surrender. Saknos Rat was disgusted by Locke's victory speech and the Order's willingness to embrace pure aggression without restraint. The line between defender and aggressor was beginning to blur.
Oh shit.
On Scott World,
Motherfucker showed up.
openly challenged
Let's get to work. We pulled up.
proclaiming the strategy of defeat.
Summers.
Stelnas responded by
Oh, you were the sound?
taking the Infinity Gate
I
on
think he
Titan.
killed him. Oh yeah, I can hear
Supreme power in the entire
yeah, that down there on that little circle thingy.
to
It pops up red.
and reassert his
Radar
dominance.
thingy.
He killed her with force lightning before she could react. The other sub-raiders received the message and fear. What the Jedi did not realize was that Stelnas' true plan was more elaborate than they suspected. Following the victory in Chicago, Sesh used a end-to-end proclamation, assassinating for Stelnas.
Dude, now I'm going to work today.
Without their charismatic and powerful leader,
That's a Wednesday.
sub-raiders fight among themselves,
No.
causing a military campaign to
We're back
collapse.
to work Wednesday.
It was a strategy that themselves have used countless times against another species. Using his Forcehound training and residual connection to Rakatan command networks, Sesh located Stelnas' base on Scott World. The Jedi mounted an all-or-nothing assault to reclaim the planet and kill the Freighters, committing their massacres to those powerful masters to the operation. They walked directly into a trap. His victory was executed, giving him time to prepare a counter-trap. Smelnas not only allowed the attack to proceed, but actively encouraged it, positioning his forces to capture rather than kill Jedi leadership. Back on Tython, Seer Tasha views with a vision of the Jedi walking into an ambush. She's desperately trying to find them. Communication fails in the chaos of battle, and her message arrived too late. When Scott
Shit, it's not even dark, dude. I don't know what you're doing. There's Nutella in there.
telling Sephiroth's rap
Yeah!
General Rajagari's eye strike team rolled out immediately. It came too late for the sandwich. Gun forces ambushed the Jedi using numerous tunnels to destroy them in multiple directions. Many Jedi were captured in the fighting, including David Luck and Sephiroth's raft. The prisoners were placed in glass tubes beneath the Rakatan fortress. More sensitive suffering was harvested to power Rakatan war machines. The process was agonizing and degrading, designed to break their spirits as well as fuel the invasion. Meanwhile, Shane fought alongside Master Quan Chang against the Rakatan forces, trying to cover the retreat. Included attacking personnel with light and her fury, Quan Chang learned how to lose battles, even in this desperate situation. The irony of his words, so only one fighting for survival, was not lost on either. Sash found Trill during the battle, but did not recognize her despite their shared training. His memory blocks remained intact, preventing him from seeing the truth. Trill led him deeper into the Rakatan base with false promises of freeing prisoners, bringing him to where the captured Jedi were being held. There, she revealed her betrayal with a brutal smile and stunned Sash purposely before he could react. Smelnas used a Rakatan device to restore Sash's full memory, removing each mental portrait from Leonard's eyeballs. The tree hit him in crushing waves. He had originally found Tython for Smelnas using his tracking abilities. He had been sent as a spy among the Jedi, programmed to report back without even knowing it. He had sabotaged the Rakatan, Smelnas' orders, killing his own bravery. Everything he had shared with the Jedi, Smelnas now knew. Rakatan tactics, weaknesses, defensive positions, strategic plans, and military methods had evolved in sessions to avoiding betrayal.
Can we clean it out? Oh.
Initially,
Oh, God.
and the restoration of his revived conditioning combined with the crushing realization of what he had done drove him back into service as a force
You
actor.
just gotta pull it away, couple back and forth. That way it doesn't just fucking heat up real fast.
He confirmed Dagan Luck's vision of the Infinity Gate in the chasm that led Nanocash, giving Smelnas the final piece of information he needed. While the Jedi forces struggled to escape the trap,
Can you walk and chew gum?
the Seers
Okay,
I can't
never
walk
mind.
and check you. I literally
Well,
I
yeah.
ran into a full fucking steel eye on top of me. Like, actually, full walking into it.
I wasn't even there.
Then you're just like, those ones hurt worse, I think.
It hurt so bad.
If you're not ready, you're just, what the
I thought it was so tough where I had so hard and just like stitches on the back. I don't know whether it's dry or just pushing them back.
I guess we're scared.
And we were all
this time on Tython, allowing him to strike the Seers remotely. Tasha was struck particularly hard by the attack. She was blinded both physically and in her force. Her eyes were burned by the dark energy, and her ability to see the future destroyed. The mental shock crippled the Jedi's ability to predict Rakatan movements, eliminating their greatest advantage in the worst possible moment. Back on Skagora, Rajagari ordered the capture and destruction of trees and many did not escape the Rakatan pursuit. The assault had been a disaster. Smelnas began the second battle of Tython by first destroying the Jedi strike force that had infiltrated Tython's option, waiting to provide support. The surprise attack destroyed the defenders, who never saw it coming without the Seers' weapons.
Let them
Without
laugh.
their ability to see the future, the Jedi were fighting without guidance.
God damn
In
it.
space above Tython, creatures
Now you know exactly what the problem was.
struggling to slow the invasion. The enemy's overwhelming and the captive Dagon Locke, seeking the Infinity Gate that would make him invincible. Deep in the chasm, Skull Nas revealed that the Infinity Gate hidden at the bottom was no ordinary gate. It was a prime gate, the original temple, which all other Infinity Gates had been created. It required no magic gate to function, meaning its user could travel anywhere in the galaxy instantly. With such technology, no world behind, no defense at all. Once Starfield, Sekros' craft had reached his breaking point. He gathered all his pain, rage, and hate from the days of torture and humiliation. He drew deeply on the dark side and shattered his prison too. Afterward, he freed other captured Sekros from empowering forgotten ships. Together, they came to the birds and joined the battle of Longos. Sekros sought revenge and Tasha's betrayal. Understanding the green slaves turned the tide on Starfield. Some in their efforts through sheer desperation and rage. However, their efforts came at great cost to the balance of those they had become what they fought against. At Battle Catch, the blinded Tasha
Made sure when I've been called
sent
or
seeking guidance from the
but yeah,
ancient
that's
one. The Claw Gatekeeper appeared and told him it was time for Typhon to awaken. The forgotten attack triggered a fatal sequence to the Holy Realm thousands of years ago, and the final defense against the infidel empire's return. Unnamed explained that the Thoth could be weaponized, transformed all vessels of peace into instruments of defense. An activation required it to dice. He could bridge the connection between the ancient ships and Typhon. Though Tasha was blinded by force by Zesha's attack, Unnamed said she could be reconnected. Unfortunately, the baby
Oh, wow. Oh, yes, they hit the baby.
everyone else. But Tasha realized immediately what was being asked of her. Transcendent desperately looked to find another way, searching for alternatives that might not
Yeah, I'm
require
gonna
such
clean
a
it out.
sacrifice.
You
Tasha
wanna
quietly shared
save
his
that?
fears with
Yeah,
Zesha,
thank you.
telling him she would miss him. Before he could stop her, she leaped into the
That's what I was gonna
exploration
use, stop
and
it.
unleashed her energy that surged through her body, restoring what Zesha's attack had taken. Her sight returned, and her connection to the Force reconnected. As she merged with the Thoyor, she understood their purpose. They were not just vessels, but guardians waiting
Probably.
for this moment. Her physical form dissolved, and the ancient ships awakened. All nine
I don't know what is the past
type of
Like,
awakened
how many
at
people
once.
thought you were beat when you were growing up, and it was really just you?
At Battle Catch,
No, I wasn't.
evacuation.
Yes!
Like,
I never believed I was beat because I was so clumsy.
right.
The structure that had stood for ages
But not that I was
showed
saving.
violence as the Thoyor
No, but just the amount of times fucking just random shit
I
happens.
literally drove on my bike when I first went to the ride. I here, right into those fucking poles at the apartments, the handicap poles. And when they first got put up, ran right into it. Watched it, everything. Raging. Like, I don't lie. I didn't think I could turn. It was like, in my head, this grass. Right? There's a little, these little, like, ledge. That's dead. That's a cliff. I just out. Get the impact. Dumbass kid.
That's alright. When I first rode mine without training wheels, I rode down the street and bagged, but I didn't know how to stop.
Up down the hill, yeah.
No, it wasn't really on a hill. I got back to my yard, and there's this little hump, and I got to the top of it, and just kind of like,
Oh, shit.
so like my feet couldn't touch the ground.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit too big of a bike. Yeah, but
You just took off, huh? Once you
yeah, like riding it was easy.
Yeah.
Stopping
You
wasn't.
took off. I can see that.
What motherfucker?
As a kid, it's a lot more complicated.
Why's my droid shooting?
Shields and armor useless against weapons designed by the ancient law. The beam
It is. My droid's
Tasha's
pissed.
Thoyor fired down from the temple's remains into the chasm below, striking the prime gate and destroying it.
Get oil, that's the oil change in it.
As the gate exploded, Zash drove his force saber through Nas's chest. The Praetor's body fell into a
He
black
was fine up
void.
until I brought him in this battle with a bunch of dudes.
Seconds. Zash
He probably got tired of resetting a few times.
proud, reclaiming his identity and his freedom from becoming a slave. Shay, injured but alive, told Tao that Locke had survived. The barely escaped the chasm as explosions took root. Behind them, the world sealed itself, burying the prime minister dead.
You fart?
Soon, the Cotton forces
I was like, dude, doorknob.
without their prey.
That little dude had an exhaust, yeah.
Is that what the problem was?
No, he just makes noises.
Oh, he had that.
That's why I said he had his exhaust.
The Boer continued their assault, destroying what remained of the forgotten fleet. Their ancient weapons overwhelmed even the Empire's technology. Ships that survived the Boer's assault were finished off by the Seventh World's fleet, which had been waiting in reserve. The surviving Rakata fled the Typhon system in complete disorder, abandoning their bases and leaving their ground forces behind. For the following weeks, the Cotton forces still on the surface hunted
What
down.
no, go ahead.
The invasion was over, ended by ancient technology, awakened through sacrifice. But the last from the Boer in Central Exploration Camp, leaving
What?
the once proud town was shattered from it. The Tempest poured like hell, leaving a
Draw turkey.
structure that marked the cost of victory. In the ruins,
Do a good job on a turkey.
joined
You asked me what you gonna do that if I asked you to draw a dinosaur too?
I did, yeah, I used to do that. But my Air Force course of business.
Despite the
That's
concerns
my
about philosophy,
philosophy.
dangers remained. Flesh raiders had escaped into Typhon's wilderness during days, while other threats might emerge. The weapons had turned out to be too effective to abandon. The Masters were unlocked when we sent back to Vulcan, choosing power over balance. Locke replied by uncertainty that he would never return to that realm. The cost extended far beyond the Ruin Temple. Typhon's surface carried stars that would take decades to heal. More sensitive sites had been corrupted by dark-side energy from long combat. Thousands of Jedi had died defending their home. Thousands more civilians had died in fighting. Entire settlements had been destroyed.
Alright, let's get back to it.
It's weird, huh?
Sacred places.
Actual
Destruction.
No, I got all bread for the place.
They had captured large amounts of forgotten technology, including more sacred element methods.
Are you training for some sort of weightlifting competition?
Jedi had seen pure aggression causing combat, compared to maintaining balance.
I keep searching the same fucking buildings over and
Missions
over and
focused
over.
on whether balance was truly practical in the face of survival. Some Jedi had accepted the dark side during the war, going on a rage, they had protected everything they held dear. These unsolved problems, combined with dark side techniques for capturing forgotten records,
Yeah, great play.
of force savers, would drive the split that erupted into civil war roughly a decade later. As the Order struggled with these questions, Shea Koda and Tom walked away from the celebrations. They headed into the silent desert, seeking peace.
Say thank you for the shots, I appreciate it.
Yet peace,
Dad,
not
is
last.
that on? We're gonna run it back for us in a
Invasion
minute.
had left deeper scars than
Now, if you end up yelling at us later,
Full of cheaters, one of the worst teams on Call of Duty,
Jedi thanks to Will and his followers had tasted the power of using dark side warrior without limits. They had won battles by abandoning balance for aggression. They had survived by their fully embracing Vulcan, while their wonderful brothers and sisters fell. Some began to question whether 10,000 years of balance philosophy had been wrong. If unlimited power could defeat enemies when balance could not, what did that say about the Jedi way? The Forsakers they had built still hung with dark energy, calling to those who used them. The forgotten techniques they had captured promised even greater strength for those willing to study them. Within a decade, these doubts would explode into open rebellion. The Force Wars weren't supposed to happen. For over 10,000 years, the Jedi Order had maintained balance on Typhon, walking the line between light and dark with careful discipline. Within a decade of surviving the forgotten invasion, the Order tore itself apart in a civil war that would force the survivors to abandon their home forever. The philosophy that had sustained the Jedi for many generations contained a fatal weakness. perfect balance between passion and required every Jedi to study both light and dark equally. This created an opening
Looks like things are going our way.
wars have only widened. Records from this time are broken and scattered, pieced together by historians over countless years. What follows
When who's on it? I should put down.
represents
I'll hold it together.
Oh.
remains unknown. As one Jedi archivist put it long after, history for the Republic is incredibly ancient and extremely difficult to research. Arguments within the Jedi Order started slowly, then spread at terrible speed. One time, an order of philosophers and researchers who had spent lifetimes studying the Force found themselves split over a basic question: how should this mysterious energy be used? A growing group began arguing for something different. Some Jedi, especially those who had fought in recent wars, questioned what balance truly held the Order. They had watched enemies win through aggression, while Jedi held themselves back for high balance. They had seen their brothers and sisters die because they paused, trying to keep their emotions in check, but survival depended on quick action. These rebels didn't reject balance entirely at first. Instead, they pushed for a new way of thinking, claiming that real strength came from using insight, research, and tension between opposing ideas. The dark side, they argued, was powerful and balance was training would never match. The Jedi Council tried to fix these problems through traditional means: meditation, discussion, and appeals to 10,000 years of wisdom. Council members pointed out that every previous attempt to use one extreme had ended with corruption and balance wasn't just
I heard you.
it was the survival method.
The video's too personal.
They always are. Just listen to my feed for a second. Just take a scroll.
5,783 BBY, roughly 10 years after the Cotton invasion, disagreements turned.
See, I avoid posts like those. That's why I don't get bogged down by it.
You're like, this is why I press for both of them like you
This wasn't Jedi
Yeah, no.
outside enemies.
There's some days where I think my feed and then you like,
Fighting Jedi.
Like, this is how we're gonna be today, huh? Alright.
I like poetry, so I like the ones where they
came into direct conflict with the Jedi, kept traditional
and like the
values
Scorpio
alive.
one or like not Scorpio,
Details
Scorpio
of how
one,
violence
one
began.
more like
You got it. Like real quick, just scroll by. Don't give him the time, or else they'll
I
fucking
do the ones that are sad sometimes I think it's time to read them. And I'm like, damn, fuck that hit home,
Yeah.
that hurt, dude. Like, I didn't want to touch that trauma. I'm just scroll, like, scroll, touch that now.
That's dude's wrong.
Forgotten invasion
That's fucking
fears, which was ended by the Vergata's own collapse. The Force Wars dragged on.
Some of the shit's good.
Space.
Philosophical tradition of united Jedi tested to destruction. Several Jedi
Stick 'em up. Stick 'em up. We'll play.
Master here in charge.
Yeah, I just finished up the place.
Oh, sorry.
Now, the way you said it, I'm a the galaxy's not. I wouldn't say it.
Justice, reason, or to preserve what could be saved of Jedi wisdom. Master Terse Sendis, keeper of histories and guardian of knowledge, made sure that records of these terrible events survive for future generations. Master Roger Clark, whose name would later become founding and betrayal, stood out during the Force Wars as a defender of the Order. His real test would come later, after peace supposedly returned. The Force Wars left Typhon truly impossible to live on. The planet that had enforced balance and natural consequences for 10,000
I'm not
years.
opening my throat as much. I sound bad, but yeah.
Years of mindless or sensible locations had witnessed too much dark side.
I got the cynic.
The winning side consisted of those who had followed what sources describe as
It's gone.
They looked at their poison and realized interior truth. They could rebuild the physical structures and restore settlements given time and resources. However, they couldn't restore Typhon's force balance. The planet's ability to enforce balance had been destroyed by the very conflict it had been designed to prevent. The decision reached by the surviving Jedi Masters was was revolutionary. They would abandon not just Typhon, but the entire balance philosophy that had defined the order for over 2,000 years. This wasn't a decision made quickly or easily. The masters spent months of meditation and discussion, exploring every possible alternative. Some argued for keeping the balance philosophy while simply enforcing it more strictly. Others suggested finding a new field with similar force properties to Typhon, hoping to recreate what had been lost. A few even proposed returning to Typhon after retreat from Egypt, giving the planet time to recover. The new philosophy
Your voice ain't that enough. Jesus Christ.
left Typhon and established itself on the planet's closest to the outer rim. There, far from the corrupted battlefields of their homeworld, they would rebuild on a new philosophical foundation. Later, this group called itself the Jedi Order. The survivors faced a basic question about what philosophical principles would guide the new order. They kept certain elements from Jedi teaching, recognizing that some principles had stood the test of time. The focus on knowledge over ignorance, the cornerstone of Jedi code, was preserved as
No, I think it's like the argument.
such knowledge experienced important transformation, where the Jedi had taught us
A little bit of all.
the necessary words of
I don't know, he doesn't even like
Jedi
the debate.
the first time represented
It's like the debate, I don't like the argument.
No, but it's frustrating when I can't, when someone doesn't understand how I don't see it that way, or I'm trying to explain it a certain way, they don't see it.
In the moment when I'm reacting only for my feelings, I can't see it. I can't rationalize it from a third perspective. Or from yours.
Like, me and Anthony done it a couple of times where I'll just get heated because I can't picture what he's trying to fucking tell me, and I'm like, and he's like, it's just like this, and I'm like, no, it's not, because I can't picture that to begin with. We had that whole conversation one night. But it's alright, I was like, yeah, you explain it one way because you can see it that way. I know what the fuck that means.
Sometimes I explain it just, yeah.
Yeah, I get he's trying to get it the way that I can do it, but he's like, just picture it. I'm like, well, I can't! I've never seen it, I don't know. I've never seen it fucking... I was about to say it's something I haven't seen in real life, but I've seen what it even looks like, so that's different. But it was like, yeah, seeing a zebra and you're like trying to tell someone about it. You're like, just picture this. It's like a small horse. It's black and white stripes. And then their stripes could be going like long ways down the body or fucking some weird shit. They don't know what it looks like. Like dinosaurs.
You gotta explain it in a way that they would understand it.
Unlike Typhon, which enforced
That's why I
balance,
like it when people
danger,
But-
and consequences. Also,
I don't really do that because you don't know what, you know. You might be like this, oh, it looks like this, think of this. But I'm like, I've never seen that either.
That's why you leave it for suggestions.
Well, it comes off very,
More like, this is how you should
just do it. I'm like,
this way. This specific way.
there you go. What are you going with that cool down?
focused on
It's not that hard, but.
What's that?
They created training facilities, using light side of the philosophy.
If you find
The Jedi were devoting themselves to the pursuit of peace, knowledge, asking the Master Roger also started his founders as first members of Jedi High Council that ultimately during the Orders. He helped establish the Jedi's philosophical framework and trained
Yeah, I gotta do that.
scholars dedicated to this Roger Murray
I'll do that with that standing situation.
established what he called the Fountain of Roger Murray, an early version of the
Yeah.
Jedi knowledge could be preserved through study. In the wake of years, the Jedi had experimented with this. They saw that this was
What you talking about? Never happened.
completely used and those who did not respect its
Yeah.
boundaries falling to the dark side. The fate they
Now that you read that, I'm trying to explain that that's how I fucking, my mind works when the situation's going down, like predictably. It's like predictably, because I'm predicting Option A, option B, option B 3.2, option B fucking 4.9,
That's a
option
rational
C.
way of thinking.
Oh, dude, it is.
It's logistic, it's rational, it's based on probability.
That makes people panic more. It usually makes people panic more because there's adding more shit to the
It
risk.
takes
Exactly. And if I can't control it, it's my panic. That's it. So there's no use dwelling on it if you cannot actually change it. So that's how I judge whether or not I'm like,
How much effort, how much it was fun.
yeah. Like, is there anything I can do about it? Yes. All right. Well, let's see what we can do. Is there anything I can do about it? Nope. Well, here's what we're gonna soften the punches with this one. I should work for a politician. But Governor so-and-so was caught with a hooker outside a hotel. Was not a hooker. She was his massage therapist. Yeah.
Have some respect.
She's a fucking 30 years experience in massage therapy in Thailand, and that was not a cock between her legs.
God.
In fact, it was a skin tag she's having it removed.
Oh shit.
Look at that, and now everyone's like, dude, Bill Clinton never got blown in the fucking Oval Office. Look at that, man. You cool now? Ah, you little dick! Goddamn robot, I'm leaving that fucking planet.
He said some good things. He introduced me to a new attachment style that I hadn't heard of before, and it was that I don't actually remember. It's like anxious attachment, but it's all internalized. So like the person super calm and everything, but like still feels it, but twice as harder. It's all internal.
Yeah, so you can get in your head about it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know what the word is for it, but I know it.
Oh, it's anxious. Well, I don't know. He's very helpful at like helping you identify your attachment style, and also gives you kind of like suggestions on how to not let it kill you.
I can't do all that because then I'd be too self-conscious about it. I'll be like, fuck, dude, I'm like over like self-correcting yourself. And I'd be too busy doing that kind of shit.
I don't want to ever do that because I know if I do that.
But that's how I know it end up. If they're telling me all these things and ideas to help coping or whatever you want to call it, I'll be like, fuck it. No, I can't be doing this.
Oh, you want to fight immediately?
Well, yeah.
You want to like apply all and have it just fixed, or like that behavior's not going to help it.
No, it's gonna take time to do it. You're just gonna, but it's gonna fuck it. You're sitting there. You're gonna drive yourself insane thinking about it over and over and over, and then it's gonna get to the point where you totally change yourself, and then you're not even a shadow of yourself.
Yeah, you're so different.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that person. I want to not be me. Yeah, but I just know that's where my head would take me if I went down that fucking rabbit hole. Ow, bitch!
If I go straight about it or something and then point out like things that could help or suggestions that could help, I don't mean that you should apply all that. I want you to take what you hear from that. And like, I understand that it's not every situation where you're reacting to say shit or just react.
Yeah, that shit happens. Did you say that's common or that's a Carmen?
No, that's... Oh, anyway.
Okay.
But I just mean, like, bring that stuff up to your attention or anything like that. It's one, because I care about you, like, two, because I do want yourself away. I don't want you so self-conscious and, like, fucking stepping on glass everywhere.
That's where my head takes me.
No, I don't take just, like, give you from that. And whatever you gain, slightly, but whether it's one word,
right, I get what you're saying. If
you can, in situations, it's gonna happen again, that behavior that you want to stop, or that you want to, like, try to find better outlets.
Or something will happen, I'll be like, yeah, that's what they were talking about. I get that. But then it also comes to the point where it's like, what were we talking about earlier, like on first impressions, like I would never, if you just first meet someone, you're like, you ever thought about trying this? I'll be like,
centuries.
Now you.
I'll be like, nah, but I don't know you, so you can fuck off. Because I'm like, who are you to treat me one day?
I could be having an off day.
That was just another example. Like, I don't remember what our conversation was exactly about earlier. But it had to do with, when you came back from PA, you're talking about your mom was calling you out for some shit.
Oh, my fucking pits.
Right. So, like, apply that situation to
Yeah.
someone trying to give constructive criticism, or any criticism in general, whether it's constructive or not.
I'm not doing it.
It all depends on how it comes across, too, or how it comes out.
Your delivery, guys.
Tone's everything.
I agree.
Some will work on more than others. Anthony, it's in your genes, I know it. Goddamn droids. He looks pissed off. Oh, one-eyed bitch. You cool now, bro?
Huh?
Nope, he's just fucking done
That
for
looks
it.
like a depressed, bro.
Well, he ain't following me. He's just fucking. He's running around, running into me, pushing me down. No, he's pissed. He's fucking bastard. He won't fucking go back to normal. He won't reset.
He's going through it.
Well, he needs to quit hitting me. Why? I saved him from that fucking dust
You're his only friend.
He's got fucking 2 other droids. Well, they're the same thing as him.
He's like Anthony. What the fuck right now? Big homies, big dogs.
What kind of homies? Are they Jewish? Are they Hasidics? Do they roll the fucking? They roll with the fucking
I love
hats?
that. That's the fucking.
Well, we're both white, so if you got the homies, what you
I'm
like?
so dumb. Why fucking keep hitting this part?
A+ for the day, though.
Dude, I'm fucking beating the shit out of myself.
You're like 4 for 4 right now.
No, it's a fucking chair.
2 doubles and an RBI. 275 out here.
Fucking shit.
I hope no one can get too much. I wouldn't say no to it.
Yes, fucking CTE. No, CTE. This from getting multiple concussions, brain damage over time.
Yeah, wait, CP?
CTE.
Oh, yeah.
Concussion, something.
Damn, though, why is this the fucking, like, sturdiest part of the chair?
Oh, this is usually what's got to hold people up, so.
Guess we're done.
It is the backbone. The backbone of the fucking chair.
I've seen some large motherfuckers sitting in those chairs.
Can't be. Like, motherfucker, I'm chair.
Well, so you maybe take your own little advice. Like, dude, why do I keep doing this? You gotta start thinking about it now. You gotta stop yourself before you go do it. Yeah, you're like, hey, look around. What are we doing? What's around? You good? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
You just tripped over here.
Fucking
You
A.
got bigger fish to fry, baby. God, I'm scared to fucking do that again. That was like when I hit the side of my head on this fucking
Truck.
yeah, because that bitch showed me something for me. I was to the ear. I was like, fucking what? I was like, are you okay? I was like, yeah. I deserve that. Oh, it's not valid. I just run her dry. I just kept telling the truck. I kept talking to him. I was like, are you okay? Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm like, baby. Way out of I swear to God, I will. Oh, stop it, let's fix you. Let's get you home, bitch. What's your shit? That's a snake. So I fucking gush about that truck, man. It's all been done. Colorado.
What about it? What about it?
I rave about it.
Oh, I got you. Back to the plane!
Back at your robot.
Yeah, well, I shot in the face. He keeps fucking running into me and
Why
hitting
you
me.
don't like
He was doing it first.
These reports were used
Like, you're trying to drop off the shit in his face. Where was that now, bitch?
Operating outside the Republic's authority. Others saw potential benefits in allying with beings with unique abilities might serve public interests. The head of the Jedi Home at this time was Master Teal, a respected teacher and philosopher who trained under the Founding Generation. Teal pointed out that the Republic's expansion into the Outer Rim would eliminate
I do want to remember to call me a dumbass all my life. I didn't really realize it then, but looking back now,
engage with this new political reality or remain isolated, which
I'm
might
not
become
intentional.
impossible to
Can't do that
maintain
enough.
as the Republic continued expanding. After consulting with the Jedi Council and meditating on the results, Master TR made a decision that would fundamentally alter the Jedi's mission. He returned with the scouts to the Allied Borderlands, traveling to Coruscant to see this Republic firsthand and judge whether the representative force the Jedi should support.
Almost brought like my kitten over here.
Coruscant impressed him deeply. The Republic was still young, and its organization still developing.
First off, you can't have pets. Dang it, I already had cat like 2 weeks. I don't want it. That shit outside this again. Just throw it outside. Dang it, someone has to take that cat.
I fixed it. She's so cute. She's so good. That's not helpful.
It's an 8 o'clock cat.
Acts like it's over every door in my house.
Acting decisively in crises while remaining politically neutral. The Jedi could serve that job. They could become the Republic's guardians without becoming its masters. Around 24,953 BC, after weeks of talking with leaders and consulting with the Jedi Council of Bosses, Master Teal pledged the Jedi
6% in his butt.
peace and justice. The ceremony took place in Coruscant with a simple Senate, representatives from hundreds of worlds, witnesses and below. The terms reflected careful consideration of both sides' interests. Keeping their independence. The agreement established that neither side would interfere in alliance affairs, including dictate Jedi teaching and training methods. The Jedi would provide Senate decisions and enforce their philosophy on all citizens. This separation allowed both organizations to work together while keeping their distinct identities. The foundations for the modern Republic were laid at that moment. The alliance created a framework that would survive numerous political upheavals and challenges that would destroy weak leaderships. Both sides benefited. The Republic gained protectors whose commitment would be corrupted. The Jedi gained the resources to carry out their mission across the expanding galaxy. For the first time since leaving Typhon, the Jedi permitted station members to play bosses. Jedi Knights began traveling through space, responding to
I don't know exactly. It's like deep love, I guess. You know, it's like, yeah, something like that.
territory, creating guidelines that balance Jedi independence with respect for local laws and customs. Early cooperation proved only successful. Jedi settled territorial disputes between neighboring systems, fighting conflicts that into violence. They investigated criminal organizations that operated across multiple worlds, tracking threats beyond the reach of any single planetary government. They protected frontier settlements from pirate raids, bringing peace to frontier regions living known in chaos. The Jedi's reputation
glad to see you're back.
After the Force Rules included bans on studying dark side techniques, stress on emotional intelligence, and commitment to light-side moving philosophy. These limitations rubbed against some Jedi who found them unnecessarily restrictive.
That
A
way
Jedi
back
Knight named
then.
Sendor became a focal point of his own dissatisfaction. A young Kashi bear who had been trained at the Jedi Homes on Lossus. Sendor excelled in combat and had distinguished himself during several missions dealing with pirates and warlords of the Outer Rim. His skill was undeniable, his dedication seemingly unquestionable. Sendor harbored doubts about Jedi teaching. After the Force Wars, when the Jedi Order learned of the destructive power of the dark side, the Jedi devoted themselves to the path of the light. This commitment meant rejecting entire categories of Force knowledge and technique. Sendor increasingly questioned whether this rejection was wisdom or cowardice, whether the Jedi were protecting themselves from corruption or simply hiding the knowledge they needed. He began arguing that understanding the dark side was necessary to combat dark Jedi effectively. How could Jedi defend against techniques they didn't understand? How could they notice corruption in others if they had no knowledge of what corruption looked like? These were radical questions. Many Jedi asked themselves similar things. Still, Sendor pushed further than most were willing to go. In the early days of the Republic, as the Jedi Order was still developing its operational procedures and defining its relationship with galactic governance, Sendor defied the Order's will and began experimenting with dark side techniques. He didn't do so openly or carelessly. Instead, he studied in secret, telling himself he was simply expanding his understanding for practical purposes. The Jedi Council discovered Sendor's activities through reports from concerned masters who had noticed changes in his behavior and manner. Angered by this violation of fundamental Jedi principles, the Council confronted Sendor and demanded that he stop his studies immediately. When he refused and attempted to justify his actions through philosophical arguments, the Council made a decision it hoped would prevent the situation from growing worse. The Jedi Order banished Sendor from Lossus. The Council expected that removing Sendor from the Order would end the threat. They had encountered disagreement before. Rajabari's fall had taught them that even founders could be corrupted. They developed procedures for dealing with Jedi who strayed from proper teaching. Exile seemed sufficient punishment for someone who had erred but had caused serious harm. What the Council didn't realize was that exile had only made Sendor more dangerous. Sendor, now immensely powerful, with rage at what he viewed as unjust persecution, didn't accept exile quietly. Instead, he traveled to the moon Leto in the Outer Rim, far beyond effective Republic territory. There, he began establishing something unprecedented, an alternative Force tradition that explicitly rejected the limitations the Jedi had imposed. He called his movement the Legions of Leto, stressing their military character and willingness to use whatever methods worked. Sendor didn't advocate abandoning the light side entirely or accepting pure evil. Rather, he argued for what he considered a practical middle position. He wanted to use dark side techniques when situations demanded them, while keeping overall commitment to justice and protection. This position had surface appeal, especially to Jedi who served in dangerous frontier regions where idealistic principles often clashed with practical needs. Sendor offered freedom from restrictions that sometimes made their jobs harder. He promised power without the corruption that had destroyed previous Force users who had dabbled in darkness. He suggested that the Jedi Council's bans rose from fear rather than wisdom. For months, Sendor secretly recruited dissatisfied Jedi to his cause. He approached knights and even some masters who would express frustration with Council policy. The moment Sendor's rebellion became public knowledge, both the Republic and the Jedi Council recognized they faced a crisis that could destabilize everything they had built. The Senate couldn't tolerate independent Force user rules operating outside the Republic's authority. The Jedi Council knew that allowing this split to continue would undermine the philosophical foundation on which the Order was built.
Bro!
which had dragged on for years. The Leto Wars lasted mere months.
I got the Fleet Commander terminal.
So that means you get they fly together now?
Yeah.
Jedi forces led by
All
Master
X-Wings
Cresta
or all
Pina
those
traveled
yellow
to Leto with clear orders. Crush the
I still got to get all
rebellion,
those, but yeah.
capture or kill its leaders.
Or I just start making up the Millennium Falcons.
Conflicts, known for both tactical skill
I turn them all into
and
Falcons, that'd be
unwavering
gangster.
commitment to Jedi principles. The battles that followed showed how dangerous Force users were when opposing each other without restraint.
Oh no, I need something else. What else do I need?
Techniques specifically designed to counter traditional Jedi combat styles. They combined aggressive tactics and dark-side enhanced attacks with a skill that came from Jedi training and power drawn from emotions that Jedi code obeyed. Over time, discipline and superior numbers gradually wore down the legions. Master Pina's forces systematically isolated.
Dude, we heard the same thing.
Yep. We're back.
Reinforcements.
He stuck that in there.
The warships blockaded Leto,
See?
preventing the
Make sure
legions.
we're listening.
Now I fucked the video.
Power drawn from emotions that Jedi code obeyed. Over time, discipline and superior numbers gradually wore down the legions. Master Pina's forces systematically
He says it!
isolated
This
Zendor's
Master
bases,
Pina's
cutting
forces,
off
yeah.
supplies and reinforcements.
He's definitely worked it in there.
Warships blockaded Leto, preventing the legions
Ow.
from receiving support from the fleet.
I wasn't listening. All I
The
heard was that.
rebellion's initial advantages couldn't overcome
That's how they draw you back in.
And for real, they would.
limited resources.
Weirdo.
The decisive engagement
Okay, I
came
hear
at
that.
the Battle of Columbus. Zendor, recognizing the war was turning against him, led his remaining forces in a desperate assault meant to break the blockade. The battle became the largest single engagement of the conflict, with thousands clashing both in space and on Columbus's surface. At the height of the fighting, Master Pina confronted Zendor directly. Their duel showcased
wait for it.
everything their opposing philosophies represented. Zendor fought with unrestricted aggression, channeling fury and hatred into attacks meant to overwhelm their sheer power. Every strike was fueled by a genuine belief that his cause was just, and the Jedi Order had lost its way. In contrast, Pina fought with the calm discipline that defined Jedi combat at its best. She defended patiently, conserving energy and waiting for Zendor to exhaust himself. Where Zendor attacked with passion, Pina responded with precision. Where he sought to dominate for power, she relied on technique refined through decades of practice. The duel lasted hours. Both combatants demonstrated mastery that pushed force combat to its limits. Zendor's raw power repeatedly broke through Pina's defenses, forcing her to call on reserves of skill she hadn't needed since her own training ended. With her unwavering discipline, Zendor ultimately made the mistake she had been waiting for. Attempting a particularly powerful but risky attack, Zendor overextended his guard for just a
How we
moment.
do this?
Pina exploited the opening with a
Do
precise
what?
strike that pierced his defenses and dealt him immediate. Zendor fell, his vision of a more practical
Oh, I don't know how you. I'll try. I don't know how you do
What
it.
his rub is.
Columbus's
Put
dusty
the action out
plains.
already.
Oh.
Without
And
their
that, and
leader,
they're not getting
the
anything
rebellion
out. We
collapsed
should burn
rapidly.
it. Burn it off.
But the war didn't
I just
end
don't want
with
to do it.
Zendor's
That,
death.
because that's what could
His lover, Arden Lynn,
Alright.
was a warrior of the Palawan tradition who had joined Zendor's cause and served as his most capable lieutenant. She refused to accept defeat. While other Legion members fled or surrendered after Columbus, Arden Lynn gathered the most dedicated followers and retreated to remote systems beyond even the outer rim. For weeks, Master Pina hunted Arden Lynn across uncharted space. The pursuit became personal for both combatants. Pina viewed Arden Lynn as the last major threat from Zendor's rebellion. Arden Lynn fought not for ideology, but for revenge. She wanted to make the Jedi pay for taking everything she loved. The final confrontation occurred on Irkala, a desolate world in deep space. There, pursued to exhaustion and cornered by superior forces, Arden Lynn made her last stand. The duel was brutal and desperate, both combatants fighting with nothing left to lose. Arden Lynn wielded techniques from her Palawan training that Pina had never encountered. She fought with raw emotion, grief over Zendor's death, rage at the Jedi for destroying their dream, despair at the hopelessness of her situation. These emotions fueled her attacks, making her momentarily stronger than pure technique should have allowed. Master Peanut was eventually defeated. The details of how Arden Lynn overcame such a renowned Jedi Master remain unclear, but sources indicate she channeled her strongest emotions through some artifact that increased her power beyond normal limits. Master Peanut was placed into a strange stasis sustained by the dark side. He was neither fully alive nor truly dead. Victory came at a terrible cost. The power Arden Lynn had drawn upon to defeat Peanut consumed her as well. She fell into a deep stasis immediately after the battle, sustained by dark side energy in a state similar to what she had inflicted on her opponent. Both combatants would remain trapped in this unnatural suspended state, frozen monuments to the first great schism's final battle. Although this first split within the Jedi was over, it would not be the last. The first great schism taught the Jedi Council crucial lessons about managing internal disagreement. They acknowledged that preventing future splits required more than simply enforcing obedience. It demanded addressing legitimate concerns about the Order's restrictions and creating channels through which Jedi could voice doubts without fear of immediate punishment or exile. In the aftermath, the Council established formal procedures for Jedi to raise concerns and propose changes to teaching. These procedures kept ultimate authority with the Council, while acknowledging that even well-intentioned restriction could create frustration. The Council also strengthened oversight of Jedi operating in frontier regions. Isolation and constant danger might lead to philosophical drift. The split showed that the light side only philosophy could eliminate the appeal to forbidden knowledge, but would always put Jedi who questioned restrictions, who wondered whether understanding darkness was necessary to combat effectively. The Jedi's solution was to make their training even more. If Jedi were going to resist the temptation to study dark side techniques, they needed to understand not just what was forbidden, but why those bans existed. The Council began stressing the history of Force users who would fall into corruption, using examples like Zendor and Rajamari to show what happened when individuals tried to dabble in darkness. The galaxy remembered the first great schism differently, depending on perspective. To the Republic, it showed that the Jedi Order could police itself and eliminate internal threats before they endangered galactic stability. This reassured senators who had worried about granting so much authority to the organization of Force Youth. To the Jedi themselves, the split served as a sobering reminder that their struggle against the dark side was eternal. In just 500 years after abandoning Tython, they had already faced internal rebellion from Jedi who had found their principles too restrictive. The pattern would repeat throughout Jedi history. The names would change. Zendor would give way to future rebels. Still, the tension would persist. The conflict between necessary restriction and practical effectiveness. Despite the trauma, the centuries following Zendor's defeat represented a golden age for the Jedi Republic Alliance. With the threat crushed and lessons learned, the Order settled into its role as the Republic's guardians with renewed confidence. Jedi traveled throughout Republic space, bringing justice to worlds that had known only chaos. They settled disputes between neighboring systems, preventing conflicts before they could grow to violence. They investigated criminal organizations that operated across multiple worlds. They protected frontier settlements from pirates and slavers, extending Republic law into regions where it had previously existed only in theory. The Order's reputation grew with each successful mission. Stories spread of Jedi arriving on disparate worlds and solving problems that seemed impossible to fix. Politicians trust Jedi as neutral arbiters.
It's good to be on the boat.
Criminals
Lives get stuffy sometimes.
corrupt figures whose determination to see
Goodbye.
justice done couldn't be stopped. Meanwhile, on Ossus, the Jedi continued refining their teaching. The archives grew as Jedi recorded their experiences and discoveries.
something?
Based on lessons learned from actual missions.
Next time.
Is there a way to go faster? Sure.
Professional, developing skills not just in force use, but in diplomacy, investigation, and countless practical abilities needed to serve as galactic peacekeepers. At the same time, the Republic expanded steadily outward from the core.
I want to be useful, Captain. Time to make myself...
Each expansion brought fresh challenges, cultural differences between species, disputes over resources, and conflicts between competing governments. The Jedi were there to help settle these challenges before they exploded into violence. The Golden Age would last for millennia, yet the seeds planted during the First Great Schism never entirely disappeared. Questions about whether light-side restrictions truly served the Order's interests remain. Doubts about whether understanding darkness was necessary to combat it lay dormant, waiting for the right conditions to sprout again. Those conditions would arise long after. Another group of Jedi would conclude that the Order's restrictions prevented them from achieving their true potential. When that next great split came, it would dwarf Xendor's rebellion in scale and consequences. For now, the Jedi had won. They had survived the Force Wars, rebuilt on Ossus, allied with the Republic, and crushed internal rebellion. The foundations laid during these early millennia would support the Order for countless future crises. Centuries later, a Jedi Master would discover forbidden knowledge that would birth an empire sworn to destroy everything the Order had built. For nearly 17,000 years following Xendor's defeat, the Jedi Order flourished. The alliance with the Republic strengthened, and the Jedi expanded across the galaxy as guardians of peace and justice. During the Great Manifest War, the Republic opened new hyperlanes and connected distant worlds. The Jedi served as explorers and protectors, their reputation growing with each peaceful resolution. Generations trained on Ossus, refining their philosophy and building a legacy of service. Still, the questions that had sparked the First Great Schism never truly disappeared. Around 7,000 BBY, those questions returned with new urgency. A Jedi Master named Ajunda Paul began studying texts that most Jedi avoided. The archives on Ossus contained salvaged materials from Tycho, including some that describe techniques the Order had forbidden. The Jedi Council kept these texts because understanding historical context required knowing what had gone wrong. They assumed any Jedi studying them would do so from an academic perspective, treating the knowledge as a historical record rather than practical instruction. Paul approached these texts differently. Rather than simply reading about forbidden techniques, he practiced them in private, testing whether channeling emotions like anger, hatred, could actually increase horsepower. What he discovered both excited and deceived him. The power came easily, far more easily than the careful discipline required of lightsabers. This should have warned him that something was wrong, but instead, Paul saw it as proof that these methods were natural. Superior. For years, Paul maintained his reputation as a skilled and dedicated master, while secretly expanding his experiments. He carefully selected a few trusted students to share his discoveries with, including an apprentice named Sources Sid, who showed exceptional talent for the forbidden arts. Together, they delved deeper into knowledge the Jedi had spent centuries trying to bury. They told themselves they were simply expanding their understanding for practical purposes. It was a colorful lie that allowed them to continue down a path they knew would lead them to darkness. Soon, Paul and Sources Sin would no longer hide their secrets. Rather than continuing to work in secret, they openly defied the Jedi Council, declaring publicly that they had been wrong to reject half of In their view, the Jedi Code weakened Force users by preventing access to their full potential, creating guardians who were unnecessarily limited in their abilities. The Council's response was immediate and decisive. They expelled Paul and his followers from the Order, cutting them Paul's message proved seductive in its simplicity. Those strong enough to embrace the full range of possibilities without being corrupted deserved to rule, while those too weak to handle such power deserved to serve or be eliminated. The conflict that became known as the 100-Year Darkness began gradually and escalated over the years into a full-blown war. The exiled group didn't immediately attack the Republic or Jedi Order. Instead, they spent the first years building strength in secret, establishing hidden bases in the unknown regions and uncharted areas.
No, I'm just trying to find
where Republic patrols rarely venture.
what it says I
During this
need.
preparatory phase, Paul's followers developed weapons and techniques specifically designed to counter Jedi defenses, studying everything they knew about how the Order fought and trained. Among these fallen Jedi, Sorcerer Sin was a brilliant but twisted experimenter. She pioneered the use of alchemy to create war beasts, living beings that were fundamentally transformed through manipulation of their life and essence. The Leviathan she created, massive serpentine creatures designed to tear down fortifications and serve as living siege weapons. Chrysalides were creatures perfected for repeated experiments, each generation more deadly than the last. Many of Sin's creations had been twisted so far from their original forms that they barely resembled living beings anymore, existing in constant agony that fueled the rage in battle. What made Sin's work particularly horrifying was how she had corrupted the healing arts she learned as a Jedi. This made her creations especially deadly to Jedi who encountered them, as they represented good knowledge.
Jesus Christ!
When the war finally erupted, it
Fuck!
struck
Don't
across
smack me in the face with your phone!
the attackers understood that the Jedi and the
Jesus Christ,
fighting
bro!
unified against a single threat. By attacking dozens of systems at once, they forced their enemies to divide forces, like scattered defensive actions rather than mounting defenses. Several planets were dead and the attackers
Smack me dead ass! Just like, fucking scream the forehead! I can't take another blow to the forehead right now, bro.
Though they landed against concentrated
I'm
Jedi
so
defenders,
traumatized.
Freed accomplished its real purpose. They stood ancient
Jump on
tales
top for a second, I was like, yeah!
expanding their
I gotta
understanding.
find fucking captain so they can pilot it.
The war that
Wait, what?
followed
I can't have no one pilot my ship without having a captain.
Oh, you was Captain
No,
Jesus now.
not mine. Supposed to get you guys my other ones. They got a captain my other brother.
Gain advantage. They destroyed entire settlements to deny resources to Republic forces.
Dude, Anthony, did you see this earlier?
Populations to provide
Did you see this earlier?
shields. They conducted horrific experiments on prisoners.
Oh, yeah,
What?
Understand how
It freaked you out when you first saw it.
Yeah, it threw me off, dude.
entirely.
You're like, whoa.
I did not remember that the first time I played.
We'd be
I think this guy
stupid
can end up
not
being
to.
my.
Thanks for doing
I
this.
think I know where he's going. I should do that
The
quest.
Jedi High Council emphasized this as an existential threat and organized defenses while coordinating closely with Republic military forces. Meanwhile, Republic was economically drained after a century of war spending. Resources from hundreds of worlds had been drained upon the military, and it would take centuries for the economy to fully recover. Around 6,900 BBY, the Turning Point name,
Be advised, we're entering the United Colony space. Maintain course.
the United Front had become the main base of space. Years of work that turned natural days into tunnel.
Our scan detected contraband on board. Halt and prepare to be boarded. All illegal and stolen goods will be
Yeah, this is
confiscated.
you. This one.
You're on the watch. Halt and prepare to be boarded, or we will be forced to open
The
fire.
Jedi gathered a huge force for the assault, bringing masters
Copy
and
that.
I'll just steal my life
We'll
vest.
be escorting you in.
Oh, they're gonna escort me in. I gotta pay a fine and give them everything they stole.
Jedi together with other areas on
Oh, they scanned my ship.
the council decided
But guess what? I'm gonna go like this.
was better than this. The battle raged for weeks. Every step forward was deadly against the combination of
I can save it real quick.
built defenses.
Oh, so,
Jedi masters led attack after attack, facing constant strikes from enemies and enemy
Now I got all my shit back, and they're not the white turtles.
The kind of grinding battle that helped the defenders move the ground. Sin's twisted creatures attacked without mercy, forcing Jedi to keep bringing enemies with thinking and feeling. The climactic moment came when Jedi forces finally reached the main
What?
fortress.
Oh, I'll get you.
All commanded its followers. The dark Jedi leader fought with such power that several humans had to face him at once. His technique was perfect after decades of practice, enhanced by abilities that let him fight far beyond normal limits. He used techniques the Jedi had forgotten, never known, throwing force light upon reading his enemies' moves before they struck. His raw power and breaking through defenses that should have stopped any single fighter. But the Jedi had one advantage Paul didn't expect. They coordinated their assault perfectly, fighting as a unit rather than as individuals. Where Paul relied on his own strength, the Jedi covered each other's weaknesses and worked together seamlessly. When one attacked, others defended. This teamwork became the key to victory. The battle dragged on for hours until exhaustion finally caught up to both sides. Even the Force couldn't keep them going forever. At last, Paul made a mistake. He tried an ambitious strike.
I can see him staring at that on the arm the whole fucking time.
Leaving himself exposed for just a fraction of a second. That was all the Jedi needed. A master struck him down with a precise blow, ending both the duel and the life of the war's deadliest fighter. Records show that Ajunta Paul had personally killed more than a dozen Jedi during the Battle of Corvus before he was finally defeated. A Jedi Master struck him down with a severe wound that ended the duel. His defeat marked the turning point of the entire war. Watching their seemingly invincible leader fall shattered his followers' will to keep fighting. By the battle's end, the enemy army shattered beyond recovery. Many leaders lay dead, bodies scattered across Corvus's mighty offensive. Some survivors managed to flee in different directions, hiding in remote systems, disappearing into space where they hoped to rebuild. The cost of victory was staggering. Thousands of Jedi had died during
I was giving you shit for
demonstrations of knights and assassins.
Anyways,
An experience lost forever. The Great Library of Colossus later shed the first preserving their names. Future prejudices of surviving leaders for high treason. The Jedi made a controversial choice to confront the galaxy for millennia. The Jedi couldn't bring themselves to kill their brothers and sisters directly, despite the because of them. At lightsaber point, they marched the defeated prisoners onto a ship bound for uncharted space, far beyond Republic borders. They chose symbolic rule instead, purging all records and evidence of the rebels' existence from mission history in an attempt to prevent future generations from following the same path. 12 leaders exiled together under by General Ajunta Paul, who commanded this group, despite his injuries from Corvus, still named as their leader, even in defeat. The source of sin was creations that killed thousands of Republic
where are you guys
and
going?
Jedi alike was among them. So, one of the commanders
Fine.
names that once been spoken with respect. Marchioness Sozon.
I didn't touch it.
Black's agents. Instead,
Probably. Why gotta do it itself?
whose names have been lost in history.
It's running too long. It's got to turn down so if I can save
The
power.
exiles had their weapons taken away, but were allowed
Just
to
need to save power, yeah.
giving them at least some chance to survive.
That's why I thought
They
Eagle
left
Ball.
behind some of their
Oh, that's like the Eagle?
I don't know. I didn't do it. That's why I didn't touch his heart.
thousands of years later, still working with almighty
I turned it down to low power, like not power, but yeah, I turned it down to low speed.
that is only by rumors of a sensitive species that might exist beyond known space.
Gone anyway.
The ship drifted uncharted territory with no clear destination. The exiles had only
Hey, new robot.
outer worlds
Where's Model G?
dark side, old legends they had heard in their forbidden studies. Many thought they wouldn't survive the journey. Without weapons,
That looks like a fucking my bike's gonna do.
inside, so likely than finding save the
E8.
Then
Just fucks
their
around.
ship
Still
came
router.
into
Yeah,
hyperspace.
look at it.
You got Wi-Fi anywhere now. And a camera.
The planet's red
Oh,
sand,
really?
three black mountains, kilometers of side energy.
My robot just hit on her.
They
My robot just hit on her.
You did?
the ancient home of the Sith species.
You look at the boats already? Yeah. Wait,
Texas.
one of those.
The native Sith treated this
What do you think?
I'm just a robot.
They tried to drive the exiles.
Yeah, because it was a selection. It's an option to pick. You can change the
Oh, you
personality.
can make them flirty?
Yeah, you can make it flirty, happy, silly, angry, crazy,
The Sith were determined to protect their home and assert themselves against
Let's
these
see one of your robots.
rivals. But the exile, though without weapons,
Oh, no, yeah, he got over it.
Okay, I was like, oh, black girl's running around. Like, you must kill
any
me.
trials
He was trying. Wow, I kept hitting.
and sharpened their abilities and taught their techniques that beyond the isolated Sith knew.
Oh, Bart and over.
Used the Force itself as their weapon, defeating the Sith through superior training, teamwork, and knowledge of the enemy. Finally, the native Sith gave up, recognizing these strangers were too powerful and that fighting would only get them killed. What followed was not a partnership between equals, but conquest by the strong. The exiles took control of Sith society step by step. It took weeks for them to fully understand how this alien culture worked, to find the weaknesses they could use, and the traditions that would help them. The native Sith were divided into castes with strict rankings that had existed for thousands of years. At the top was a king who claimed to be descended from the legendary Adas, the only leader
It's not.
who truly united the entire species. Agent Paul challenged this king, Hakagam Crouch, to single combat in front of the assembled Sith leaders. The duel was quick and final, ending with Paul cut off the Sith head with a single strike. By killing Crouch in traditional combat, Paul became the new king and took the title Dark Lord of the Sith, combining his force training with Sith authority to create something new. The conquered Sith, especially
Don't tell me that the
Sassy, accepted their
I just wasn't expecting you to tell me.
masters. The
Like,
exiles will not
it's like, I don't know.
the system. Instead,
Like,
using it for their own purposes, careers fit naturally into Massassi traditions of combat and service. Those interested in development
Glitch out or some shit. I don't know what that is, but yeah, that guy.
who had their own ancient knowledge of changing life, of course. The structures that native Sith had built gave the newcomers the perfect foundation for taking absolute power. Over time, what began as a simple conquest evolved into something more complex and lasting. The exiles realized that the Sith had valuable knowledge of alchemy and force techniques unknown in the Republic. The native Sith, in turn, gained access to better training methods and a much broader understanding of the Force than their traditions had taught them. As the years passed, marriages began between the two groups. Bloodlines mixed over the following centuries, creating children who combined the physical features of a Sith species with the knowledge and ambition of the Dark Jedi. Sources Sith became Paul's chief advisor in building this new empire. She established schools to train the Sith in Force techniques that mixed exile knowledge with native traditions. Meanwhile, other leaders who had been exiled from Corvus claimed their own territories across Sith space and trained their own students in the dark side. Zozan, Carnosaur, and others became powerful lords in their own right, each ruling their own areas while recognizing Paul as the supreme Dark Lord. As the Empire grew, the term Sith gradually changed in meaning, and no longer meant only a species, but came to describe a philosophy and way of life that anyone could follow. Anyone who fully embraced the dark side and swore complete loyalty to the Dark Lord would become Sith, no matter their species or background. This open membership to all people living in it stayed limited to the original exiles and native species alone, making the Empire much stronger. On Korriban, massive temples and tombs rose in the Valley of the Dark Lords as the new civilization took shape. Each leader who died was buried in a massive pyramid-shaped bodies were preserved with alchemy to stop decay, while spirits sometimes stayed behind.
What?
I have something for you when you
What about it?
Take every now and again.
The valley became a place of great power, where students came to test themselves and learn.
Our scan detected
Alpha
contraband
Waves
on
is
board. Halton prepare to be boarded. All
turning
illegal
something
and
into
stolen
another
goods will
computer.
be confiscated.
Jedi
You're on the wanted list. Halton prepare to be boarded or we will be forced to open fire.
This system pushed students to compete and fight against each other.
Yeah.
They were taught to
Copy
see each
that.
other
Stay on course while we escort you in.
the strong moving up, while the weak rode out or
Look
killed.
at all those soldiers.
Harsh approach
Makes you wonder how happy people are if you need that much military to keep
Jedi
them pacified.
but those who survived were battlefield warriors who had earned their reputation for real combat and mere practice. The new Sith spent major resources on making weapons and creating techniques designed specifically to kill Jedi. They carefully studied what works for the nuclear darkness, learning from the mistakes that had led to their defeat, and finding ways to counter
The
standard
locals didn't
Jedi
stay out of
tactics.
trouble.
They created numerous abilities that took advantage of Jedi beliefs, turning the Order's greatest strengths like compassion and mercy into weaknesses they could exploit in battle. Most importantly, they never forgot what happened with their rebels. They never forgot their hatred for the Jedi
The miners
and
will pretty
hated
much
for
run the
next
lower
level,
levels here.
nor their determination to take revenge. Every Sith child
Hey, sorry.
found
It's nice to have a robot
their
assistant.
first lessons. Every Lord swore
How's
to
it going?
destroy the Jedi Order completely and conquer the Republic that had thrown them out. The Empire became defined as much by this mission of revenge as by its belief in embracing the dark side and rejecting Jedi rules. On Ossus, the Jedi remained completely unaware of these developments in the unknown regions. The Council officially declared the 100-Year Darkness over and focused on the huge task of rebuilding. Masters worked to restore shattered worlds, training students to replace the thousands who had died, and strengthen public defenses to prevent in the unknown regions, another rebel had slowly spreading to nearby worlds. The Sith prepared patiently for their return. They built fleets and trained armies over generations, taking their time to do things right. They were willing to wait, knowing that the longer they prepared in secret, the more destructive their revenge would be. The galaxy settled into peace after the war ended. The Jedi and Republic strengthened their alliance and expanded into new territories. Trade grew again, connecting distant worlds and bringing prosperity. Civilization advanced as resources
Scans for contraband.
redirected to peaceful growth. With every moment
Our
space,
scan detected contraband on board. Halton prepare to be boarded. All illegal and you're on the wanted
5,000 years
list.
later, the Sith would emerge from hiding and unleash a war
You
that
see
would
security
destroy
always.
the galaxy. In 5000 BBY, the day of reckoning finally came.
I'm glad I'm
Sith
not you.
Lord
Sarah finds
Nagasata
out. She's gonna be
launched
so
a
pissed.
surprise attack. He used ancient hyperspace routes that Sith explorers had discovered for millennia. Sato had risen to become darker than the Sith, cutting through the roads and demonstrating power. People knew the time had come for the Sith Empire to emerge from isolation and fulfill its destiny of conquering the Republic and destroying the Jedi. Sato's strategy was bold and risky. Rather than building strength slowly through raids and limited attacks, he committed to a full-scale invasion immediately. Focused instead of using barriers and system, this allowed Sith attacks to spread deeper in public space without warning, bypassing border defenses entirely. The invasion caught the Republic completely unprepared. Military forces that had been fighting pirates and settling local disputes suddenly faced a coordinated assault by an empire they didn't know existed. Republic intelligence had no information about Sith capabilities, tactics, or objectives. Even the Jedi who suspected the next Republic force hadn't sensed this threat building in the unknown regions. The Republic's first taste of Sith power came at close range, and it was devastating. Republic forces led by Empress Tata how the proper strategies they relied on intimidation and overwhelming force. The battle was brutal and costly, but the Republic ultimately won a cross major through superior numbers and unusual tactical insights. While the Republic won, thousands of soldiers lay dead and entire fleets were reduced to wreckage. More troubling, the Sith invasion had only been possible because of bad Darabon, one of two Republic explorers who had accidentally discovered months earlier. Naga Sato had separated Gab from his sister Jordan and spent months breaking down the young man's loyalty to the Republic. Sato exploited Gab's painful memories, poverty, hunger, the way Republic society had failed to protect two orphan children living on the streets. He painted the Sith Empire as a place where strength was rewarded and the worthy were lifted up, unlike the corrupt Republic that had abandoned the citizens to suffer. When Gab appeared at Gross Major working alongside Sith forces, the beloved mechanic Arva was so shocked and disgusted that he stabbed his brother contempt. The Massassi warriors guarding him saw this as an attack and immediately killed Arva before he could stop them. His actions had led to the death of an innocent man, shocking his sister Jordan and forcing him to confront what he had become. The Republic was stunned by the Sith sudden invasion. The enemy wasn't finished with their assault on the ruins. At the Battle of Jakku, Sith forces besieged the cross system in a all-out attack designed to break the ruins. Naga Sato realized that Cross was strategically positioned along hyperspace routes that led directly to Coruscant. If he had secured the Cross, the path to the Republic capital would be open. Jedi Masters Odo Horvath made a heroic last stand. They'd save the system. Master Horvath, an ancient Salesian who lived in the cyanogen gas-filled tank, made the ultimate sacrifice. He deliberately broke his containment vessel, releasing cyanogen gas that was toxic to most species, but fatal to the Sith forces surrounding the position. The gas killed Sith warriors by the hundreds, creating chaos in their ranks and breaking their assault. Groot died in the process, but his sacrifice gave Republic forces time to liquidate his devastated by his master's death, channeled his grief into determination to ensure whose sacrifice wasn't wasted. He led the defense personally, coordinating Republic ships and Jedi strike teams until the Sith fleet was forced to retreat from the forts. The war spread rapidly across Republic space as Sith forces struck multiple targets at once. Naga Sato's strategy was to create so much chaos that the Republic could not protect resistance. By forcing Republic forces to respond to threats across dozens of systems, he prevented them from concentrating strength against any single Sith objective. Even the Republic capital
This is where it all began.
stayed protected.
First started colonizing young Earth.
Sith Lord Shar Dagba led the Sultan soldiers to psychological impact in military conflicts. Dagba wanted to demonstrate that even the ultimate hard to overcome the Sith power. The Battle of Coruscant raged through the Senate history as Sith warriors fought Jedi defenders in the streets of the galaxy's most powerful. Jedi Master Mehmet Nana rallied the city's defense, organizing both Jedi and Republic forces to repel the invaders. Nana had extensive experience with urban bombing from previous conflicts and used that knowledge to turn Coruscant's architecture into defensive advantages. Narrow streets became killing zones where Sith numbers meant less. Tall buildings provided positions for Republic snipers. The civilian population, rather than relying in cannon, supported Republic forces by providing intelligence about Sith movements. Nana's leadership demoralized Dakon's forces by demonstrating that even surprise attacks on the capital could be defeated. The Battle of Coruscant ended with a Sith retreat, but the city bore scars from the fighting that would take years to recover. The successful defense showed that the Republic could withstand Sith aggression if properly organized and led. The war's climax came when Republic forces finally made the offensive. The siege of Sato's forces at Primus Lulu marked their first turning point. Republic Later, seeking redemption for his betrayal, Gab Darrigan tracked Sato's fleet to its command post at Primus Golan. He infiltrated Sato's palace and destroyed the Dark Lord's force meditating command sphere, disrupting the battle meditation that had been created in Sith forces. But Darrigan was trapped, and Sato, realizing his position was lost, triggered his final desperate weapon. The Primus Golan supernova was Sato's most desperate act, proving the Sith would rather destroy everything than surrender. Using ancient Sith magic combined with technological weapons, Sato caused the red supergiant star to go supernova. The resulting explosion obliterated everything in the system, including the Republic fleet and the Ursula and Gab Darrigan's ship. The supernova created a massive shockwave that destroyed pursuit forces, buying Sato time to escape with the surviving warriors. The Republic fleet was annihilated, thousands of lives lost in an instant. The galaxy thought Sato had died in the blast, sacrificing himself to inflict maximum damage on his enemies even in defeat. In truth, Sato survived. He fled to Yavin with the surviving Masasi warriors, the Sith subspecies that served as his personal army. There, he established hidden temples deep in the world's jungles, going into exile but not dead. Sato survived that the Sith threat wasn't truly eliminated, but this would lead to Sato for millennia. By the war's end, the Republic had routed the Sith invasion at tremendous cost. Naga Sato's apparent death in
Hey,
Primus
what can I do for you? Got anything you need to offload? Trade authorities always mind. Kiosk right here for you.
Scattered, some returning to Korriban, while others disappeared into the unknown regions. The Jedi and Republic celebrated victory, believing they had permanently ended the Sith threat through superior strength and moral righteousness. Defeating this invasion brought a brief peace, but the Sith returned under new champions who had learned from Sato's mistakes and developed even more dangerous strategies. Nearly 1,000 years would pass before the next Sith threat emerged. When it did, it would come from within the Jedi Order itself. In 3996 BBY, two fallen Jedi named Exar Kun and Ulic Qel-Droma were anointed as Dark Lords by the spirit of ancient Sith Lord Marka Ragnas, sparking the Great Sith War. The path to their fall began on Onderon, a world with a complicated history involving Sith influence dating back centuries. The planet had been ruled by descendants of dark-side Force users who had fled Republic space after earlier conflicts, and by 4000 BB1, this Sith legacy manifested as periodic conflicts between Onderon's civilized capital, Aziz, and the Beast Riders who lived in the wilderness. Jedi Master Arkin Jen, one of the Order's most respected members, employed his students to end the Beast Race. Arca had established a Jedi Praxia on Arcadia, where he trained numerous talented Jedi, including the Qel-Droma brothers Ulic and Kay. When Onderon's Queen Amanoa called for help against the Beast Riders, Arca sent his students to mediate the conflict. The fallen knight and his companions discovered that Queen Amanoa was secretly channeling dark-side power inherited from Freedom Dad, an ancient Dark Lord whose spirit had influenced Onderon for centuries. With Arca-Jet's help, they drove out Dad's Sith-influenced forces and freed Onderon from dark-side domination. This victory seemed complete, another example of the Jedi's ability to defeat dark-side corruption through light-side purity. But Freedom Dad's spirit survived the Battle of Onderon and began corrupting promising Jedi from beyond death. Dad figured out that direct military invasion had failed during embryonic space war. The more subtle approach was needed, one that turned the Jedi's own members against them from within. Kun became Dad's primary target. Kun was a brilliant but arrogant Jedi Knight, student of the venerable Master Odysseus Vaz. His exceptional talent was matched only by his insatiable curiosity about Force mysteries. Kun's studies led him to legends of Sith lore preserved in the Great Library on Ossus. Where other Jedi read those accounts as warnings, Kun saw them as hints about power he could master. slowly, with Dad carefully feeding Kun's ego and desire for greater abilities. Joksun, Kun traveled to Korriban following Dad's guidance.
You should inspect your ships for heat leeches every couple landings. They'll cause plenty of havoc if left unchecked.
Dark-side energy.
Sure,
Dad's
how about it?
completed its corruption. The Jedi Knight embraced the dark side fully, believing he could control its powers without being controlled by it. This was the same fatal mistake countless others had made before him. With Nad out of the way after serving his purpose, Kun declared himself Lord of the Sith. He traveled to Yavin 4, where he discovered Naga Sato's hidden temples and the surviving Massassi population. Using Sith LP and raw power, Kun enslaved the Massassi and forced them to build new temples according to his plans. When Kun learned of the rising Thrath cult on Empress Tata, he saw an opportunity. The cult had been founded by cousins Alima and Sital Keita, but Jedi Knight Ule had infiltrated their ranks. Instead of destroying them from within, the Knight had fallen to the dark side after killing Sital. Rather than fighting each other for supremacy, Kun promised they unite as Sith Lords working toward a common goal. The Jedi's attempt to address the growing Sith threat through discussion and planning would soon be shattered. In 3997 BBY, the Deneva Conclave represented the Jedi's attempt to address the growing Sith threat through discussion and planning. Jedi Masters, including Udon, Arca Jeff, and Odosias Vaz, gathered to debate how to respond to reports of dark side activity on multiple worlds. They hoped to develop a coordinated strategy that would prevent another war like the Great Hyperspace War. During the gathering, an army of Thrath war droids attacked without warning. The droids had been smuggled onto the planet in small pods and launched from a Thrath ship. They all activated at once, targeting the Jedi Masters. The goal was simple: kill the Jedi leadership before the war started. Jedi Master Arca Jeff was mortally wounded, protecting his students from droid fire. He died in Alex arms, using his last moments to impart final wisdom and express faith that his apprentice would continue serving the light. Arca's death broke Kun, who had viewed his master as a father figure. Rather than strengthening his commitment to the Jedi, Arca's death filled Kun with rage and desire for revenge that would lead him toward darkness. Now, the galaxy was about to learn that fallen Jedi were far more dangerous than any Sith invasion. The Great Sith War spread across the galaxy, matching the scale of the earlier hyperspace war. However, this time the threat came from within. Exar Kun struck first at Ossus, targeting the heart of Jedi knowledge. His attack on the Great Jedi Library was disastrous. Ossus had been the Jedi's home for over 20,000 years, and seeing it under assault shocked the entire order. Standing against him was Jedi Master Udon, defender of the library's central chamber. He was the keeper of the archives and one of the oldest Jedi alive, having survived the Great Hyperspace War 5,000 years earlier. When Kun finally arrived, Udon tried to reason with his former colleague. He warned that the dark side's power would later destroy anyone who used it. But Kun was beyond redemption. He rejected these warnings and killed Udon without hesitation. The ancient master's death sent a clear message that no Jedi was safe, no matter how powerful he was. When the defender fell, Kun then ordered his forces to loot the library. They stole priceless holograms and ancient texts, while surviving Jedi scholars fled for their lives. The loss of Udon was catastrophic for the Jedi Order. Udon had witnessed thousands of years of Jedi history, and his death meant centuries of wisdom vanished forever. Other Jedi had still read ancient texts and holograms. They lacked the tools to experience the deep understanding. Meanwhile, the library's destruction was not thousands of documents were burned or stolen, representing wisdom that could never be replaced. Future Jedi would face enemies their ancestors had already defeated, and the strategies for victory were unfolding. This single battle would cripple Jedi learning over generations to come. As the Earth healed from this loss,
that?
It'll probably be like one of the lots of bigger.
Violence was worse than shark outcuts earlier invasion because the night fences for visitors.
Alright.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't do shit.
Captured by the Jedi after his attack. Jedi Master Odysseus class confronted his former student one last time, attempting with both combat and words to turn Wu back toward the light. The elderly master fought valiantly with his wooden quarterstaff and hand force, demonstrating techniques he had developed over decades of study. But Wu was too far gone in darkness to be reached with the heels of his middle age. He had created one of the first double-bladed lightsabers specifically for this duty. The weapon had made overwhelming invincibility. Despite Wu's skill and experience, Wu struck him down, killing the master who betrayed him and believed in his potential. Wu's sacrifice bought time for others to escape. Together, Supreme Chancellor Citroen was also killed in the battle force, struck down by 7 hackers while coordinating Republic defenses. His death demonstrated that even the highest Republic officials were vulnerable during this war. The chaos following Citroen's death temporarily disrupted Republic government, though new leadership eventually emerged to continue the fight. The final confrontation occurred at Anya. The Allied Republic and Jedi fleets converged on Luke's stronghold. The Jedi had decided that Luke had to be defeated decisively.
Is that actually how you store stuff?
Considering I don't have a fucking chest in my... God damn it! Contraband that I get caught with. But yeah, considering I don't have a fucking chest to stick it in, it's just gonna have to fucking chill in here. Because I get caught with it on my ship every fucking time. Then I just spend money, and then I steal a bag, and then I spend money. Then I go to leave the planet, then I get caught again. It's just a cycle. And they weren't buying, there was no fences there buy any. The planet, so here I'm stashing my shit in my house. My very empty house. There we go. Oh, motherfucker!
It's a whole piece of stolen armor.
Using your abilities to protect rather than destroy. When the dark
Yeah, because this fucking stupid thing don't even work.
massive explosion.
What the fuck's going on here, fellas?
The explosion wiped out Yavin
It's an AI part.
destroying everything in its path. The blast was so powerful that ships and ports seemed sharply spreading across the surface. When the flames died down, Luke's body was gone. The Jedi were certain they had finally killed him, but they Luke's spirit had become trapped on Yavin. Bound to the temples he had built, his consciousness remained crystallized, unable to escape, and also unable to truly die. This would cause problems thousands of years later. But for now, the Jedi thought the threat was over. Meanwhile, Wu faced a different punishment. Jedi Master Nomi suffered and lost her husband to this war and watched her friend fall to darkness. In her grief and anger, she used Wu to shoot her, but in love with the force completely. Stripped of the power he had gained,
Motherfuckers.
the Jedi collapsed into despair. He was now just
Oh, too far.
very dead, would have to live through the terrible things he had suffered. Now he was a sinner. He hated them.
Pardon. You know I want to shut A like in that laser show.
Fucking Trade Federation? You just move in next to my house? Who the fuck do you think you people are? I'm actually on old school Earth, if I'm not mistaken. Light them up, so pretty.
Kind of like the old guys from
What? Oh. domed him!
Didn't you say you domed him?
Yeah. Oh, he didn't die though. Yeah, that one died. Not an XP, I think. What the same fuck is all this up here? All this tough fuckery.
Ever wondered how Chris is these days?
I just don't want to stand nuts deep in your face. I'm like,
I got it. Oh, we made me turn so much. Are we doing? Back to back, sir.
I didn't even hit that. I'm fucking up. Woo! Yeah, that was
Accepting responsibility. The council trusted that patience and the process many Jedi throughout the order agreed with this stance, trusting in the council's wisdom. But two younger Jedi Knights saw things differently. Revan and Malik, brilliant students who had distinguished themselves in numerous peacekeeping missions, grew increasingly frustrated with the council's inaction. They argued that the Jedi's purpose was to protect innocence, and the Mandalorians were destroying innocents across the Upper standing aside while atrocities occurred was itself.
Who the fuck are you?
Hey.
3962 BB.
You just popped out of nowhere. Now they're gonna build here by my house. That's bullshit. I didn't want neighbors, guys. I'm gonna blow this up.
His tactical genius he studied empathy and tactics with cultural extension, learning to protect exploit victories that
You gonna turn your back on me now, bitch?
using unconventional strategies.
My robot.
Oh, the mean one. Yeah, I like the girl talking. That was a asshole. Oh, there it is.
I asked him if he's doing okay, and then he said beeps. I don't know what that means.
No, bitch, you're struggling.
George Revan.
He used knowledge of the planet's terrain and his missions to trap Mandalorian armies. These were goes across the outer rim, his strategists smartly drove in allies who would not confrontation. Revan realized that defeating the Mandalorians voluntarily was enough. Their warrior
I'll push you to the bottom.
Oh, fuck. Fractured my leg then.
Fractured my limb.
I don't know why, but I thought I just after my leg
to
broke.
some of the chief Revan Mandalorian instrumental provide a planet strong in the dark side due to natural tragedies. Tom Hanks pledged to protect the Jedi making it the final demonstration of Rebels ended. Even the Revan Mandalorian is lucky to have transportation to the Finn and later. Yes, it's not the Vector fleet equipment deployed by Republic forces against Command. Mass Shadow Missile, a super weapon developed specifically for this battle, activated. All fleets were quickly engaged. The device manipulated gravity to tear apart simultaneously, annihilating Mandalorian and Republic ships. Thousands died.
I'm gonna say
The police were called.
What? Oh,
I
just
don't
phone.
care that she goes
Oh.
that it's that meme.
Oh, guys, yeah, I just said.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't judge people.
Yeah, I give it to you. Yeah. I just said I broke my character's ankle for like crashing something.
Their fleet was destroyed, their leader dead, and a warrior privately acknowledged in the same departed immediately to the unknown regions, seeking something to claim and manipulating events from the shadows. The council sees something terrible strategic planning. Lost territories were being made piece by piece. By the time Republic forces eliminated the last the government appeared to be recovered. However, appearances and people problems. Wars left scars in the corporate influence in the Senate grew dramatically as businesses took control when the Emergency Tourism Regulation Act explicitly promised protection for corporations in specific regions. This created a closed system where profit becomes greater than Senator Adolf Travis shows corruption and redemption. Originally, corporate enforcement drive his way into the Senate. Something changed during his service. When Taris fell through the Jedi System, Travis personally courteous and resistance. He defeated passionate advocate for minorities and refugees. He demonstrated individuals can change the democratic system. The Republic is vastly possible. Trust me, already betrayed you. Officers were passive and remained loyal despite personal tragedy. Now they found themselves serving alongside former Sith sympathizers whose hate remained questionable. Many of these officers had switched to the Sith for practical reasons during higher pay and more equipment. When the conflict ended, they simply returned to public service. The result was predictable. The rest of the military is suffering compared to what the These were years fire. After the first Jedi close, closer to extinction than ever was the 36,000 year history. The first Jedi Federation reduced the fleet to less than 7,000 ships. After the 16 Empire passed the last Jedi, Imperial superpowers united. For the first time in centuries, unified all nations simultaneously. With two magnetic fields separating scholars would later reveal each revealed in those 12 days she remained simply in exile. So-called Force Connection Elders Mod, cast out by the Council, she had wandered the galaxy as the Force itself, trying to defeat the same priority, possible unity authors. And in 1951 BB5, she returned to Belmont 5, which she did purpose. She immediately began recruiting as a companion to the Rebel Foundation. Those who traveled with Jesus, who survived Dark Island, the young scholar Michael possessed the Force during the First Crusade, and failed to follow death despite his biotism.
What's Stacy? I just won't get up yet. But I just won't get up yet.
That's always quick. That's quick, yeah.
Satellite academies had been systematic to Mitra knew that peer destruction deep weaknesses rigid hierarchies control systems and violations. The council's rules didn't act as the benefits. Their inability to detect the rise of powers rather than balance showed dangerous blind spots in their training. Revelation and so many Jedi footholds of corruption suggested
out of my eyes. You don't have to.
No, it's cool. I mean, just start down there.
These results protect users to the world, do students who need training, salvage knowledge that need preserving, and defensible learning centers that need establishing. Like that, the organization is stronger. Sadly, each receives completed. In 3950 BB5, she received the next
What's a protocol droid doing out here by itself?
What?
Yeah, that thing over there. It's like C-3PO.
I don't know.
Oh,
whoa.
Hello, traveler. If you get helium forming all on software update, please do not accept further conversation.
Easily collapse. Still, for her, some deaths mattered more than duty. The former Jedi had been her commanding officer during the Battle Wars, and he had seen the potential of the years down in. He had trusted both command to Captain he developed her mind, even knowing the terrible price that that would demand. Beyond she then made her she had companions, even they possessed strength and wisdom. Then she knew her over the years, features of torture, her companions Thousands of Jedi Emperors trained on the Grand Academy, now hundreds study across scattered facilities. Survival alone is victory. Against all odds, Jedi Order is the ocean. Months after leaving the Jedi space, Beatrice's search led to that. Today, they emerged from the limits of its terrible country 1,000 years ago. There, she discovered records that pointed to Darth Haas, captain of the true Sith Empire. Infiltrating the Sith capital was supposedly easy for someone who had spent years operating in the galactic realm. But next time, posing as a mercenary, she quietly gathered information about rebel information. And unlike the Alliance who were returning to their destination, her search brought them in contact with the Scourge, a Sith Lord who served the Rebel Council. The Scourge had come disillusioned after learning the Emperor's plan to maneuver beyond Sith boundaries. Initially, this merely was to
Yeah? Oh, a couple of them. Oh, sorry, Chewie. No, he's alive. He got hurt.
You're the biggest off.
Zero against me. I do.
Operation succeeded. Here, the former Jedi had been held
Is that what you said?
No, I said yeah, dude.
Oh.
his mind
Look at
having
it.
constant ways to prevent him.
No, not this time.
When Beecher returned his mask to him, the physical connection triggered the return of the suppressed memories. With his full power restored, Revan destroyed Darth Nearus, and the three of them escaped together. Freedom from one prison only led them to a more dangerous confrontation. Revan knew what Scourge had learned through years of serving the Dark Council. Emperor Vitian was different from every enemy.
Wait, and he wasn't under a
His goal was not conquest, but total annihilation. Left unchecked, he would ultimately consume all life in the galaxy. A desperate plan took shape between them. They would infiltrate the Emperor's citadel on Roman Pass and strike at him directly. Both the Jedi and their chances of success were equally best. They knew the danger. Some fights,
Can't pick up anything fun.
in the Emperor's throne room,
I've got some stuff in my money when you have the time.
as the former Jedi and the exile prepared to face the Emperor, Lord Scourge experienced
Sorry,
please.
I mean, I love it more than nothing. That's Cora to a T. I mean, this is between me and you, but Cora was, I don't know if I mentioned, I had a partner. It wasn't always there. Hell, and Cora the first few months, but one late night. Yeah, sure don't. I mean, something you said to me. Now that Cora's getting, I try to be better. Maybe. I know it's her mother, and what happened.
We're getting shot at, nigga. Let's go finish talking.
You think? And if she just left?
Upon seeing his master suffering, T3-M4 attempted desperately to defend him with his built-in flamethrower, but the Emperor destroyed the oil droid. Beatrice's body lay motionless on the floor. Revan programmed a barely breathing beside her. That was supposed to save the galaxy, and ended before it truly began. Scourge quickly claimed that the killing blow was part of his plan. He explained that he had tentatively allowed the Jedi to believe he was their ally, only to be the Emperor was suspicious of his betrayal.
Oh shit, Nick.
What is it?
I don't know. It's a big robot.
This is shit when you're what's there?
Two big robots. Other week.
Other week.
experienced it all before. Allowed by the blue Revan father, just as her fate had foretold. Just outside of Galaxy's control, building upon spiritual power, Galaxy's chosen to expand their territory and unify them. Now, giant weapons, each one analyzing the strength of Honor's return, and the darkness of his imprisonment. Dozens kept him alive, and his resolve weakened. In this torture, she gave him will to continue. When the Emperor's final breath had sorted completely, she provided just enough energy to keep him fighting back. The sacrifice of two of the galaxy's greatest heroes was not in vain. Back in Republic space, the Jedi Master never learned what truly happened to him after he left. In 3954 BBY, roughly 4 years after Revan's departure into the unknown regions, she gave birth to their son, Honor. The name was an anagram of his father, chosen deliberately to honor him. When the Sith Triumvirate began hunting down the few surviving Jedi across the galaxy, Bastila went into hiding. She had to protect both herself and the boy who carried the bloodline of two exceptionally powerful Force users. She moved carefully between safe houses, trusting only a handful of contacts, and waited for the threat to finally pass. After the Triumvirate was eventually defeated, and some stability returned to the galaxy, Bastila resumed her place within the rebuilding order. She achieved the rank of Master and trained students throughout the following decades. Her teaching emphasized practical survival skills alongside traditional philosophy, lessons shaped by years spent in hiding with her son during the Triumvirate's reign. Throughout these years, Revan's wife occasionally sensed his presence across the vast distances between them. The Force bond they had forged during the Jedi Civil War persisted despite the impossible separation. She felt him in quiet moments of meditation and took these sensations as proof he still moved somewhere, still fighting for something she did not fully understand. Soon, Honor grew to adulthood without showing any Force sensitivity. This surprised everyone who knew about his parents' exceptional abilities. Nevertheless, he found his calling in politics and leadership instead. The Republic needed skilled negotiators and unifying voices after decades of constant warfare. Honor possessed both the intelligence and the famous family name to make genuine progress in the Senate. By 3900 BBY, he had become one of the Republic's most influential political figures. His colleagues urged him to seek the position of Supreme Chancellor, confident he would win the election easily. Honor married a woman named Ennis and fathered 2 children together. His daughter Risa and son Bress both displayed strong Force sensitivity, proving the gift and nearly skipped a generation in the bloodline. Bastila saw their potential early on, sensing in them the traces of the grandfather's considerable power. In 3900 BBY, Honor visited his elderly mother on the anniversary of her marriage to his father decades earlier. During their conversation, he asked the question that had troubled him for years, whether she thought it was possible that his father was still alive out there. She admitted she could not say for certain, but she pointed to the evidence surrounding them every day. The public endured despite everything. They lived without constant war or the need to flee their homes. The galaxy had not descended into the catastrophe Revan had warned about. Whatever he had done in the unknown regions, it seemed to have worked. They could live their lives in relative peace. For that simple fact, she remained deeply grateful. Bastila soon died at an old age, never learning the full truth of Revan's fate or his ongoing imprisonment. She passed away believing he had succeeded in his mission to protect the galaxy from whatever threat he had discovered beyond known space. Her death marked the end of an entire generation that had survived the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi Civil War, and the first Jedi Purge that followed. The Sham bloodline continued Honor's Force sensitivity
We won't
and
be
descendants. Several generations later, it produced Tassiel Shan, who became a respected Jedi Knight. Tassiel's daughter, Satel Shan, eventually
I hope you're
rose
having
to
a good
become
day.
Grand Master of the Jedi Order during the Great
Your
Galactic
ship
War
smells
against
so
the
much
Sith
better than
Empire.
that. Okay,
This was
bye.
the very
Hello.
conflict Revan had delayed through 3 centuries of mental resistance and imprisonment. His great-great-great-granddaughter led the Jedi against the same threat he had sacrificed everything to postpone for as long as possible. The Emperor's planned invasion of the Republic never came during those critical decades. In 3681 BBY, when the true Sith Empire finally emerged from hiding, the galaxy witnessed the beginning of what became known as the Great Galactic War. For 28 brutal years, Republic and Imperial forces clashed across countless worlds throughout known space. The conflict destroyed entire civilizations, from worlds to the Outer Rim, shattering economies, leaving millions of lives unknown. By the time Republic ended, Sith weapons lost control over the Sith Empire. Sith forces attacked Republic diplomatic ships, taking over known life, killing hundreds of civilians before anyone understood what was happening. When the Republic fleet rushed to respond, they flew straight into a trap. Local governments in the Latvian sector had secretly allied with the Sith Empire, turning on Republic forces the moment they arrived. The fleet scattered in disarray, forced to retreat to the core world, while the Sith Empire seized control of sector after sector. The pattern of Sith brutality became clear within weeks of the war's start. At Sluis Van, Sith forces destroyed vital shipyards and slaughtered everyone who refused to immediately swear allegiance to their emperor. Cooperating worlds received Sith governors, while those that resisted faced genocide or enslavement. Republic military personnel were hunted down and executed on sight. The Senate paralyzed itself with endless debate while the Outer Rim burned. Some senators insisted that the Sith were merely another upstart species that patience and diplomacy would defeat. Others recognized the threat, but disagreed violently on where to deploy their limited forces. The Jedi Council took action without waiting for Senate approval, deploying hundreds of Jedi to defend the Minos cluster. There, in months of grinding warfare across multiple worlds, the Jedi held their ground against superior numbers. They demonstrated that the Sith Empire could be resisted successfully. The courage of these Jedi Knights inspired Republic citizens across the galaxy to join the fight. Recruitment centers soon overflowed with volunteers, eager to fight alongside the true against the Sith threat. The Jedi Order fought on the front lines throughout the old stronghold. Among them was Setal Shan, a descendant of Revan and Bastila, who would in time become one of the Republic's greatest heroes. As a young Padawan studying under Battlemaster Cal Sendarik on Korriban, she witnessed the Sith recapture their ancient homeworld firsthand. Darik sacrificed himself in combat to allow her escape and warn the Republic. His death marked the beginning of her transformation from student to leader. Setel distinguished herself across multiple battlefronts in the years that followed. In 3671 BBY, on the Hui, 10 years into the war, she helped achieve crucial Republic victories at homes in the Sith advance toward the core world. Admiral Bright had predicted the Sith movement to the system and positioned the entire Republic fleet in ambush. When the Sith battle group arrived seeking to exploit the recent momentum, they found themselves surrounded. The trap succeeded with minimal Republic casualties, routing the enemy in what became a major turning point in the war. However, the Sith Empire sought immediate revenge. Shortly after the fleet's departure, Sith forces returned in overwhelming numbers. More than 50,000 troops assaulted the planetary shield generator that protected Hui. Jedi Master Elcalusis, a prominent council member, had volunteered to remain behind with only 4,000 Republic troops and several dozen Jedi to defend the installation. Despite the impossible odds, Master Elcalusis organized a defense that made the attackers pay dearly for every beat of the ground. The siege dragged out for days, as archery centrally fell, no less than 10 Sith soldiers died in casualties. While Xanus, commanding the Sith forces, responded to enemy assaults by sending hundreds of larger waves, which only increased total casualties. When the perimeter quickly grew, the left managed to take the shield generator itself. Sith forces ended one brutal Empire
do that, man.
Dead on the battlefield. The Sith had suffered such devastating losses that Sealos was forced to retreat without taking the jet. The planetary shield still protected them. The smoking corpses of the last stand spread rapidly.
Like you said, look it.
Scaring birds and citizens and soldiers were never understood. The Jedi achieved other important victories during the war. In 3668 BBY, after 13 years of mysterious Republic ship disappearances in the Outer Rim, the Jedi led an elite strike team that captured the Red Hazards. This group of ancient Sith lords had been using their meditation to protect the waves of terror they had crippling force and fear before the battles even began. Near the war's end, Sattel led Jedi forces to victory at Ren Kar, driving back another Sith assault in one of the Republic's final major triumphs. Unfortunately, the Republic's string of victories short-lived. In 3661 BBY, the Sith Empire ambushed the Republic, escorting newly commissioned prototype ships with Viceroy off. Though the advanced technology aboard these ships allowed many crew members to survive,
Yeah, I was just laying down on the couch.
It was
If
just
you want to
mentioning that thing.
yeah, if you're gonna switch your rear off down.
the frozen surface of Hoth became littered with their wreckage and debris. The loss was crushing to Republic naval strength at the worst possible moment in the war. 3 years later, in 3662 BBY, the Sith Empire unveiled its full extent and strategic running.
I mean, I'm still not pillow, so it's not
Sith
horrible.
intelligence had been
You should actually keep the pillow in here because it helps the legs.
gladiatorial arenas on Geonosis, holding up a young fighter and carefully orchestrating his rise to fame among the crowds. When this manufactured champion had achieved sufficient glory and recognition, he departed Geonosis and called for Mandalorians across the galaxy to join him under his banner,
Sucked in.
invoking the ancient tradition of the Mandalore. Hundreds
That's
and
a back door
thousands
again?
of warriors answered his call within weeks.
What?
The newly
The
united
back with firewall
Mandalorian forces established
Oh, no,
a
no.
blockade of the
No?
Hydian Way
That's
trade
different.
route, effectively cutting
No,
the
it's still the
Republic's
game.
critical lifeline between the Outer Rim and core worlds. The Republic fleet, still recovering from its losses at Hoth, was unable to break through the blockade. Jedi strike teams and starfighters attempted the assault, but suffered humiliating defeat against the prepared Mandalorian armada waiting for them. On Coruscant, food supplies ran dangerously low as shipments ceased. Riots erupted in the lower levels of the city. Starvation spread throughout the planet's
Yeah, I'm
population.
solid right now.
Even the most hawkish senators began privately
Yes,
discussing
you want me to
surrender
rig this up to
as the
bomb?
Republic's darkest hour.
Or you want to hit this?
Just when defeat seemed certain, salvation came from an unexpected source. A young Mirialan smuggler named Hylo Viz, operating under Nar Shaddad's cantinas, saw a huge chance to make credits. She gathered a mixed fleet of mercenaries, pirates, and smugglers, loaded massive freighters with supplies from the Outer Rim, and carried out a daring plan. Her heavy freighters approached the blockade and stopped just short, drawing the Mandalorians out. When the enemy moved to attack, hundreds of light freighters and small ships dropped out of hyperspace behind them. Republic Strategic Information Services spotted the attack happening and rushed backup. The Mandalorians, caught between three forces, were defeated. Hylo delivered her cargo to the core worlds, accepted a huge payment, and disappeared before the Senate's medal ceremony. The blockade was broken, but the Mandalore, who had united the clans, died in the battle, forcing a new leader to work quickly to maintain their unity. Despite these victories, they could not prevent what came next. In 3653 BBY, the Dark Council made an unexpected offer of peace to the Republic Senate. While representatives from both sides met on Alderaan to discuss terms, the Sith prepared their true goal, a crushing strike against the Republic's heart. Mandalorian mercenary Shae Vizsla sneaked onto Coruscant and shut down the planet's defense grid. With the capital's shields down, Darth Malgus led 50 Sith warriors directly to the Jedi Temple. the assault team crashed through the ancient building's entrance, fighting the defenders in brutal combat.
You know they have
Master
cargo
Ben
holds
Salo
and all that.
commanded the temple's defense, but despite fierce resistance, the Jedi fell one by one. Malgus personally struck down Salo, and the surviving Sith planted explosives throughout the building. As the temple burned, Darth Angril's fleet appeared from hyperspace and bombarded Coruscant from orbit. Sith forces swept across the surface, taking government buildings and executing Republic officials. Supreme Chancellor Baruchan died in the assault. For 2 days, the Sith Empire occupied Coruscant under military control, stealing from the world and holding its population hostage. The death toll reached tens of thousands, possibly over 100,000. With their capital captured and the Jedi Temple destroyed, the Republic had no choice but to accept the Treaty of Coruscant. The agreement forced the Republic to abandon friends, give up vast territories to the Sith Empire, and pull back forces from every battlefield across the galaxy. Worlds that had fought alongside the Republic for decades suddenly found themselves alone, many falling quickly to renewed Sith attacks. When the Jedi returned to Coruscant to save what remained of their temple, they faced an angry Senate. Politicians blamed the Order for the Republic's shame. Despite Grandmaster Zim's efforts to keep cooperation, the Senate declared in 3650 BBY that the temple's rebuilding would be delayed with no set date. The Order faced more tragedies after the war ended. Grandmaster Zim was assassinated in a planned attack that also bombed the Senate Tower, killing an entire generation of the Order's youngest members. Neither attack showed signs of Sith involvement, suggesting a third party or internal plot at work. During the complicated withdrawal process required by the treaty, Master Darnala, who had worked closely with Sattel throughout the war, was killed by Darth Angel during a fight on Dantooine. The Republic forces and some Jedi had first refused to stand down despite treaty orders. Across the Republic, public opinion turned against the Jedi. Their ancient home lay in ruins, and they were no longer welcome in the capital. Faced with these circumstances, the Jedi made a major decision. They would leave Coruscant and return to
I wondered how armor was made.
Sattel Shetta, now a master widely respected in the Order, accepted the task of finding them home. Guided by the Force, she traveled into the deep, reaching space so dense and unstable that most hyperspace flights had collapsed ages ago. There, against all odds, she rediscovered Typhon, the birthplace of the Jedi Order and the force for nearly 22,000 years. Sattel and her took deep with new navigation charts showing stable routes in the dangerous region. The first exploration of Typhon took months as Jedi scouts searched the surface and discovered ruins of ancient temples called itself. The search continued. Live and lost in the harsh landscape, attacks by the native flesh raiders.
This is there's chunks of those things I've been finding that are forming together.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what that was in the large
The
version of
council
that.
sealed themselves in meditation,
Yeah.
fasting and seeking guidance from the Force before choosing the site for their new temple. They picked a location against a mountain range, built on the foundations of an ancient structure that had stood when the Order first began. Construction started 1 year after the Jedi established permanent settlement on Typhon. Using local stone and timber, working with designs that were different from Coruscant's grand buildings, the Order completed their new home in 3 years. The temple's design reflected changed priorities. Where Coruscant's temple had shown power and permanence, Typhon's emphasized humility and patience. The architecture was modeled after the castles of Alderaan, honoring one of the most important battlefields. The Typhon philosophy of non-attachment, the new temple remained the canvas ways of its predecessor. Everything about the structure reminded the Jedi of their purpose, not to dominate or oppress, but to serve and protect. On Typhon, the Jedi hoped to reconnect with beliefs in the original temples founded 20,000 years earlier. They searched the planet for holocrons and artifacts left by ancient masters, seeking to replace the knowledge lost in Coruscant's battles. They built meditation chambers, lecture halls, and archives. They created training grounds where a new generation of Padawans was being meant to be Jedi. worked to repair relations with those who blamed them for the Order's destruction. The Treaty of Coruscant ended the Great Galactic War, but it did not bring true peace. Instead, it brought what became known as the Cold War, a tense standoff where Republic and Sith Empire faced each other across a divided galaxy. As Jedi Master Nostromo reported in the archives, this was a time of the Jedi reconnecting with their roots, the Republic healing its wounds, and the Sith building their power in a galaxy split between darkness and light. Satel Shan rose to become Grand Master of the Order during this period, the youngest Jedi ever to hold the position. Under her leadership, the Order slowly rebuilt its strength on Typhon. The conflicts between Republic and Sith Empire continued through the decades that followed, breaking into open warfare before cooling into uneasy truces, a pattern that would repeat for years to come. Over time, though not for many centuries, the Jedi would return to Coruscant. In 3500 BBY, several decades after the sacking, the temple was rebuilt, and the Order brought back its presence to the capital world. The rebuilding continued in stages over the following thousands of years. The Great Jedi Archives were completed in 2519 BBY, followed by another major addition around 2000 BBY. The temple's distinctive spires were finally rebuilt in 1019 BBY. Throughout these centuries of construction, Typhon remained important to the Order. But Coruscant once again became the Jedi's main seat of power. The peace would not last forever. In 2000 BBY, Jedi Master Thaddeus fell to the dark side, took the name Dark Ruin, and founded the new Sith Empire. His actions triggered the Fourth Great Schism, starting the new Sith Wars that would last for the next 1,000 years. The new Sith Wars were defined by three trends: the rise of the Sith, the decline of the Galactic Republic, and growing aggression within the Jedi Order. The balance of power shifted constantly. At times, the Republic seemed close to victory, while at others, complete collapse appeared near. The Sith attracted powerful allies, including the Deveronians and Hydians, as the conflict spread across all regions of space. In 1466 BBY, more than 5 centuries into the conflict, Sith forces achieved one of their most decisive victories at the Battle of Israel. The Republic and Jedi forces were crushed in a terrible defeat that shifted momentum strongly toward the Sith. From that point forward, the Republic found itself constantly on the defensive, struggling merely to survive rather than moving to win. The final century of the new Sith Wars from roughly 1100 to 1000 BBY became known as the Republic's Dark Age. During this period, the Republic essentially stopped functioning as a unified government. The Senate granted overall authority to the Supreme Chancellor. Many who held that office were Jedi attempting to hold civilization together through sheer will. Thousands of worlds were abandoned to Sith control or to lawlessness. Major corporations went bankrupt. The Republic shut down hyperspace relays beyond the core, colonies, and parts of the Inner Rim, cutting off instant communication with the Outer Rim and disrupting trade across the galaxy. Faced with the Republic's inability to protect its citizens, Jedi took matters into their own hands. They joined together in groups to defend individual worlds and entire regions of space from Sith Lords, pirates, slavers, and warlords. In some areas, Jedi supported existing governments. In others, Jedi became rulers themselves, taking direct control to shield populations from outside threats. The troubled regions were divided by Supreme Chancellors into Jedi baronial sectors in an attempt to coordinate the continuing war. These Jedi Lords, as they came to be known, commanded their own military forces and governed their territories with considerable independence from Coruscant. The Jedi Order's transformation during this period was deep. Where once the Jedi had been thoughtful guardians who avoided political involvement, they now commanded armies and ruled territories. A Republic Navy and Army fell increasingly under Jedi control as the civil government collapsed. A separate Jedi Grand Council emerged, operating independently from the traditional High Council on Coruscant and coordinating the activities of the Jedi Lords across their scattered domains. In 1010 BBY, the fragmented Sith forces found unexpected unity. a renegade Jedi named Spear Khan, who had been trained on Coruscant and prepared by the High Council as a champion against the Sith, instead turned to the dark side. Khan had mastered the rare ability of battle meditation, making him extremely valuable. He also held extreme beliefs about the Republic and Jedi being responsible for the galaxy's chaos. When the High Council was unable to moderate his views, Khan led a group of loyal knights away from Coruscant and joined the Sith. Khan reorganized the feuding Sith warlords into a unified force called the Brotherhood of Darkness, more than 20,000 strong. In an attempt to end the destructive infighting that had plagued the Sith for centuries and made a major change, he ended the tradition of a single Dark Lord of the Sith. Instead, he declared that all Sith Lords were equal within the Brotherhood, united by the creed of rule by the strong. The Brotherhood established its headquarters on the planet Ruth and launched a coordinated campaign that threatened to finally destroy the Republic. In response, Jedi Master and General Hoth rallied the scattered Jedi forces into a unified Army of Light. The army consisted of the forces commanded by various Jedi Lords, organized into 7 main legions of light, each led by a powerful Jedi. These legions included both Force-sensitive warriors and regular soldiers who had sworn loyalty to the Jedi and their cause. With them was a range of skills and knowledge, warriors wielding traditional weapons, technicians, medics, and support personnel, all united in a desperate fight to save civilization from darkness. The final confrontation between these two great armies took place on Coruscant, the world near Kashyyyk. 7 terrible battles were fought on that planet, and with each engagement, both sides suffered massive losses. The once lush world was transformed into a barren wasteland. Supplies ran out, and morale collapsed as conditions became increasingly harsh for both armies, but neither side would retreat. By 1000 BBY, during what became known as the 7th Battle of Coruscant, Lord Khan made a desperate decision. He chose to deploy an ancient Sith weapon called a thought bomb, a terrible device that would kill everyone in its blast radius by trapping their Force essences for eternity. The instructions for creating this weapon had been secretly provided to Khan by Darth Bane, another Sith Lord, who had his own plans for the future of the Sith Order. Lord Hoth learned Khan's final plan. Rather than follow the Sith Lord to unleash such horror on the foes, Hoth took 99 of his most trusted Jedi Knights and confronted Khan directly. He attempted to convince the Sith not to detonate the weapon, arguing that such destruction served no purpose. Khan refused to listen. When the thought bomb detonated, both Khan's Sith army and Hoth's company of Jedi were destroyed instantly. Their Force essences were absorbed into the weapon, while their mortal bodies simply ceased to exist. The battlefield fell silent. Lord Valenthig Barvala and Jedi Master Beretha led the Army of Light survivors off Coruscant and into orbit. The remaining Sith forces, leaderless and broken, were quickly defeated. The new Sith Wars had finally ended. The Jedi and Republic believed they had achieved total victory, thinking the Sith had been wiped out to the last individual. They were wrong. Darth Bane survived, retreating with his apprentice to rebuild the Sith under a new philosophy. But the Jedi would not learn this truth for 1,000 years. Lord Farfalla traveled to Coruscant at the request of Supreme Chancellor Tarsus Valorum. Valorum outlined his plan to reform the Republic, which had decayed over 2,000 years of constant warfare. The reforms that followed became known as the Coruscant Reformations, and they fundamentally reshaped galactic civilization. The Republic was reborn in its modern form. Galactic history was officially reset, with calendars and records starting fresh from this point. This time before the Reformation, including all the conflicts of the new Sith Wars, faded into a collective memory known simply as the Old Republic, a dark age that later generations would struggle to understand. The Republic military was disbanded, leaving the Republic without major armed forces for the first time in thousands of years. The Jedi Order underwent equally major changes. The Army of Light was disbanded. The Jedi Lords surrendered their territories and military forces. The Order focused focused its efforts on Coruscant, closing most satellite facilities and regional power bases. Most importantly, the Jedi consciously moved away from the aggressive teachings of warrior culture that had defined them for so long. They returned to their original purpose as peacekeepers, guardians, and students of the Force. With the Sith assumed extinct and the Wars finally over, the Republic and the Jedi entered an age of peace and prosperity that would later be remembered as the Golden Age. The year 1000 BBY marked not just the end of a war, but the end of an entire era. The ancient Jedi period, spanning more than 35,000 years from the first Force sensitives gathering on Typhon to the final battle on Coruscant, had finally come to a close. The Jedi Order that came out of the Coruscant Reformation was completely different from what had come before. The warrior monks who had ruled territories and commanded armies transformed into thoughtful peacekeepers who avoided political involvement. The strict structures gave way to more flexible approaches. The emphasis on individual heroism and personal power shifted toward shared wisdom and careful thought. This new order, cleared of its aggressive elements and convinced that the Sith threat had ended forever, would remain largely unchanged for the next 1,000 years, until the Clone Wars would force them to become warriors once again. For centuries, from the first Force Wars on Typhon to the near extinction during the Dark Wars, the Jedi had struggled to find balance between light and dark, between action and thought, serving the galaxy and preserving themselves. Failures outnumbered successes. Corruption by power, blindness by strict beliefs, and near destruction by stubbornness all marked their history. From this conflict, something important arose. The Dark Wars changed the Jedi Order forever. The survivors who rebuilt it recognized harsh truths. The dark side could not be ignored, only resisted. Tradition could be as dangerous as corruption, and sometimes the right choice demanded everything. Most importantly, they learned that survival alone was not enough. The Order had to serve a purpose beyond its own preservation. It had to stand for something worth the terrible cost that defending the light demanded. Revan and Mitra showed this lesson in their final action. They had not fought the Emperor because they believed they could win. They fought because fighting was the only choice that honored everything they had struggled to become. They sacrificed everything, knowing their sacrifice might end up being meaningless, because the alternative was to abandon hope entirely. This was the legacy of the ancient Jedi, purchased at a price that could never fully be measured. 36,000 years of history, from the first Force sensitives gathering on Typhon to the final stand against the Sith Emperor, have led to this moment of terrible clarity. The Jedi had once maintained that studying both light and dark in equal measure would bring balance. They were wrong. The Jedi who fought the Force Wars learned that only by choosing the light could balance be maintained. They were right, but incomplete in their understanding. The Jedi of the Golden Age regarded peace and thought were the highest calling. Through blood and loss, they learned that sometimes peace could only be defended through war. Finally, at the end of the ancient era, the two Jedi demonstrated the ultimate truth. Balance in the Force was not achieved through meditation or study, or even through victory in battle. It was achieved through sacrifice, through the willingness to give everything, including the hope of personal survival, for the possibility that others might live free from the darkness that threatened to consume them. The ancient Jedi Order's story ends not with triumph, but with endurance. The Order survived because individuals chose to rebuild when extinction seemed certain. Mitra Surik gathered the scattered survivors. Revan fought a battle he could never win for 300 years to buy time. Ordinary Jedi, like Visas Mar, Michael, and Atten Rand, dedicated their lives to preserving and passing on what had been won at such terrible cost. The cycle of conflict between light and dark did not end with the Dark Wars. The Sith would rise again. The Jedi would face extinction again. Yet the foundation laid during those desperate years would last. The lessons learned through failure and sacrifice would be remembered by those who came after, even if the names of those who taught them were forgotten. This was the way of the Force. They produced heroes willing to sacrifice everything for others. They built an order that stood against darkness for ages untold. When extinction seemed certain, they found the strength to rebuild. This is the legacy of the ancient Jedi. But none of these events would have been possible without the choices of one man whose fall started this chain of destruction. The Republic's greatest hero became its most terrifying threat, then found redemption through love and sacrifice. To understand how a single Jedi's decisions nearly destroyed the Ancient Order and ultimately saved it, watch Rebels' complete story next.
So, I've been thinking about Obi-Wan Kenobi a lot lately. That's probably not a surprising thing to hear on a channel like this, but bear with me, because I think there's something genuinely unusual about this particular character that's worth sitting with before we get into the story itself. He's one of those figures who seems simple on the surface and just keeps getting more complicated the longer you look at him. An old man in a cave, essentially. That's what he is when we first meet him, if you watch the films in release order. He's this sun-weathered hermit in the Tatooine desert who appears from nowhere, helps a young farm boy, and then lets himself be killed about 40 minutes later. That's your first impression. And then you start pulling at the thread, and suddenly you're here, watching a 2-hour sleep video about the full arc of his life. I genuinely can't think of another character in Star Wars, or maybe in popular fiction generally, who carries quite so much story in what initially reads as a supporting role. The more Lucasfilm has filled in around him, through the prequel films and the Clone Wars animated series, and the Disney Plus show, and the comics and the novels, the richer it all gets. And the thing is, it holds together. All of it feeds back into who that old man in the cave is, and why he made the choices he made. Tonight we're going through all of it, properly, in order. From the very beginning, which is on a planet most people have never heard of, to the very end, which as it turns out isn't really an end at all in the Star Wars sense. We'll be covering the films obviously, but a lot of the best Obi-Wan material is in the animated Clone Wars series, which ran for 7 seasons and is genuinely worth your time if you haven't seen it. We'll also touch on some of the expanded universe material, the novels and comics and so on, particularly the older Legends material from before Disney rebooted the canon in 2014. That stuff isn't technically official anymore, but it adds texture, and some of it is just good. I'll be clear when we're in Legends territory versus canon. If you're new around here and you like this kind of thing, there's a subscribe button somewhere on the screen. No pressure. And now, without further fuss, let's go back to the very beginning, which means going to a planet with a very silly name. The planet is called Stewjon. I need you to understand that this is canon. It appears in official Star Wars reference books. It is the confirmed homeworld of Obi-Wan Kenobi, one of the greatest Jedi who ever lived, a man who shaped the fate of the galaxy across multiple generations. And the planet is called Stewjon. It was named after Jon Stewart, the American late-night television host, as a joke in a 2010 convention panel that accidentally became official law. George Lucas confirmed it on stage, and then it just stuck. So that's where we're starting. Stewjon. Nothing else is known about it, incidentally. We don't have a description of the landscape or the culture, or whether it has any other notable exploits besides one extremely significant, Force-sensitive child. It's just a name floating in the corner of the Star Wars universe, waiting patiently to be more. What we do know is that Obi-Wan was born there around 57 BBY, which is the Star Wars calendar system, where BBY stands for before the Battle of Yavin, and ABY is after. The Battle of Yavin is when the first Death Star gets blown up in the New Hope, so everything in Obi-Wan's life, right up until his death in the same Death Star, happens in the BBY era. He was, for the record, around 57 years old when he died, which makes him older than Alec Guinness made him feel, but also younger than you might expect for someone who reads as ancient from the first frame. He was taken to the Jedi Temple on Coruscant when he was 6 months old, as was the way with Force-sensitive children in the era of the Republic. The Jedi would find them young, and with the consent of their parents, bring them in. There's something a little sad about that if you think about it too long. All of those infants just taken off to this enormous city-planet temple. And it was also simply how the Order worked, and Obi-Wan himself never seemed to have any bitterness about it. He had a family in the temple, a community, that was his world. There's a note in the Obi-Wan Kenobi Disney Plus series, delivered almost in passing, where Obi-Wan mentions to young Leia that he thinks he might have had a brother.
You're only saying
history to
yes,
that
by all means.
traces back to the 1983 novelization of Return of the Jedi, in which Owen Lars was originally described as Obi-Wan's brother, a fact later retconned by the prequels, when Owen was repositioned as Anakin's stepbrother instead. The Disney Plus series acknowledged the old detail without resolving it. Whether Obi-Wan had an actual biological sibling in Stugin who he was taken away from at 6 months old, or whether this was a half memory, a feeling, something he sensed without being able to confirm, is left open. I like that the show included it. It's the kind of detail that makes a character feel like a real person rather than a construct. The fact that there are things about his own history he doesn't know, can't access, can only wonder about. He was a baby when he left Stugin. He doesn't remember it. He has the temple and the Order and Qui-Gon and everything that came after. But somewhere at the beginning, before all of that, there was a family he never got to know. Life as a youngling, and years of training, learning to meditate, learning basic lightsaber forms, living in what were essentially dormitory groups called clans. It was a structured, communal existence, very much a boarding school atmosphere, which probably goes some way to explaining the particular flavour of dry, slightly beleaguered British politeness that Obi-Wan carries through every incarnation. Some environments just produce that. The interesting thing about Obi-Wan's youngling years, the thing he mentioned to Qui-Gon later, as though it still surprised him, was that he was apparently quite rebellious. He broke rules. He was independent-minded in ways the Masters found challenging. He told Qui-Gon once that the other Masters were probably surprised anyone was willing to take him on as an apprentice, which, given how methodical and careful and almost fussily correct Obi-Wan becomes as an adult, is a genuinely funny detail. Somewhere in there is a scrappy, difficult kid who gave the Jedi Council headaches. Now the system worked like this. Younglings would train together until around age 13, at which point they'd go through a sort of evaluation process where Jedi Knights and Masters, looking for Padawans, could observe them and choose. If you were chosen, you left your clan and began your individual apprenticeship. If you weren't chosen by the time you reached a certain age, you'd be redirected to one of the other Jedi Service Corps. The Agri Corps, say, which assigned Force sensitives to work on agricultural projects on various planets, or the Med Corps, or the Exploration Corps. Honourable work, useful work, but not the life of a Jedi Knight. Obi-Wan was approaching that cut-off age, and it was looking uncertain. The Jedi Master, who would eventually take him, Qui-Gon Jinn, had reasons to be cautious about taking on another apprentice. His previous Padawan, a young man named Xanatos, had turned to the dark side during a mission on his home planet. That failure sat heavily in Qui-Gon. He come to the conclusion that he simply wasn't good at being a teacher, and he wasn't in a hurry to prove himself right again. Then he saw Obi-Wan. It's told slightly differently in different versions, but the broad shape of it is consistent. Qui-Gon observed a sparring match, something the young man caught his attention, and by the time they ended up on a mission together to the planet Bandamir, dealing with a criminal organisation called Off-World Corporation, Qui-Gon had changed his mind. He saw something worth taking a chance on, and that decision, made reluctantly by a man who'd been burned before, is in some ways the pivot on which all of Star Wars history turns. Everything that follows, the Clone Wars, the fall of Anakin Skywalker, the rise of the Rebel Alliance, Luke and Leia, and the eventual defeat of the Empire, All of it traces back to Qui-Gon Jinn watching a 13-year-old break rules in a sparring match and deciding, fine, I'll give it one more try. There's something I find quietly lovely about that. The great historical forces in Star Wars are always about destiny, and the Force and the prophecy of the chosen one. But underneath all of that, often it's just one person making a personal choice that they didn't have to make. Qui-Gon choosing Obi-Wan is one of those moments. Obi-Wan was his third Padawan technically. There had been a successful student from Xanatos, a Jedi named Phoenix, whose existence was a minor canonical mystery for years before being clarified.
Good luck on all your adventures.
Phoenix had trained well and became elite. Qui-Gon's failure with Xanatos eclipsed everything. And it was Xanatos he thought of when he thought about his record as a teacher. That's a very human way to keep score on his head. One painful failure could claim multiple successes. Obi-Wan, for his part, had no way of knowing any of this when he started. He just knew that someone had finally chosen him. Qui-Gon Jinn is one of those characters who appears in exactly one film and somehow manages to cast a shadow over the entire rest of the saga. He was played by Liam Neeson, which obviously helped. And it's more than that, it's the quality of him. He's the Jedi Master who should have been on the council but kept refusing to play politics. He believed in what he called the living force, which was a more intuitive, present tense approach to the careful long-view philosophy of council. He trusted instinct. He followed where the force led him, even when the council would have preferred to follow a meeting agenda instead. He was described by the other Jedi as watching the Jedi school. It was basically the nicest possible way of saying he was a constant headache. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon could have been on the council if he'd just been willing to bend it.
What can I
Qui-Gon
do?
disagreed about the valor of faith. That tension was part of their dynamic from the beginning. The canon slowly built in about 8 years together before the Phantom Menace was genuinely interesting. The best single example, in my mind, is the year they spent together. This is background that the Clone Wars animated series eventually reunites. The broad shape of it is this. When Obi-Wan was a teenager, the Civil War broke out in Earth. The young
Polish those flying skills? Well, the goal remains the same.
herself
Defeat as many opponents as you can before your ship is disabled. Defeat 3 tiers of opponents to complete the exam. Good hunting.
caused nothing but suffering, and that the planet should put down its weapons. This made her a target for the various warring clans who disagreed strongly with her assessment. The Jedi sent rejection. Surviving assassination.
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 1 reached. Initiating Tier 2.
Series where Obi-Wan and the city encounter each other again, and their history.
New targets active.
Received their share. We eventually
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 2 reached. Initiating Tier 3.
made a choice. The choice was to suffer. Now, the teaching itself. Their
New
training
targets
relationship
active. recorded. Tier 4 reached. Initiating Tier 5.
Early scenes of Phantom Menace, I think sometimes gets underappreciated because the film gets so much criticism generally. The two of them sitting with the Trade Federation
New
delegation.
targets active.
Nothing's going on. Maybe it's also a situation.
Is this your first flight?
All targets eliminated. Progress recorded. Tier 5 reached. Initiating final tier. Prepare yourself.
Was considered exceptional, even among the general. So I assume it was a defensive.
New targets active.
I accidentally hit B. Get back in the boat! Why is fucking...
Which is a particular kind of discipline that everybody can attain.
Mature.
The irony of quite often basics the basics you can practice exactly the foundations of communication.
Halting simulation. Well done. You can now either exit through the simulator hatch to log your results, or restart the exam from the cockpit's system terminal.
So, which was aggressive and powerful, and relied on overwhelming the opponent. Watching them spar in Clone Wars series, when the series illustrates interesting philosophies. Obi-Wan reading and deflecting and looking for the opening. Anakin creating his own openings through Force. Two people who complemented each other in a way that made them very effective together. They were deeply mismatched, and they eventually had to fight each other. The lightsaber was the most visible aspect of Obi-Wan's training, not the only one that mattered. Qui-Gon also taught him patience in a larger sense. The ability to work closely, to trust the Force's timing, to resist the influence of others.
It's supposed to be like 50.
This would serve anyone in ways you couldn't have anticipated. In the years when
It's a change, dude!
waiting.
Dude, it's a change, dude!
Phantom Menace
Yeah, I'm
came out
gonna
in
tilt this
1999.
up so it's not going
Was
directly
targeted
on
diplomatic,
you.
not received the way George Lucas.
So your eyes aren't on.
People have waited
I want
60
you on.
years for a new Star Wars film. What they got was a movie that spent a great deal of time on trade dispute politics, introduced a CGI character whose comedy relief was not to everyone's taste, and gave this film almost no dialogue. The critical response at the time was mixed. The cultural response was, eventually, more complicated than that. And now, there's a generation of people who grew up with it as their first Star Wars film and are entirely prepared to defend it. I find myself somewhere in the middle. There are things in the Phantom Menace that are genuinely excellent, and one of them is the specific portrait it gives us of Obi-Wan, this particular moment in his life. Capable, disciplined, clearly good at his job, and still very much in the position of the younger partner, referring to a master who has a great deal of affection. The film opens with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon being sent to negotiate with the Trade Federation, which has blockaded the planet Naboo in retaliation for Senate taxation of trade goods. This is the kind of political backdrop that caused a certain percentage of audiences to check their watches. The Jedi don't particularly care about the taxation question. They're there to mediate before things escalate. Things escalate anyway. The Trade Federation, under the influence of Darth Sidious, the shadowy Sith Lord operating through them, tries to assassinate the two Jedi before the negotiations even begin. They escape to Naboo, rescue the planet's queen, Padme Amidala, and get out. Their ship is damaged in mistake, and they have to divert to Tatooine for repairs.
I'm always ready to make a deal. Welcome to... What brings you incident?
Obi-Wan stays on the ship, while Qui-Gon goes into the market town.
I'm here if you have...
With a small group including the Queen's handmaidens.
Well, first of all, let's see what we can... Right now, I have a penthouse apartment in one of the residential towers.
Qui-Gon takes a case
God,
sends it to
government has
Obi-Wan
dibs on that one.
parenthesis. And
Well,
Obi-Wan's
if it comes back, sound like something you're in.
Higher than any Jedi on record. Higher than
No
Yoda.
pressure here.
Midi-chlorians are the in-universe biological
Oh,
marker of
don't I
substance.
wish, but you
They're
best
one of the things people complained about most about Phantom Menace.
I'm always
The
here.
argument being that making the Force measurable and biological stripped it of its mysticism. I understand that criticism. I also think Qui-Gon's response to the number, which is essentially quite a deeply moved sense of recognition, communicates something about faith that doesn't actually depend on the biological mechanism. He believed this word mattered before the number confirmed it. The number just told him why. Obi-Wan was skeptical, he said as much. He told Qui-Gon on their way back to the ship that he had a bad feeling.
Fucking droids!
No, it wasn't.
The Star Wars character says
Dude!
That's not just you concentrate that, dog. You can't even deny
You
it.
think my ass sounds like that?
not resolved for a very long time. To the Jedi Council.
No, it sounds like that shit!
Qui-Gon presents him as a candidate for training. The council, including Yoda from Mace Windu, declines.
Fucking guns.
He said. It's full of fear. Fear leads to anger, leads to suffering and suffering. Qui-Gon argues. The council stands firm. This is one of those moments where Qui-Gon's relationship with the council's authority is on full display. He clearly thinks they're right. He makes sure he knows. And then they move on to the crisis at hand, because Naboo is still a kid. The primary training is where the film spends most of its dramatic energy, with good reason. The duel of effects, the three great fighters, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Darth Maul, and the power generation, is still one of the best
Consideration is
lightsaber
requested.
sequences in the entire saga. The music helps enormously. There's a reason John Williams won awards for this song, but the choreography is extraordinary in its own terms. The three people moving through the corridors, the physicality, the original trilogy's duels, wonderful as they were, never quite there. And then the energy gates close. The fight is broken into seconds by the red laser beams softly open and shut. And Qui-Gon, Darth Maul, end up on one side.
You got this.
Labels which is most matches against self. Then take the moment.
Welcome to the meeting of the guests. We don't get very bad visitors here. Really means that you'll need to contact someone directly.
It's you in the greatest face. The grief comes up from the region. Underneath it is something else.
As you can see, traffic is good.
He's just watched his master die, and the gates are still closed against him. When they open, there's a shot, and Obi-Wan? Obi-Wan loses his lightsaber, goes down a shaft, and catches himself. And one above him, confident, Obi-Wan pushing off the wall, somersaulting up, calling Qui-Gon's lightsaber to his hand, cutting Maul in half. It happens in seconds. It's exactly the kind of desperate and instinctive action Qui-Gon's training, for all its frustrations, prepared for. And then he's kneeling with his master's head in his hands, and Qui-Gon is asking him to train with him, to promise. And Obi-Wan, 25 years old, the most grief-stricken he's ever been in his life, says yes. The council agrees reluctantly, because it was the dying wish of a man they respected. Obi-Wan is knighted, Anakin Skywalker becomes his Padawan. And the sequence of events that will eventually burn half the galaxy and leave Obi-Wan living in a cave is set in motion. There is a quiet detail, Qui-Gon's funeral, that I keep coming back to. Yoda and Mace Windu are watching the pyre, and Yoda says something has returned. The Sith, a master and apprentice.
It takes a strong mind and a good eye. You're in the market. Indeed. It's actually why I'm here.
Yoda says always two there are. No more
Excellent. You'll be picking up the art he turned up.
Don't know that Maul's the apprentice.
Back to it
The master is standing above.
Hi there. Thanks for stopping in. I can take care of you.
Killed as the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. That's quite a film when you lay it out. One more detail worth sitting with about the aftermath of Naboo, which doesn't get discussed as much as it should. After the Jedi Council agreed to let Obi-Wan train Anakin, there was a funeral for Qui-Gon, a proper Jedi pyre in the city of Theed, with the Council present, and Padme Amidala, and Chancellor Palpatine, and all the visiting dignitaries. Obi-Wan was 25 years old, freshly knighted, standing at his master's funeral 3 days after watching him die, having just been given responsibility for a 9-year-old boy he barely met. He had no period of mourning in any conventional sense. There was no time for it, and the Jedi Code didn't particularly encourage the kind of extended personal grief that might have been useful. He was expected to pick himself up and move forward with his new charge. And by all accounts, that's what he did. But the grief didn't go away. It rarely does when it's dealt with by suppression rather than processing. And the Clone Wars series shows us, in various small ways, how much Qui-Gon's loss continued to mean to him. The way he still references things Qui-Gon taught him. The way the Mortis vision of his master clearly moves him, despite his attempts to be analytical about it. The decade he spends trying to reach him through the Force and fame. You could argue that one of the foundational problems of Obi-Wan's relationship with Anakin was that he came to it still grieving, never quite resolved that grief before was buried under the demands of the job. He was teaching a boy he had misgivings about. In honour of a promise made to a man he was still known, trying to be a father figure when he himself had just lost the closest thing to a father he had. There are worse explanations for why that relationship developed the particular tensions it did. Naboo itself, the planet, is where one small cell. It's where Qui-Gon was cremated. It's where Padme Amidala would eventually be buried. It's the planet where Anakin and Padme secretly married, and where in some sense the chain of events that ended the Republic began. Tatooine gets most of the symbolic weight in the side, the planet of origin and return. But Naboo is where several of the story's most consequential things happen, and where several of its most significant people are at rest. Obi-Wan probably didn't go back. There wasn't really a reason to. Here is something I find worth dwelling on. Obi-Wan Kenobi agreed to train Anakin Skywalker at his most vulnerable moment, because his dying master asked him to, and then spent years wondering if he was the right person for the job. He said as much years later, in the way that characters in Star Wars sometimes say things in one context that quietly illuminates something much bigger in retrospect. He reflected that Anakin got a raw deal. Being assigned to a teacher who had barely passed his own trials, who was still grieving, who had misgivings he never fully put aside. He did the best he could with what he had. The question of whether that was enough haunts the entire middle section of this story. What we know about those early years, The decade between The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones comes mostly from comics and the novel Master and Apprentice, plus whatever we can infer from how Obi-Wan and Anakin present in episode 2. And what's striking is how different they were from the beginning. Obi-Wan, trained by a maverick but fundamentally respectful of structure and discipline. Anakin, born outside the system, enslaved on a desert planet until he was 9, and then suddenly told that he was special in a way that no one had ever been special before. The chosen one, the one who would bring balance to the Force. That's a lot to carry. That's an enormous thing to tell a child. The relationship between the people over those years into something genuinely brotherly, which is a word Obi-Wan himself uses in Revenge of the Sith. He called Anakin his brother. But brothers have complicated dynamics. Obi-Wan teaching the younger one, sometimes resenting the teacher, both of them occasionally needing the other to be wrong so they could feel right. There was love there, and underneath the love, there was always that unspoken thing. Obi-Wan was worried that Anakin's gifts were running ahead of his judgment, and Anakin's frustration at Obi-Wan seemed to be holding him back. Obi-Wan was elevated to Jedi Master at some point during this period, almost certainly after Anakin's training was considered complete enough that he could be allowed.
I think I'm
Promotion to see the Jedi High Council, which was a significant thing. He was one of the younger council members in the team, and he took responsibility seriously. Now, talking about their early training brings up something worth spending a moment on.
Hey,
Which is
if you're
what
looking for a
being
weapon specialist, I can really use the work to pay off some debts.
The council was the governing body of the order, but it was also an advisory body of the Senate and the Republic.
You picked a good day to drop.
Jedi served as diplomats, as peacekeepers, as mediators, and
Cheers.
conflicts too complicated.
That seems like we have that personally on here looking for work.
They were sent into the galaxy's troubled corners. They were the first call for crises.
I'm billing myself as a weapon. Most travelers like that.
Obi-Wan was
Well, I'll be
excellent.
damned. What's your
He was
offer?
a diplomat in a way that Qui-Gon, for all his wisdom, wasn't quite.
I'm a reasonable
Qui-Gon
guy.
was too much himself, too willing to act.
I'm a reasonable guy.
Obi-Wan understood the value of working within the structure.
Do I need a shower or
Persuading
something?
rather than simply deciding.
If you're hired, I could read the world.
Precisely. A kind of patient authority that made people trust him.
Particle beam weapons is my specialty.
Never visited, among people with no particular reason to listen to him, and within 20 minutes, they'd be asking his opinion.
Do you have room for one more on your crew?
He was also, it must be said,
Trust
he
me,
was in effect in a way
getting
that
a
seems to
bargain.
surprise his people who remember him primarily
Why is
as
that?
the measured elder,
You
the
don't know what
original
you're
trilogy. The Obi-Wan of the prequel era is a formidable competitor. His lightsaber form,
I'm not.
was a primarily defensive style,
That doesn't
designed to
mean
read
that's
and
the
redirect
best.
attacks, rather than
Excellent. Word.
it was considered the most perfect defensive. What it meant in practice was that Obi-Wan could fight for a very long time
Let me know when
without
you have an
quite
assignment
giving
for
his
me.
opponent what they were looking for. He'd wait, he'd deflect, he'd let the other person tire or make a mistake. There was something almost philosophical about his combat style, the patience to it that matched his character in interesting ways. Anakin's style was the opposite, pure aggression, power and speed. They trained together constantly during those years, and their styles and sparks apparently complemented each other well, each of them learning to read the other differently, which is part of why their eventual fight in Mustafar is so devastating to watch. One small detail of those years that I always found touching. No was first decided to care about them. Apparently, genuinely scared. It was about Anakin as a person, and about his own readiness to be a teacher. He was 25, new to his knowledge, still processing his master's learning. He wrote in some point that Anakin deserved someone better prepared, and then he set those feelings aside and continued, because that was what was needed. It's very important to pride and doubt are in the uncertainties were shifting. And then there was an assassination attempt on the senator, and everything began to accelerate. Something worth noting about those years in the context of the struggle. This was a period where he seemed, by most available evidence, genuinely content. Without complexity, and not without the ongoing fire of Anakin's trajectory, fundamentally engaged with his life in a way that the years before and after didn't quite match. He was on the council, he was respected, he had friends, or at least colleagues he trusted. The Republic was imperfect but functional. The dark side felt manageable. He had his brother beside him. It's easy looking back on the catastrophe to read the horror people here. There's nothing but a long decline to the past. In fact, that decade between the flu and the outbreak of the coronavirus was probably the closest thing to a settled good life he experienced. He was doing what he was trained to do. Some was loved in a world that still mostly made sense. He didn't know it was ending. Nobody does. 10 years after the Phantom Menace, Anakin Skywalker is 20, with all the turbulence that implies. Attack of the Clones opens with an assassination attempt on Senator Padme Amidala, the same person who was Queen of Naboo in the previous film, and is now representing the planet in the 1970s. She's one of the leading voices opposed to the creation of a military army of the Republic, which is an urgent political question because of the growing separatist movement. Some also fighting for an attempt to hire an assassin. The Jedi Council decides Obi-Wan and Anakin to protect him. The threat is investigated. What happens next splits the two of them in a way that shapes the rest of the film. Anakin goes with Padme to Naboo, where she can be protected from preventing isolation. Obi-Wan follows the overall way and launches a dart used in the assassination attempt. And this is where the film becomes, for a stretch, something that almost plays like a detective story, which I appreciate quite a bit. The dart is identified as coming from a planet.
Any postings available?
The planet doesn't appear in the Jedi Archive star charts. It seems to simply
I'm ready to go.
Obi-Wan goes to the archive librarian and tells him confidently that if the planet isn't in the archive, it doesn't exist. Yoda, when Obi-Wan brings this to him while using it as a teaching moment with a group of younglings, gently suggests an alternative explanation. Someone may have erased it. A planet doesn't cease to exist because it's missing from a catalogue. Obi-Wan goes to the coordinates implied by surrounding star systems and finds Kamino exactly where it should be. An ocean world of endless storms, and elegant, elongated inhabitants called Kaminoans, who open their doors to him and treat him as an expected guest. Because apparently a Jedi Master named C-4DS commissioned a clone army from them 10 years ago, and they assumed this arriving Jedi was here to inspect
On my way.
The clone army has been in production for some time, paid for by someone raised in enormous facilities on the stormy planet, all of them grown in a single template. That template is a bounty hunter named Django Fett, who is living on Kamino with his young son, a clone he requested for himself, unaltered and unmodified. Obi-Wan interviews Django with a particular brand of seemingly casual conversation that is actually very careful information gathering. He learns very little directly, but he notices a name, Django Fett, shortly after, which tells Obi-Wan all he needs to know about how innocent Django's involvement actually is. The subsequent chase is one of the more fun action sequences in Episode 2.
I picked up something you might be interested in.
Obi-Wan and Django's ship engaged in the space battle through an asteroid field. Django using every trick available, including a sonic mine that I think is genuinely terrifying as a concept. Obi-Wan manages to stay with him all the way to Geonosis, an arid industrial planet where he finds the separatist leadership gathered, and Count Dooku, the centaur. Dooku, Qui-Gon's former master. The Jedi who left the Order voluntarily, which was unusual enough to be notable, who had apparently been cultivating this separatist movement for years. He presents himself as an idealist, a man disillusioned with corruption and the Republic, who simply wanted something against enormous creatures in a gladiatorial pit is the spectacular set piece the film has been building toward. It's also where the Clone Army arrives, where Yoda appears with an entire military force, and where the Clone Wars really begin.
A
Obi-Wan's
brief
fight with
history
Count
of
Dooku
time.
goes badly.
If you find
Both
any...
of his
See you
arms
later.
wound, so Anakin tries to help. Things go worse. Yoda saves them, and then fights Dooku himself, and Dooku escapes. Count Dooku is a fascinating figure in the context of Obi-Wan's lineage specifically. He trained Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon trained Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan trained Anakin. And Dooku, somewhere along the way, became the Darth
I gotta
Tyrant.
admit, I miss the old girl, New Atlantis.
There's a moment in the film where Dooku tells Obi-Wan that the Senate is under the control of a Sith-Lord named Darth Sidious, which is entirely true, and Obi-Wan doesn't believe it. He passes the information on to the Council, but breaking it, told to him by the enemy as a prisoner, makes it easy to do. There's something almost darkly comic in its passions. The truth is
I didn't want to turn around.
positions to act on, but nobody believes it because the source isn't trustworthy. One thing Attack of the Clones does very well, despite its various weaknesses, is establish the particular texture of Obi-Wan and Anakin's relationship at this specific age. They're comfortable together, and they irritate each other in the comfortable way that close relationships allow. Their brief scenes together in the first act of the film, conversation in the elevator on Coruscant, the discussions about Padme, have an ease to them that makes what eventually happens between them a genuine loss it is. These two people like each other, they trust each other. That makes everything harder. There's a moment in Attack of the Clones that doesn't get discussed as much as it should, which is Obi-Wan's actual emotional response to discovering the Clone Army. It's professional. He asks the right questions, gathers the information, and transmits it to Coruscant. He's looking at it, he lets himself think about it, as he grows with each other. Cavanagh show him the facilities where the clones are raised, trained, accelerated through childhood at twice the normal rate. These are human beings who were born into a destiny they didn't choose. We never had the option of refusing the role they were making. It's not a moment the film dwells on, and Obi-Wan himself doesn't voice a great deal of discomfort, because there's a crisis, and there's no time, and the army is already there. But it connects quietly to the questions the Clone Wars series would eventually raise more explicitly about what the Republic was doing by using these men, and what it meant if they really decided to do anything differently. Obi-Wan wasn't able to change that. He worked within it, but the way he treated individual clone troopers across the years of the war suggests he never stopped being aware that they were people who deserved better than the circumstances they've been born into. The attack on Geonosis itself, the opening engagement of the Clone Wars, is chaotic and expensive, and doesn't resolve anything. The separatists escape the space, Dooku escapes.
I got land vehicles.
Land vehicles. Millions of lives on both sides. In retrospect, Geonosis was less a military victory.
Like, are they like the giant ones?
No,
they're like just like speeders.
Speeders?
Yeah.
That was all that was available. Yeah. 7 seasons
Are these bad bitches?
If you've only seen the films, it represents an enormous amount of story.
That's the bad bitches you're talking about?
I want to be clear about this. Not as a sales pitch, but as a genuine observation. The Clone Wars animated series did more for Obi-Wan Kenobi as a character than the 3 prequels together. It gave him time. It showed him moving through years of grinding, complicated work, forming relationships, losing people, making mistakes, winning battles, losing battles, and slowly becoming a man who ends up in the cave, Tatooine. Film showed you the before and the after. The series shows you the during, and the during is where most of life actually happens. The war itself was vast, multiple theatres of conflict, hundreds of planets, years of fighting. Obi-Wan was a general in the Grand Army of the Republic, commanding clone troopers, in addition to his role as a Jedi Master looking for a negotiated solution before the military.
Okay.
His clone troops, the men of the 212th Battalion under Commander Cody, genuinely liked him, which was not a gift. Clone troopers were bred for war, and they respected competence, but they also responded to being treated like people rather than equipment, and Obi-Wan was good at that. The dry writ was in full form throughout this period. There are whole episodes built around Obi-Wan being captured by someone and having to talk his way out, which happened with a frequency that became its own running joke. He was genuinely brilliant at negotiation, and a particular skill of keeping someone talking until the situation changed. There's an arc early in the series where he and Anakin are held hostage by a space pirate named Hondo Ohnaka, and Obi-Wan just talks. He talks to Hondo about the wine, about his philosophy, about the nature of business. He keeps the conversation going while things are arranged. Hondo eventually lets them go, largely because he finds Obi-Wan interesting, which is the kind of diplomatic achievement that doesn't get memorialised in statues. Hondo Ohnaka is a supporting character. I have a great deal of affection for him, incidentally. He's a pirate and a rogue with no particular allegiance to anything except profit, and he kept crossing paths with Obi-Wan and Anakin throughout the war, usually ending up somewhere between an enemy and an inconvenient ally. He respected Obi-Wan in his way. Anakin had taken a Padawan of his own by the start of the series, a young Togruta named Ahsoka Tano, which was imposed on him by the Council, and which he resented for about 5 minutes before becoming completely devoted to her. Ahsoka is one of the great characters to come out of the animated era, and she was important to Obi-Wan too, though in a different way. He was fond of her. He was also aware, more clearly than Anakin perhaps, that her independence and her instinct to push against authority mirrored his own when he was young, and that this was both her best quality and one that would eventually cause real problems. The Mortis arc in Season 3 is worth a specific mention. It's deeply strange, even by Clone Wars standards. Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Ahsoka respond to a mysterious signal and find themselves drawn to a force realm called Mortis, which turns out to be inhabited by 3 beings who exist as personifications of the Force itself. A father who maintains balance, a son who embodies the dark side, and a daughter who embodies the light. The son wants Anakin to stay and replace the father in containing the son's darkness, having sensed that Anakin is the chosen one. It goes badly. The reason I mention this arc specifically is that on Mortis, Obi-Wan has a vision of Qui-Gon. Not a hallucination, but what appears to be an actual communication. Qui-Gon's voice warning him about what the Mortis beings might try to do. It's the first sign in canon that Qui-Gon is still out there somewhere, but his attempt to hold onto his consciousness after death was at least partially successful, and it's clearly meaningful to Obi-Wan in the way that any contact with a lost person is. He'd been missing his master for years by that point. One more Clone Wars element worth mentioning is Obi-Wan's relationship with the broader question of what the war was actually for. By the middle seasons, it was becoming clear to anyone paying attention that war was not going well, in any simple moral sense. The Jedi were acting as military commanders, making tactical decisions that sent soldiers to die, navigating a conflict that kept expanding rather than resolving. There were individual victories, particular battles won, but the bigger picture was increasingly opaque. The Council sensed this without being able to name it. Obi-Wan, who had more direct experience of galactic politics than many of his colleagues, probably sensed it more keenly. He also had a particular relationship with the cost of the war and the people fighting, meaning the clone troopers. He knew Cody well, genuinely well. Order 212 remained operating for years. There's something quietly devastating about what Order 66 eventually meant for that. Not just the immediate danger, but the understanding afterward. These men he trusted hadn't been able to choose otherwise. Biological compulsion overrode everything. It wasn't betrayal, in any meaningful sense, which almost makes it worse because there's no one to be angry at. The Jedi in this period were fighting a war that was, unbeknownst to all of them, being engineered by the very man who claimed to be their Republic's greatest supporter. Palpatine had designed it to serve multiple purposes at once: exhaust the Republic, make the population grateful for military protection, create the legal framework for an authoritarian takeover, and push the Jedi into the role of soldiers rather than peacekeepers, which quietly corroded both their moral authority and their connection to the Force. Thinking about this now, at length, it remains one of the more astounding rom-coms in fiction. The Jedi High Council sensed something was wrong, but couldn't identify it. Obi-Wan was one of the members most committed to figuring out what they were missing, and he didn't manage it either. He was also, in those years, trying to be enough for Anakin. That was its own ongoing quiet effort. You could see that Anakin was struggling with attachment in ways the Jedi Code made no room for. He probably knew more than he let on about Anakin or Padme. He didn't press because pressing would have put Anakin in the impossible position of either lying or admitting something that would have had full consequences. Obi-Wan chose, deliberately, and I think with real love, not to make his brother choose. Whether that was the right decision is genuinely hard to say. It's the kind of choice that looks different depending on where you stay. Now let's talk about the arc that undoes me every time, which is the Mandalore storyline of Season 5, and what it costs Obi-Wan. We've already touched on his history with Satine. The year they spent together in his youth, the feelings that never quite went away on either side, the choice he made to stay a Jedi. What the Clone Wars series does so well is bring them back into contact multiple times across the world, because Satine, as Duchess of Mandalore, is a relevant political figure, a leader of the Council of Neutral Systems, trying to keep dozens of worlds out of conflict. Her and Obi-Wan's scenes in Season 2 are warm with specificity and tells the history completely. Anakin is absolutely delighted by it that way. He sees the chemistry immediately and finds it both amusing and, I think, privately reassuring. Even his principles, rules following master, have a complicated emotional life. Satine is a genuinely interesting character, entirely apart from her relationship with Obi-Wan. She's a pacifist leading a warrior people, trying to hold a difficult ideological position against pressure from all sides. She believes sincerely that Mandalore's tradition of violence has brought it nothing but suffering, and she has the particular stubbornness of someone who arrived at their convictions through experience rather than theory. She survived assassination attempts. She survived political coups. She kept holding the line. In another story, she'd be the hero. In this story, she gets used as a weapon against her. Darth Maul's return is one of the better ongoing storylines in the Clone Wars series. He survived being cut in half and Naboo through sheer obsessive hatred, which is a characterization detail that tells you everything about him. He went mad, lived in a junk heap on a remote world, was found by his brother, Savage Opress, and eventually restored through Night Sister magic. He came back using quite the silent, predatory assassin of the Phantom Race. He was someone angry, more conscious, with an organised agenda. He wanted to build power, and he wanted revenge against Obi-Wan Kenobi. Maul orchestrated a takeover of Mandalore by teaming with the Death Watch. The Mandalorian faction disagreed violently with Satine's pacifism. They manufactured chaos, staged attacks, played the factions against each other, but eventually Maul killed the Death Watch leader in single combat, and by Mandalorian custom took his place as ruler. Satine was arrested, and then Maul made sure that Obi-Wan would hear about it. It came alone. The Council couldn't send help, Mandalore being technically neutral territory, and Obi-Wan didn't break the center.
I thought you were fucking a ripping ass, dude. Come on, dude.
It was saved. They were close. They were captured and brought back to Maul's throne room, and Maul made it absolutely clear that TNT. He told Obi-Wan he'd been waiting years for this, not to kill him, to make him share the pain that Maul had been carrying from the reactor shaft on the He used the dark saber to kill Satine, and she died in his arms. And what Obi-Wan did in that moment is the thing I keep coming back to. Maul was trying to break him, trying to make him angry enough, hurt enough, that he'd fall, that he'd lash out in grief and rage, and give him all the satisfaction of having succeeded. And Obi-Wan didn't give it to him. He held Satine. He heard her last words. He told Maul calmly that only the weak embrace the dark side. That strength that allows you to resist it. He was in agony, obviously. Calm wasn't the absence of pain. It was pain held by something larger than itself. That's a different thing entirely, and it's the most important thing to understand about who Obi-Wan Kenobi is. He was rescued from the cell shortly after by Satine's sister, Bo-Katan, who told him to go back to the Republic and tell them what's happening. Obi-Wan noted that doing so would likely result in an invasion of Mandalore. Bo-Katan said Maul would die. Mandalore would survive. They always survive. And Obi-Wan left, carrying what he carried, back to a world that had no room for grief. He never talked about Satine to Anakin, apparently. The one person who might actually have understood what he was feeling. The one person who was also navigating the impossible relationship between love and duty. And Obi-Wan kept it all to himself. You can read that as emotional containment, which it was. You can also read it as a form of protection. From understanding how much loss the Jedi carried. There's some argument for that interpretation too. The Maul situation didn't end there. We'll come back to where it doesn't. For now, it's enough to note that Obi-Wan carried Satine's death the same way he carried everything. Quietly, and without letting it change what he was. What happened to Mandalore after Obi-Wan left is a whole other story. Darth Sidious arrived on Mandalore shortly after, having sensed that Maul was building independent power that could threaten his own dominance. He fought Maul and his brother Savage at Press, killed Savage, tortured and captured Maul. The Mandalorian Civil War continued without either of them providing resolution. Satine's sister, Bo-Katan, had been a Death Watch commander whose relationship with her sister was complicated, ended up as one of the key figures trying to hold Mandalore together after the chaos. Obi-Wan had told Bo-Katan he was sorry for her loss. She told him to go. Two people who both loved Satine in different ways, and who had no time to stand still in grief, because the war required them elsewhere.
Stay to work.
There's a version of Satine's story where she is simply collateral damage, a political figure who got caught in a feud that wasn't really about her, but the Clone Wars doesn't let you read her that way. She was a genuine idealist who tried to build something better in conditions that made building nearly impossible, and she maintained her principles up to the moment Maul killed her. That's worth something, even if the galaxy didn't notice very much. Obi-Wan noticed, and carried it, and he went back to the war. The later seasons of the Clone Wars accumulate losses in the way that long wars tend to, not all at once, and not always dramatically. Sometimes just the slow erosion of things that mattered. One of the stranger arcs in Season 4 involves Obi-Wan faking his own death. The setup is that there's a conspiracy to assassinate Chancellor.
I got out here after midnight.
Which is an
I went around midnight.
enormous that it nearly collapses under its own weight given the later. The plan was engineered from within, and Obi-Wan had to go undercover to stop it. The cover required him to appear to die. He agreed to this. He let it be staged. He went through a public funeral, allowed a memorial hologram to be made. And Anakin, who was not told, grieved. That's the part that sits uncomfortable. The council decided that the mission required secrecy, telling Anakin would compromise the operation and his emotional stability in the field. So they didn't tell him. And while Obi-Wan alive was working undercover in a physical disguise that involved an actual facial restructure, Anakin was more
Stay to work.
You can make the argument that the decision was tactically correct. You can also look at it and see one more instance of the Jedi Order choosing institutional necessity over the emotional truth of the situation, and understand a little better why someone like Anakin might eventually feel that the Order didn't trust him. Obi-Wan was following Sidious' guidance. He was also, in some sense, practicing a kind of deception by omission that the Order sometimes defaulted to when it couldn't find another way. They were reunited eventually, and the mission succeeded. The aftermath of their reunion is not something the series dwells on, which is itself a kind of statement about how these things get processed in thought. You move on, there's always something else. The Ahsoka arc in Season 5 is where things get genuinely painful. A bombing at the Jedi Temple, followed by a series of events that led to Ahsoka being framed for the attack. The Council, under pressure from the military and the Senate, expelled her from the Order while the investigation was ongoing. The only councillor who clearly believed in her innocence throughout was Anakin, who investigated on his own and eventually found the real perpetrator. But by the time Ahsoka was exonerated, the damage was done. She was asked to return to the Order. She declined. She walked away. For Obi-Wan, this must have been its own particular grief. He didn't show it. The Order had failed a promising student. Institutional pressure.
Why is it on? Oh, it's switching. No, it's switching by itself.
He was
That's what I meant. Yes.
there was some responsibility for that. And Anakin
Probably switching. See, probably he's stuck fucking electricity.
Yeah, no, that's the e-commerce.
That's what I'm saying. So it probably got like a built-in timer for it.
About something deeper. A growing sense that the Order couldn't be trusted to
I don't want to leave the bill after this one. Find out.
That sense in Anakin was not unfounded. That's the most painful thing about it. The very end of the Clone Wars era, covered in Season 7, runs parallel to the events of Revenge of the Sith. Ahsoka, having stayed out of the war for a period, is recruited by Bo-Katan to help liberate Mandalore from Maul's control. He takes a portion of the 501st Legion with her. Anakin and Obi-Wan have a
My aunt did, so like when I was there, it was cool. But and I was just like right by like.
The last time Obi-Wan sees Ahsoka during the Clone Wars, the same people. She's going to Mandalore. He and Anakin are going to rescue the Chancellor. Neither of them knows what's about to happen. There's something about that rushed farewell, that incomplete goodbye. It feels like a small model of everything the war was.
Honey, we got ourselves a visitor. I'll get the coffee.
It's my parents.
There's always somewhere else.
You about
And then the war ended.
Not that we're not serious, son, but I thought you were under contract with us. Is everything all right?
66. And we'll get to that.
Stay
There's a
smart.
detail at the very end of the
I know, I'm like,
Clone
what
Wars
kind of mom
connection.
here?
Well,
Ahsoka.
honey, we got ourselves. I'll get the
I
coffee.
just kind of up and left them.
Order
my
66.
You fucking abandoned your parents?
You about
I was a pirate.
Not that we're not really serious, son, but I thought you were under
No, I signed up
contract
for
with us.
the mining company. That's why.
Is everything all right?
More sensitivity, noticed the change in the clones, and used the chaos to escape as well. So the final act of the Clone Wars,
Constellation?
perspective,
Is this one of those candid camera vids?
A
joke?
who
I'm pretty sure my parents work for the same
she trusted.
group of people I do.
Didn't I always say that you were meant for great things?
What?
Obi-Wan and Anakin were back on Coruscant,
Oh, sure.
pulled away from the Mandalore operation by the news that Palpatine had been kidnapped. Said their quick goodbyes to Ahsoka.
Well, I know
Well,
what
I know what
I
I read about him
years ago.
years
There was
ago.
a stretch where Constellation was in
The
fashion.
next time any of
I
them
must say
mentioned
it's been a while. Glad to know
Glad to know
this.
this.
Oh,
That's
say
the
again.
Say again.
Oh, but
Oh,
you
but you
didn't.
didn't.
And your room is just a
Easy, honey. Why don't you settle in?
Not proper farewells, but rushed ones, followed by everything that made the proper farewell impossible. Since we're on the later Clone Wars, let's talk about something that the series does, which I find genuinely.
Oh, you can't. What?
Which is Obi-Wan's evolving relationship
Trying to kill him with a lightsaber. I got a Chewbacca.
from the beginning. someone who preferred negotiation to
Wookiee just walked in behind you.
General Kenobi the soldier
Can't believe
was
it.
never quite where he lived.
How is it going?
The Clone Wars forced him into sustained military command, into making decisions.
It's funny how you can
logic,
but then out of the
acceptable
blue,
losses.
I've got some news that much about my final class last Thursday.
Was.
It's too bad you weren't here then.
The animated series doesn't make a big dramatic thing of this. It's in the texture. The way he
Look at
pauses
that smart mouth. Enough about that. I mean, stay.
The way he consistently tries to find the diplomatic exit, even when the situation
Planning honest to goodness sake. I've been promising your mom. Your mother's been sending me, but it'll
do it harder, more comfortable.
You know, it's supposed to. I'd like to say we'll pay you back your money. Well, I appreciate it.
It didn't.
We.
He remained stubbornly.
Retirement's treating me well, but there don't say things your mom. Not that I mind.
That stubbornness might be his most important quality.
Take care.
Not the fighting skill, not the force sensitivity, not the diplomatic gift. The refusal to stop believing that understanding was possible, even in a galaxy that kept proving him wrong. The opening of Revenge of the Sith is genuinely one of the great sequences in the Star Wars films, and it's one I think is sometimes underappreciated because of how much is happening around it. General Grievous, the military commander of the Separatist forces, has kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine above Coruscant. The Battle of Coruscant is underway, space combat's everywhere, and in the middle of it, Obi-Wan and Anakin are flying together, bantering, watching out for each other, operating with the ease of two people who've been doing this together for over a decade. There's a lightness to it that you have to notice, because it's the last time you see them like this. Count Dooku is aboard the flagship. Obi-Wan and Anakin fight him together, and Dooku, for the second time, wins the round against Obi-Wan easily. Anakin gets him down, and then Palpatine tells Anakin to kill him, an unarmed prisoner, and Anakin does it, and Obi-Wan is unconscious on the floor and doesn't see it happen. That detail matters more than it might seem in the moment. Obi-Wan doesn't know about the execution of Dooku. He knows about plenty of other things, but not that. He doesn't know that Palpatine has been slowly, carefully drawing Anakin closer for months, feeding him fears about Padme dying in childbirth, offering him the dark side as a solution to grief. The grooming is patient and thorough, and Obi-Wan is not aware of it. He knows Anakin is troubled. He doesn't know how far it has gone. He goes to Utapau to find General Grievous, which is his assignment, while Anakin stays on Coruscant near the Chancellor. The fight with Grievous involves Obi-Wan dropping from a great height onto Grievous's large wheel bike, which is a very Obi-Wan move, the kind of improvisation that looks insane in the moment and works completely. He kills Grievous ultimately with a blaster, which he immediately describes to the clones as uncivilized. He'd used blasters in the Clone Wars regularly. He was just doing a bit. It's interesting that he found the bit worth doing, even in the middle of a battle. Some people just never stop being themselves. And then Commander Cody's helmet received a signal. Order 66. Every clone trooper in the galaxy received the same command. A biological imperative built into them from birth, activating
So,
kill the Jedi. Cody had followed Obi-Wan for years. He trusted Obi-Wan. He was probably
I know you didn't live in your bed is bed, but you can stay here.
The kill order overrode everything that came before it. The clones weren't choosing this.
But neither of us mind moving. I think we both have a bit of nomad in us.
That's the truly horrifying thing about
No bother. Anything you want to do.
You've seen these men as individuals. You know they'd have refused.
One of your old classmates, Junior VP.
Obi-Wan balanced the multiple oaths and survived by playing dead. He was one of very few Jedi to do so. Meeting Yoda on Coruscant in hiding, learning the scale of it.
I miss you so much.
Seeing the recordings, the holographic records of what had happened.
I think my parents are going to try and murder me in this game sometime.
Working systematically.
You were just trying to lightsaber your fucking dad in the face.
Well, I had to find out if it could happen. I was going to go back and reload it.
The narrator of this story is going to say that once and not return to it. because there's nothing useful to say beyond acknowledging that it happened, and that Obi-Wan saw it.
It didn't let me.
He went to Padme, because that was the only way to find Anakin. She was carrying twins.
It didn't work. It didn't connect.
And she went to Anakin
It's lucky.
Mustafar.
I can beat up my robot, but I can't fucking hit my dad with a lightsaber. What the fuck?
He thought she could reach him. She couldn't. Obi-Wan had
Smack
stowed
the
away
shit out of Chewbacca.
and waited
Shoot him in
outside.
the face. He goes down at least. He doesn't die, but he goes down.
Accused Padme of bringing from there.
If I wouldn't take money today,
Force choked her to turn to Obi-Wan. The fight on Mustafar was long and exhausting.
My poker night.
You boys like Mexico?
Obi-Wan wasn't trying to kill him.
The house
He was, I think,
was alive
trying
and
to stop him, hoping at some point to break through to
Sweetie,
whatever was still
I was just,
left.
you never knew
He
your
managed the
grandpa,
second part.
but she's about
He
the
finished the
only
first
one
part.
you and my
Then,
whole family
when Anakin made
left
Mustafar
home at
joke
an
about
early
the
age.
Obi-Wan.
Well, ran
You
away.
had chosen. It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them. Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness. He left him there. He took Anakin's lightsaber, which
Only
becomes
met
grandma in ways that take
Oh,
decades
she
to
was
resolve.
fierce.
He went back to Padme, who
almost
survived the horror of the twins.
Every time I saw her, she'd drill me on that. If I got her questions correct, she'd get me a treat. Once I got them all right and answered a bonus question, and she smiled. Only time I ever saw her do that.
To be raised
Most
as a
formidable
princess,
woman I've ever met.
and Obi-Wan to the desert to wait. He went to his dead master's home planet to watch over a child
don't
who didn't
know
know he
why.
existed. That's the assignment.
Well,
of the child.
I was going
And
through
it tells you something about who he was
forging
and
your
what he
own
wanted.
path, not just
He failed Anakin. He could not fail Anakin's son. The Republic was gone. The Empire was beginning. The Jedi were almost entirely extinct. Everything he'd given his life to.
enough of this. I want to make a scene.
He went to the desert.
You need
There's one
anything?
more thing about the end of Revenge of the Sith that the film doesn't spend long with, but which matters for understanding where Obi-Wan is.
Oh, ain't
when we
that
see
the
him.
truth? With both of our
He was
pensions,
going
we
to
still
exile.
couldn't afford
He would
with
keep
what
the
we spent.
message
And of all the places we've lived, we would
warning to any surviving Jedi to avoid
Talking
death.
with you has made my
The temple
day.
was still standing.
That
Still there as a building
story on
but it
SSNN.
had been
That was you,
transferred
right?
to Vader's headquarters.
Of course it was.
And any
Oh,
Jedi
I
who
was so
went back to
proud. My child on the news.
Obi-Wan
I
wanted
nearly
to
dropped my drink.
so he sent the
You were
message
dealing with
which any Force-sensitive Jedi might hear. The recording and the message are shown in the Disney Plus series.
Constellation's land is
Specific
broader than I thought.
Do
As soon
not
as I saw
pretend
that
to
story, I
take
talked with Linda.
War
You know
is
Mrs.
over.
Mina across the
Time
hall,
with the Jedi
and
is
she
over.
didn't believe me.
That last
I
phrase.
swear our friends think we're making you up.
Didn't say permanent
I
thing.
almost want you to show up in your finest constellation.
Even handing one twin to a moisture farmer on a desert planet, and the other to a senator on a planet that
What
would
I
eventually
would,
become
but next
Apparently,
time.
had enough left to think in terms of the long view. For now, not forever. Yoda told him before they parted on Polis Massa, Qui-Gon returned.
You got time for a quick
He
chat?
had more to
I
teach.
appreciate it when you're
That in his solitude on Tatooine, Obi-Wan would not be alone. He would have his master back, eventually. The thread that had been cut on Naboo would be picked up. That's what he carried into the desert.
Sorry.
Grief, obviously. Failure, obviously.
Lillian
Times of eventual
talking with her
contact
and I lost my cool.
personally.
Got a little heated.
Something to wait
I know I
for
won't.
out in the sand. Sometimes waiting is all there is. And knowing that something is at the end of it makes the waiting possible.
Well, that statement's
Tatooine is not
just so you
by any
know,
measure
but it is all
It's
back
two
when I was
suns and vast tracts of sand, and a climate that seems to exist
Oh, don't
in a
worry.
permanent state.
What was I?
Which is like
But one day, she tried to
inhabitants
convince
who do
me.
well,
She
they
shot
do
me
so
down.
by being extremely practical and extremely stubborn.
We were making
Ones who
it.
don't
It's
do
funny,
well
I told her what you told her. I just know.
become the
What,
Jedi
Lillian?
of a hermit living in a rock formation in the Jundland wastes and calling himself Ben. Obi-Wan Kenobi in exile.
Don't be. Cora's been always for the best for the best. At a certain point,
He kept his surname, which was
you
either
were just somebody for now.
found Buddhist cave dweller.
I must
He
confess,
found work
the
as
hum
sample
of
of
a
time to learn
drive
from the meat process
makes me
of
feel
safety,
alive.
which is one of those details about the exile years that the Disney Plus
I found
series
some
has
stuff.
which feels absolutely
I was done too.
right. Of course, he found quiet, dull, honest work.
I'm planning a grocery run. You're welcome. And
He was hiding, but he was also, I think, punishing himself a little. This man who had been a general under councilman,
Oh, your
one
father
of the most respected Jedi of his generation, slicing moisture-farmed meat in the desert. There's a penance quality to it that feels consistent with someone carrying the weight he was carrying.
Well,
He
I
watched
was in
Luke
the
from a
game
distance, though in
Me
last,
and
made his
another,
position
we
clear.
went after I called. She had
Owen's
four
reasoning
of a
is
kind.
complicated, and the Disney Plus
Honey,
series
he
goes into
doesn't need.
This is
short
my
version
move.
is
So
that
finally, I
Owen
won.
Anakin Skywalker's story, and he did not want it repeated with his nephew. He didn't trust Jedi, and he didn't trust this particular Jedi to lead Luke to a normal life. Obi-Wan respected him most.
I won.
He brings some gifts occasionally, apparently.
We went to the.
No one throws
Well,
them
no
back.
way.
No way I
He
didn't insert
So we had
himself.
no idea what to do.
From a distance, checking in, making sure the boy was safe, and then going back to his cave. The internal life of those years is
all the
something
paperwork's
most
already been
prefer,
keep it,
but the
sell
Disney
it,
Plus series gives us one very specific detail. Obi-Wan tried repeatedly to reach Qui-Gon's force spirit and failed.
You
He
came.
meditated.
You eating
He
well
out there? Nothing came.
It's easy.
And that failure, after everything else, was an ongoing quiet wound. His master had apparently succeeded.
You remember last time you were there,
He managed to hold on to his consciousness
service
with a grunt and had communicated with Yoda in the years after his death. But when Obi-Wan tried to reach him, there was silence. You can read that
Hole in
as
the
the
wall.
its own time.
Your
You
grandfather
can read
didn't
it
want
as Obi-Wan being in such a state of grief
Meatloaf.
and disconnection that he couldn't perceive what was being sent. You can read it as Qui-Gon choosing when to appear for reasons of his own.
I don't know.
The show suggests
You
all
got
of
a
these
promise.
possibilities
I
without
swear
committing to one.
that
What it commits to is the
see that
loneliness of
any
Obi-Wan's
meat will
experience.
Sorry.
He'd been trying to reconnect with his master for years, and getting nothing in return. Something else worth noting about this period. Obi-Wan quietly developed a kind of understanding with the Tusken Raiders
Of all the places I missed you so
He
much.
learned their language well enough to communicate, or at least to
Nice to
signal
see you.
non-threat.
Are you doing?
He understood
Really?
their movements and their territory. This is very much in character for someone whose instinct has always been toward understanding rather than exclusion.
To be young.
The Tuskens were treated by most Tatooine residents
Is it
as
worth it?
dangerous wildlife. Obi-Wan treated them as neighbours with a legitimate claim to their own
When you're
land.
knee deep,
There's something satisfying
My
about
guts.
that detail.
I got some years.
It's also worth sitting with.
What would be
Question
best?
what Obi-Wan did with his time, intellectually and spiritually, during those years.
It's what I'm
The
here.
Jedi Order
It's
had
nice
essentially
to
been an all-consuming life.
stay as
Missions,
long
the
as you
council, the Clone
It's
Wars,
good to have
the constant demands of
Constellation. You're
And
welcome.
now, there was none of that. There was silence and sand in a small cave, and a boy he could only observe from a distance. Yoda had gone to Dagobah, where he was apparently meditating and working through what Qui-Gon had begun to uncover. The thread of that knowledge had to be picked up between them, the fragmentary guidance that came through Qui-Gon's intermittent presence from wherever he now existed. Obi-Wan in his cave had time to think, and to wait, and to begin, slowly, to work on that connection, even when it seemed like nothing was coming back. The years passed. Luke grew from an infant to a toddler to a child. The Empire consolidated. The Inquisitors, dark side Force users who served Darth Vader and existed specifically to hunt down surviving Jedi, began their work across the galaxy. Some Jedi survivors were found and killed. Some went deeper into hiding. A few, on the edges of known space, found ways to persist. And on Tatooine, an increasingly gaunt man, an old brown man, lived in a cave, watched a blonde boy run around the Mars homestead, and tried not to be noticed, and tried not to move out, and tried, in the evenings, to hear his dead master's voice. The Disney Plus series begins a decade into the exile, and that's when everything breaks open again. But before we get there, it's worth sitting with that period a little longer, because that is a very long time. Luke was a child when Obi-Wan arrived on Tatooine, and a young man of 19 when Obi-Wan left him. That's the full span of childhood and adolescence. scattered across the galaxy during this period. Some of them we know about from Rebels and other sources. Count Kestis, Kanan Jarrus, and a handful of others who found ways to assist. Obi-Wan was aware, probably, that he wasn't the only one. But he didn't seek them out. They didn't come to Tatooine. The job was here, generic. The job took precedence over personal connection, as it always had. Something I find quietly interesting about the exile years is how they complicate the image of Obi-Wan as someone who's always certain of his path. He wasn't. The Disney Plus series shows a man who had essentially stopped trusting himself, who wasn't sure his judgment could be relied on after what had happened with Anakin. He'd been wrong about things, catastrophically wrong, in the sense that the things he'd been wrong about had contributed to the fall of the Republic and the rise of an empire. That weight was present in him in a way that the film's brief portrayal of old Ben hadn't fully communicated. The cave was, in some sense, appropriate, not as punishment exactly, but as a kind of deliberate smallness. He didn't need to be more than a watchman. He didn't need to be impressive or wise or effective in any large way. He just needed to be there, and he was there every day, through Tatooine's relentless twin suns, through the sand, the heat, and the occasional Tusken patrol, through the years. There are reports, never quite confirmed in canon, that he sometimes went into the town, bank-headed, more sides of the that he was no local, as a harmless, if somewhat eccentric unsettler. That some of the moisture farmers knew him vaguely.
Anything I can help you with?
Quiet man, from the Jundland wastes he kept to himself. Whether that's accurate or just the kind of detail that fans generate to fill in gaps, it feels right. He would have had to buy food occasionally. He would have had to move through the world a little, enough to not completely lose the thread of ordinary life. What he was doing internally during all of that, the meditation, the slow patient work of learning how to hear Qui-Gon's voice, the processing of everything that had happened, is harder to know. The Disney Plus series suggests it wasn't going well, and that for a significant stretch, he'd essentially stopped trying. That makes sense. There's only so long you can reach out to something and get silence before you put your hand down. Let's talk about the Disney Plus show, because I have some feelings about it, and also it's genuinely worth discussing in some depth. The series aired in 2022 on 6 episodes long, developed originally as a film, and then expanded into a mini-series. It brought Ewan McGregor back as Obi-Wan and Hayden Christensen back as Darth Vader, which was a significant thing for a certain generation of Star Wars fans. Deborah Chow directed all 6 episodes, which gave it a consistency of tone that mini-series can sometimes lack. The Obi-Wan we meet at the start of the series is a man who has been gradually erasing himself. He works, he eats, he sleeps in a cave. He leaves a small toy for Luke occasionally, and Owen throws it back. He's going through the motions of existing without quite inhabiting it. He stops trying to reach Qui-Gon. He's essentially stopped using the Force in any active way, like a musician who's left their instrument covered in a corner for so long they're no longer sure their hands would remember what to do. The Inquisitors arrive on Tatooine. They're hunting a Jedi named Nari, a survivor who's been making quiet attempts to normal life. Obi-Wan meets Nari, tells him to hide, to not draw attention, that the time for the Jedi to fight is over. Nari doesn't want to hear this. Obi-Wan finds his hanging corpse the next day. The Inquisitors are not subtle. And then Reva, the third sister, makes her play. Reva Savanda is an Inquisitor with an obsession. She's been hunting Obi-Wan Kenobi specifically, for reasons that aren't immediately clear, but turn out to involve the Temple Massacre she witnessed as a child. She survived Order 66 by playing dead. She became an Inquisitor to get close enough to Darth Vader to kill him in revenge for what he'd done. It's a tragic arc, and Moses Ingram played it with a rawness that I think the show sometimes didn't quite deserve, in terms of how it wrote her into corners. Her plan to draw Obi-Wan out was simple and effective. Kidnap 10-year-old Leia Organa, knowing that the connection between Kenobi and the Organas ran deep enough that he couldn't ignore it. She was right. Bail Organa came to Tatooine personally. He stood in the desert and said, "Please, old friend, for her, one last fight," and Obi-Wan dug up his lightsaber from a hiding spot in the sand, along with Anakin's, which he'd also kept, and got on a transport. The city planet Daiyu was where Leia had been taken. It's a place of perpetual neon, noise and industry, the kind of city that exists in Star Wars to convey that not all worlds are deserts or forests, that there's an enormous amount of ordinary, chaotic, badly lit human experience somewhere in all this galaxy too. Obi-Wan landed there and was immediately out of his depth. He's been in a cave for years. He doesn't know this world. He's older and he's slow, and a young spice dealer immediately spots him as someone who doesn't know where he's going. He finds Leia. She is 10 years old, and immediately, completely her mother's daughter, which is to say she is not particularly impressed by him, and has opinions about everything. She questions him, argues with him, notes that he's old and beat-up looking, and runs away from him twice, buys her a pair of gloves in the market store, because she'd admired them. And the moment is so small, it's so complete, that it says everything about what kind of man he is when he's not in survival mode. He just bought the kid some gloves. Leia asks him his name. He tells her Ben. She trusts him anyway, eventually, in the way that children sometimes trust the right person. They have reason to. The Grand Inquisitor arrives to shut down the whole operation and take the credit from Reeve, which was not in Reeve's plan. She stabs him rather than let him take over, which is a spectacular professional failure, but it creates enough chaos for Obi-Wan and Leia to escape. On the transport, Leia asks what's wrong. He just says, "Anakin," because Reva had told him, screamed it at him before he got away. "He's alive, Obi-Wan. He survived Mustafar. He's Darth Vader." Ewan McGregor's face in that moment is doing a lot of work. The understanding that the man he'd left for dead on a lava bank had not died, that everything he'd feared had not ended on Mustafar, but had continued into something he'd been already knowing about for a decade,
Probably.
and that it was now directly relevant to his immediate situation. All of that is in his face at once. It's a good piece of acting in a moment that the script mostly just hands him and trusts him to carry. The series had made a point of establishing that Obi-Wan had essentially shut down spiritually, disconnected from the Force, not meditating, not practicing. And the shock of this revelation, of Vader being alive and working for him, is in some ways the thing that begins, very slowly and very painfully, to wake him back up. Not all at once. He's still rusty. He's still scared. But something is moving again. Leia, for what it's worth, later describes him as the bravest man she's ever met. And she knew a lot of brave people. There's something in the Obi-Wan and young Leia dynamic that I think the show handled surprisingly well, given how easy it would have been to make it saccharine. Leia at 10 is already exactly who she'll be at 19. Quick, sceptical, principled, and constitutionally unable to let anything go without questioning it. She asks Obi-Wan why he moves like he's afraid of something. She tells him he's not very good at being a farmer. His cover.
Okay.
She says he reminds her of her father, meaning Bail, and that's the highest compliment she knows how to give. She's a remarkably well-written child character in a franchise that's had mixed results with those. And Obi-Wan, for his part, is clearly not quite sure what to do with her in the beginning, and then is quietly besotted by her by the end. He buys her the gloves. He lies awake in the transport, listening to her chatter. He tells her she reminds him of someone who was a leader, and was fearless and stubborn. She asks if it's a Jedi, and he says no, she died a long time ago. Something about it. Maybe a little of Satine, women who were brave in ways he wasn't quite capable of, who chose their principles without the comfortable structure of an order to hold them. He tells Leia at one point that the Force surrounds everything, living things, and that she's already strong with it, even if she doesn't know it yet. It's a gentle moment that recontextualizes the Leia of A New Hope. who receives Obi-Wan's help through a holographic message, as if he's an old friend of her father's. He is, and he's also someone who once bought her gloves in the market and told her that Oz was with her, years before she understood what either of those things meant. The back half of the
Looks to me
series
like you've already...
Rapunzel, the minor form, was the next step in Obi-Wan and Leia's journey towards safety. They'd been directed there by Haji, a Coruscant con artist who'd been pretending to be a Jedi for a week, and found himself, somewhat against his better judgment, actually doing the right thing when it counted. He directed them to a contact, part of a network called the Hidden Path, which moves surviving Jedi Force sensitives to safety across the Empire. The Imperial officer who helped them on Rapunzel was Tala Jurith, and she's one of those supporting characters who does an enormous amount of work in limited screen time. She was someone who had served the Empire and discovered, through witnessing what the Empire did, that she couldn't keep serving it. So she stayed inside and helped people get out, which is the most quietly dangerous thing she could have done. She didn't survive the series, and her loss is one of the show's more effective emotional moments. But before they could get through, Vader arrived. Vader's presence on Rapunzel, hunting Obi-Wan personally, is depicted in a way that I think is effective specifically because of what it tells us about both of them. Vader walks into the village and starts hurting people to draw Obi-Wan out, which is exactly the kind of tactic the Anakin Skywalker Obi-Wan knew would never have considered. The gap between who Anakin was and who Vader is becomes physically visible in how Vader moves through space. He's deliberate, patient. There's no conflict in him, no hesitation. He knows Obi-Wan is there, and he's going to find him. Obi-Wan intervenes to stop the slaughter of the villagers, and their first meeting in over a decade is not a duel of weapons. Obi-Wan hesitates, even drawing his lightsaber. Vader is calm and organised, and has clearly thought about this moment. He drags Obi-Wan through a bank of burning embers using the Force, and the visual is deliberate. He's making Obi-Wan feel what he felt on Mustafar, not in a rage, with intention. The Imperial officer with a load of bombs pulls Obi-Wan to safety, while Vader lets it happen, confident enough to let his prey retreat, and find him again later. Obi-Wan escapes to Jabin, half-burned, shaken to his core. The fortress on Nur was next. Leia had been captured by Regan, taken to the Inquisitor base built underwater in the ocean below. Rescue mission. Obi-Wan, Tala, some help from the wider Hidden Path network. To get Leia out, Tala dies dearly. The Jedi survivors being held in the facility, suspended in stasis, are a grim image the show doesn't let you look away from. The Empire's project wasn't just to kill the Jedi, it was to collect and contain and extinguish them systematically.
Oh, God, I'm so quiet for a second. Jesus.
He'd been there the night of all citizens, a young lady who survived pretending to be dead, watching him. She became an Inquisitor to get close to Vader, to eventually get close enough to kill him. When Vader figures this out, he nearly kills her instead, leaving her for dead on the planet's surface, which is when she makes one final desperate choice. Find Luke Skywalker on Tatooine and hurt him. Owen and Beru Lars, to their considerable credit, put up a fight. Owen in particular, who had spent years resenting Jedi and wanting this man to stay away from his family, turns out to be entirely willing to stand in the doorway with a blaster and face down an Inquisitor for the child in his care. There's something in that which redeems a lot of his gruffness. Reva catches Luke, and then she has him, and she can't do it. She drops the weapon, she goes to Obi-Wan, and she tells him that she failed, expecting him to condemn her. He asks what she chose. She chose not to become Vader. He tells her that means she hasn't failed her lost friends. The final confrontation with Vader is in a dark, unnamed rocky world, and this time Obi-Wan is present in a way he hadn't been on Rapunzel. Something has settled in him through all of this, through the pain and the fear and the grief being dragged back up to the surface. He is, in these final minutes of the show, the Obi-Wan Kenobi that the priest has promised. The Force is moving through him keenly again. He fights without hesitation. He wins. He cracks Vader's mask with a rock. And through the cracked mask he sees Anakin's scarred face and hears Anakin's voice. And Vader tells him he didn't destroy Anakin Skywalker. Anakin did it to himself. And Obi-Wan says, "Then my friend is truly dead. Goodbye, Darth. Not Anakin, Darth." He names what's actually there, acknowledges the truth of it, and lets the grief he'd been carrying turn into something like acceptance. Vader lets him go, which says something about Vader too. And then, in the final moments of the show, walking back through the desert, Obi-Wan hears Qui-Gon's voice. He turns around, and there he is, Liam Neeson returning to a role he first played 23 years earlier, standing in the Tatooine light, alive in the Force. He'd always been with him, Qui-Gon tells him. He just wasn't ready to see him. I don't mind admitting that I find that moment affecting every time. Not in a particularly dramatic way, just in the quiet way of something that has been waiting a long time finally arriving. Obi-Wan rides up into the desert to continue watching the world. And this time, when he does it, there's someone there on the other side of the silence. There's one more confrontation with Darth Maul and it happens years after the Disney Plus series, in a single episode of the animated Star Wars Rebels, The Twin Suns. Rebels is set roughly 4 years before New Hope, and follows a crew of rebels on a ship called the Ghost. We descend, prepare. For our purposes, the important thing is that Maul's been drifting through the series as a recurring antagonist, increasingly unstable, obsessed with one remaining purpose, finding Obi-Wan Kenobi. He'd been working backward through the Sith route, following the path of ancient knowledge, and arrived at the conclusion that something important was hidden on Tatooine. He set a trap using a full-sensitive young man named Ezra Bridger, who was the main character of the series, feeding him a shared vision through a Sith hologram to draw him to the desert. The episode takes its time. There's no urgency in it. Ezra travels to Tatooine on Maul's trail and ends up wandering the dunes disoriented, talking to a figure in the distance who turns out to be Obi-Wan. The two of them sit and have a quiet, careful conversation. Obi-Wan figuring out quickly that this is Maul's handiwork, Ezra not quite understanding what he's walked into. The desert is vast and quiet, the twin suns are setting, and it's genuinely beautiful, in the way that Tatooine is sometimes beautiful in Star Wars when the camera lets itself slow down and look. What I find affecting about this episode is how composed Obi-Wan is throughout. Not detached, not closed off, just settled. He's been in this desert for over a decade by this point. He knows every shape of it. He's made a kind of peace with it that the man who arrived here grieving and broken could not have imagined. And when he sends Ezra home, it isn't a dismissal. He's genuinely kind about it. He tells him his place is with his family, his crew, the people who need him. There's something fatherly in how he says it. Then Maul arrives, and Obi-Wan knows it's coming. He doesn't seem frightened. He seems, if anything, prepared in the way you can only be prepared for something you've had years to think about. Obi-Wan found Ezra wandering Tatooine in the night, lost. He helped him. He sent him home, firmly and kindly, telling him that his place was with his crew, his family. He wasn't unkind about it. He just knew that Ezra being there was Maul's doing, and that what was about to happen needed to happen, without bystanders. Maul found him after dark. The confrontation between them was equal with the duel of the fates in the Phantom Menace. There are no dramatic acrobatics and no long choreos, and no swelling music fills into performance. It's two men in the desert at night, and it lasts about 5 seconds. Maul tries to get under his skin at first. He asks what Obi-Wan is protecting on his planet. He figures out it's a child. He calls it hope. Obi-Wan ignites his lightsaber. Maul ignites his. And in the exchange that follows, Obi-Wan reads a feint that Maul has been using since Naboo. A feint that had killed Qui-Gon, and counters it. 3 moves. Maul is down, mortally wounded. He dies in Obi-Wan's arms. He asks if the boy hidden here is the one, the chosen one. Obi-Wan says yes, And Maul dying says, then he will avenge us. Both of them. The boy will avenge both of them. I find this small quiet death more resonant than almost anything else in the saga. Maul spent 30 plus years of his life destroyed by hatred, by the obsession with revenge that had kept him alive when he probably should have died on Naboo. And in his last seconds, the hatred releases, and what's left is something that looks like hope. He and Obi-Wan, enemies from their first meeting, end in the same position they occupied before in the story. Obi-Wan holding someone as they die, saying what small thing there is to be said. He will avenge us. There's a we in that. Some kind of acknowledgement between them that they were caught in the same machinery, that both of them had been shaped and damaged by the same dark force moving through history. There was something on the other side of it better. Obi-Wan covers the body with a cloth. He looks out to the large homestead in the distance, where Luke is growing up. He goes back to watching. There's a detail I want to note about where exactly Maul dies, which is in Obi-Wan's arms. Not alone in the sand, not struck down mid-fight from a distance, but held by the person who's been his enemy, and his obsession for 3 decades. Obi-Wan could have left him. He doesn't. He stays with him until it's over. The same way he stayed with Qui-Gon. The same way he stayed with Satine. Whatever their history, whatever Maul did, Obi-Wan doesn't let him die alone. That's not mercy, it's a strategic decision. That's just who he is. The we in Maul's last words is worth sitting with. Then he will avenge us. Maul had spent his whole life hating Obi-Wan, hating the Jedi, hating the order that he'd been denied and weaponized against. And in his final moment, without planning it, he included Obi-Wan in his hope, found them on the same side after everything. The Force has a strange sense of resolution sometimes. The thing about the Twin Suns episode that I keep returning to is how much is communicated in how short it is. Obi-Wan is not the same man who fought Maul on Naboo or faced him down the Mandalore. He's settled. He's been through the worst of it and come out the other side into something quieter. The fight is over so quickly because he'd already done the hard work of understanding it. He knew exactly what he was going to do when the moment came. He'd had years to think about it. Some battles end with fire and spectacle. This one ended in the sand in about 30 seconds, and it was perfect. The show Rebels doesn't linger. Ezra goes home, as instructed. The brief shot of Obi-Wan watching over the Lars homestead in the closing moments is the last we see of him in that phase of his life. A figure in a robe rich in the twilight. It's a quietly satisfying image, for the same reason the Twin Suns episode as a whole works. It's proportional. The fight was what it needed to be, and no longer. The quiet afterward is what it was. No fanfare. It's also worth noting that this is the last time in the canonical story that Obi-Wan has to fight anyone. From the Twin Suns episode forward, the only remaining confrontation is the Death Star, and as we've established, that one is a choice rather than a fight. He's done with fighting in some sense. Everything after this is waiting, and then dying, and then teaching from beyond it, which is not a diminishment, it's a completion. There's a scene near the beginning of A New Hope, not the very beginning, but close to it, where C-3PO and R2-D2 are wandering the Tatooine desert after escaping from Leia's ship, and they're bickering, hopeless, and heading in completely different directions, and a hooded figure is watching from a distance on a ridge. He watches them pass. He doesn't intervene. He just watches. That's Obi-Wan. That's what he's been doing for 19 years. The film was made in 1977, and Alec Guinness played Ben Kenobi as a man of tremendous stillness. There's a quality of settledness in his performance that reads differently once you know the full story, because you understand now why stillness was earned. He had processed so much years he arrived on the other side of
Are actually alive in a video game?
not happiness. Peace. Two things I would say. They were fighting after that experience.
My grab a stormtrooper
Reasons
armor.
you can only speculate about. This yeah. Let Luke go rather than attacking him away like Obi-Wan brings him to his heart. He gives Luke Anakin's lightsaber, one he'd been keeping for him all those years in the Sand. He says his father was a Jedi Knight, that he was a good friend, that Darth Vader hunted down and murdered him. All of which is technically true from a certain angle. If you allow the hope that the man Obi-Wan trained and loved was genuinely destroyed on Mustafar and replaced by something else. Vader himself, the Disney Plus series, essentially confirmed this interpretation. So it was never quite the lie it looked like. He tells Luke about the verbs. He says it binds the galaxy together. That it's an energy.
Want me to drag down your face again or what?
Luke tries it with the training remote.
What happened yesterday?
And deflects thrusts. Practicing.
Well, we'll make it just non-precedent.
Anakin's son.
Just non, that's it. Yeah.
Obi-Wan goes to disable the while Han moves through the droids to rescue Leia. And then he encounters Vader again, for the last time in any conventional sense. The duel between them on the Death Star is famously brief and undramatic compared to what comes. That's entirely deliberate. These two men have already said everything there is to say to each other. The fight on Mustafar was their real final confrontation. This one is something else. Obi-Wan goes into it knowing what he's going to do, or at least willing to let it happen at the moment he arrives. He sees Luke watching from across the hangar. He sees Han and Leia and the droids at the Falcon. He looks at Vader, who raises his lightsaber, and then he lets it go. He becomes one with the Force, his body vanishes into his robe, and there's nothing there. Vader strikes where he was, and hits empty claw, and Luke hears his voice. The decision to die rather than fight was not passivity. It's worth being clear about that, because it sometimes gets read that way. As an old man giving up, it wasn't. It was Obi-Wan understanding that his usefulness to Luke was going to be greater from the other side of death than from this side. He'd been learning for decades how Qui-Gon had done it, how a Jedi could retain their consciousness after death. He was ready. He chose the moment, and he became exactly what Luke needed him to be. A voice, a guide, a teacher who could reach him anywhere, in any moment, without the complication of a physical body needing things. Luke fires the shot that destroys the Death Star, because Obi-Wan tells him to trust the Force. That's it. That's the intervention that saves the rebellion. An old man who's been dead for about 6 hours, whispering into the ear of a boy he'd watched from a distance his whole life, telling him to let go and trust what he knows. Pretty good for a hermit in a cave. There's a conversation Obi-Wan and Luke have on the Millennium Falcon during the transit to Alderaan, before they find out Alderaan is already gone. Both want to spend more time. Luke's just starting to understand what the Force actually is, and Obi-Wan is teaching him in the way he's always taught. With patience, with specificity, without a He tells Luke that the Force surrounds us, penetrates us, and binds the galaxy together. It's a beautiful articulation of something quite large, compressed into a few sentences. And then he puts the blast helmet on Luke and turns his attention inward, while Luke practices with the remote. And there's something quietly moving about watching Obi-Wan be a teacher again. He'd been without a student for all that time. He'd been without meaningful purpose in that specific way for years. And here he is, back to the thing he was actually good at. The thing that wasn't soldiering, politics or surviving, but helping someone learn. The Alderaan moment is terrible. The planet destroyed. Obi-Wan sensing it through the Force. Great disturbance, like millions of voices crying out. He knows what it means before anyone tells him. But he tells Luke, quietly.
Sometimes I just want to. Sure.
He sits with what he's just felt. He doesn't fall apart, but he allows himself to acknowledge it, which is something. Leia is on the Death Star. He had no way of knowing that she'd survived. When she lost, it hadn't quite resolved. His one, the Death Star, the same as the last stretch of his life. He found a living person in a physical body. And the film does very little with it visually, because the film is following other people. He moves through corridors, he finds the panel, he disables it, and then he hears the sound of a lightsaber igniting and turns around and there is Vader. The exchange between them before the fight is brief. I've been waiting for you, Obi-Wan. We meet again, at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. And Obi-Wan says, only a master of evil did. He still hasn't learned, even now. Then he seems to look watching, and something changes in his face. And he raises his lightsaber, and looks directly at Vader, and steps back and lets it happen. There are only a handful of moments in the Star Wars saga that genuinely take my breath away, regardless of how many times I've seen them. It's one of them. The absolute deliberateness of it.
Oh, God, this is gorgeous.
We talked already about the Cyborgs project, the long effort to recover the lost technique, retaining consciousness of the dead. He was still practicing it when Maul killed him on Naboo, which means he had to refine it while being dead, which is a peculiar kind of dedication that feels appropriately violent. He taught what he could to Yoda in the years after, communicating from wherever he existed in the Force. Yoda passed elements of it on to Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan spent all those years of exile working at it, and the Disney Plus series established that the connection wasn't fully there until he found his way back to himself emotionally. You can't learn to let go of the self after death if you haven't made peace with who the self was. The Empire Strikes Back opens 3 years after the Battle of Yavin, and Luke is on the ice planet Hoth. After the rebel base is attacked by the Empire, and Luke is left half frozen in a blizzard, Obi-Wan appears to him, a Force ghost, calm and luminous, standing in the snow, giving him a direction. Go to the Dagobah system. Find Yoda. He says it with the particular warmth of someone who loves the person they're talking to, and then he fades. It's a small moment, but it matters because it establishes what Obi-Wan's existence is now. He can appear, he can speak, he can guide, he can't fight, he can't carry luggage, and he can't pilot a ship. His interventions are limited to being present and saying things, which in his case is actually quite powerful. On Dagobah, after Luke has met Yoda and begun his training, there are moments where Obi-Wan's voice comes to Yoda as well, the two of them in communication, making decisions together about what Luke should and shouldn't be told at various stages. That aspect of the arrangement is one I find a bit uncomfortable, honestly. There's a lot of discussion between Obi-Wan and Yoda about what Luke is ready for, which is
746.
One they answer with rather of secrecy. The decision not to tell Luke about Vader being his father is one they make together, and they get it wrong. The truth comes out from Vader directly, and the context is terrible. Obi-Wan appears to Luke again on Dagobah in Return of the Jedi, and this is the conversation where Luke confronts him. He asks why Obi-Wan told him Vader had killed his father, and Obi-Wan says, what I told you was true, from a certain point of view. And then, when Luke pushes back, Obi-Wan says, many of the truths we cling to depend greatly on our own point of view. I've gone back and forth on this scene over the years. There's a version of it where Obi-Wan is doing something genuinely wise, pointing Luke toward a philosophy of perspective rather than defending a specific deception. There's another version where he's rationalizing a choice that had real consequences. I think the most honest reading is that he's doing both at once, which is human, and that he genuinely believed the version of events he told Luke, in the sense that he processed Anakin's fall as a kind of death for years. Whether that excuses the specific wording of how he told it to a 20-year-old boy, who then charged headfirst toward a Sith Lord on incomplete information, is a separate question. What Obi-Wan gets right in that conversation is what he says about Anakin. He says that he couldn't see the good in him. He says that the Emperor was Vader's master and the controlling power, and he says there is still good in him, as though he believes it, even if he couldn't access it himself. He's telling Luke something true, and Luke is going to do with it what Obi-Wan couldn't. That's the handoff in a sense. Obi-Wan had spent all those desert years protecting the container for something he couldn't himself complete. He told Vader goodbye. He accepted that Anakin was gone. And then he watched, from wherever Force ghosts watch from, as his best student's son walked into the middle of the problem and found what he couldn't find, which was the door back to Anakin that was always still there. The final scene of Return of the Jedi, Obi-Wan and Yoda and Anakin appearing as Force ghosts to watch Luke and the Ewok celebration, is one of those moments that hits differently, depending on how much of the surrounding story you've absorbed. On its own, it's a warm image, a nice ending. Surrounded by everything else, it's almost unbearably full of meaning. What the prequel trilogy and the animated series added to that image is everything that preceded it. The mission on Naboo, the year on Mandalore, all those years of training Anakin, the Clone Wars, Mustafar, the desert, all of it leading to this small celebration on a forest moon where a man who was born a slave and became the Emperor's most feared weapon is now standing in the Force, luminous and whole, beside his teacher. There are things the Star Wars franchise does imperfectly, and things it does extraordinarily well. And one of the things it does extraordinarily well is this: the weight of the past as something that doesn't disappear, but can be transformed. Anakin doesn't erase what Vader did by choosing to save his son. The harm was real, the people are still dead. But the person underneath it made a different choice at the end, and the Force, apparently, accounts for that in some way the living can't quite see. Obi-Wan standing there beside him is its own small completion. He'd been wrong about whether Anakin was gone. Or he'd been right in some ways, and wrong in others. The man he'd trained and loved and failed and grieved, who'd spent decades as the instrument of something terrible, found his way back at the very end. Not in time to undo anything, but in time to stand in the light again. And Obi-Wan got to see it. Anakin is there. Not Vader Anakin as he looked when he was still whole before Mustafar. Young, which raises its own interesting questions about how Force spirits relate to age and time. And he's smiling, and the man beside him, who trained him and loved him, and failed him and forgave him and watched over his children from the cave all those years, is smiling back. He made it. Whatever making it looks like for someone whose entire material existence is now a gentle shimmer in the Force, he made it.
Okay.
Step back from the chronology of it, because I've been thinking about what it is that makes Obi-Wan Kenobi work as a character across 5 decades of storytelling. It's not that he's uniquely powerful or uniquely wise. There are more powerful Jedi in the canon, Anakin obviously, Yoda. There are Jedi with more unusual abilities, more striking histories. What Obi-Wan has that's harder to find is consistency. He is, across every version and every era and every storytelling medium that has tackled him, recognisably the same person. The dry wit, the patient authority, the preference for understanding over conflict, the capacity for deep attachment, held very carefully with an enormous emotional discipline. These things are consistent from the young man in The Phantom Menace to the worn-out hermit in A New Hope. The surface changes, the centre holds. That consistency under sustained loss is what I find most worth thinking about. Most characters in most stories have an arc that takes them somewhere different. They're transformed, redeemed, broken, and then rebuilt. Obi-Wan doesn't quite work that way. He doesn't transform exactly. The Disney Plus series shows him broken, genuinely broken in the way the films are. But even then, breaking doesn't change what he fundamentally is. It just reveals it. The steadiness was already there.
Did I make sure I get it back?
I'm putting it right back. I just was using it.
Sorry. Son of a bitch.
No. The relationship with Anakin is the heart.
We'd be good.
That's the relationship the whole story orbits. Because Obi-Wan loved Anakin as clearly and as simply as any relationship in the saga, and Anakin fell. And Obi-Wan had to live with the question of whether it was partly his failure. He probably never fully answered that question. You could argue, as Anakin himself eventually argued, that the fall was Anakin's
Oh, I do, for sure.
You could also look at the specific ways in which the Jedi Order, and Obi-Wan, as part of it, didn't give Anakin what he needed, and feel the complexity of that. Obi-Wan wasn't a bad teacher. He also wasn't, in some ways, quite the right teacher for that particular student. Both things can be true. What's interesting is that Obi-Wan's response to that complexity was to keep going, not to resolve it neatly, or to conclude either that he was blameless or that he'd fundamentally failed. Just to accept it and continue. To take on the responsibility of watching over Luke and Leia, and to do that with as much care as he had. To keep trying to learn the things Qui-Gon had been teaching. To stay present in a situation that gave him every reason to disengage completely. There's a through line in his story that runs from the Mandalore years, when he chose the Order over Satine, to the cave on Tatooine, where he was essentially the Order's last active remnant on that planet.
Thank you.
And it's the line of duty. Not duty as something cold or mechanical, but duty as love, very disciplined. He cared about things. He cared about people. And he translated that caring into sustained patient service, even when there was nothing spectacular about it. Even when it looked, from the outside, like an old man doing nothing very much in the desert. But talking about what ties all of it together, I keep coming back to the lightsaber. Anakin's lightsaber, the one Obi-Wan took from the bank of the lava river on Mustafar, wrapped in cloth, carried into exile. He kept it in the sand all those years. He gave it to Luke. Luke lost it in Cloud City. It made its way through decades and hands and history to Rey, who used it to fight the final battle against Palpatine, and when she buried it on Tatooine at the end of the Rise of Skywalker, she buried it where Obi-Wan had lived, where he'd kept it. The whole saga, in some sense, is in that object's journey. A weapon made by a slave boy who thought he was going to be a Jedi Knight, passed on in grief by the teacher who couldn't save him, used by the son who didn't know him, carried across a generation by people trying to understand what they'd inherited, and at the end of it, returned to the desert, given back to the sand. Obi-Wan Kenobi is a character about the weight of being responsible for something you didn't choose and can't set down. He was responsible for Anakin. He was responsible for Luke. He was responsible for whatever thread of hope remained in the galaxy after the Empire came. He didn't ask for any of it, and he carried it anyway, and the carrying was his life. I find that worth something. I find it worth a lot, actually. There's also something worth saying about Obi-Wan and the specific kind of wisdom he modeled, which was the wisdom of not knowing and continuing anyway. He didn't know when he took on Anakin whether he'd be a good teacher. He didn't know when he went into exile whether Luke would ever be what was needed. He didn't know when he let himself be killed on the Death Star whether it would matter. He acted on incomplete information with as much honesty and care as he could manage, and trusted that it was enough. That's actually quite a hard thing to do when you're someone who can think clearly and see consequences and understand what's at stake. Smart, careful people often don't act well under uncertainty because they can see too many ways things might go wrong. Obi-Wan's particular combination of intelligence and faith, where faith means something like trusting the Force's larger movement even when you can't see it, is what allowed him to keep going. He used his intelligence to do the job as well as possible in each moment. He used his faith to accept that the moment was all he had. That combination produced someone who was effective without being controlling, careful without being paralysed. The galaxy he lived in punished him for being good in almost every way it could. It took his master, his love, his brother, his order, his purpose, his home. And he remained himself throughout all of it. Not unchanged, he was clearly changed, marked by everything that happened. But recognisably, continuously himself. That's the thing I keep coming back to in the end. The continuity of Obi-Wan Kenobi. And there's one last thing, one small detail from deep in the story, from the year he spent on Mandalore as a young Padawan, that I've been meaning to come back to. There's a version of Obi-Wan's life that diverged at that point. A version where he said yes when asked, where he and Satine went somewhere quieter, where he had a different life, presumably smoother and less catastrophic, but also genuinely his in a way the Jedi life wasn't quite. He chose otherwise, And the version of the story we have is what came from that choice, which is a lot of death and a lot of loss, a lot of sand and exile, and also the destruction of the Empire and the survival of the Jedi tradition and the chance for something better. Whether that trade was worth it is a question I genuinely don't know how to answer. I don't think Obi-Wan knew either, but he made the choice honestly, and he held it honestly. And in the end, he found his master again on the other side of the worst and watched the people he protected finally be free. That feels like enough. Not uncomplicated, but enough. And that really is where I leave it for tonight. There's still a great deal more that could be said. The novel Master and Apprentice by Claudia Gray covers Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon on a mission just before the Phantom Menace, and does something genuinely beautiful with their dynamic in the last years of it. The Brotherhood novel goes deep into Obi-Wan's early days, training Anakin, and is worth your time if you enjoyed tonight's discussion. There are comics and short stories set throughout the exile period on Tatooine that add texture to those quiet years. The Ahsoka story continues long after Obi-Wan's death, and is worth a whole video on its own. There's always more, but the shape of the thing, the full arc from Stugin to the luminous shimmer and the Force on Endor, that's what we covered tonight. A man who was nearly not chosen, who chose against his heart and for his duty, who trained the galaxy's greatest tragedy and loved him anyway, who sat in a desert for 19 years, holding a lightsaber in trust, who found his way back to himself just in time to pass on what he'd been given. I've been thinking about Obi-Wan Kenobi a lot lately. I think what keeps drawing me back is that he's a character about persistence, specifically the kind of persistence that isn't dramatic or triumphant or particularly photogenic. He persists, quietly, consistently, and in the face of circumstances that would have broken someone with less certitude. He loses more than most people lose, and he keeps going, not because he's indestructible, but because he decided somewhere along the way that keeping going was what was required. There's something comforting in that, I think, even if the story itself is often very sad. Wherever you are right now, I hope you're comfortable. I hope tonight was a good one, or at least a tolerable one. And if you want to look something up in the morning, I do recommend the Clone Wars. Start from the beginning, go slowly, take your time with it. The best parts of Obi-Wan's story are in there, and they're well worth finding.
We stood in the corner of a wooded hut on Kashyyyk, holding Darth Vader's lightsaber in both hands, its tip barely shaking. In front of him, his father was about to die. Behind him, the Empire was about to lose its next Death Star plans, its next Rebel founders, and its next chance to strangle the rebellion in the cradle. Because the man who killed that boy's father would take him home, raise him in secret, and turn him into the single most dangerous weapon the galaxy had ever seen. His name was Galen Merrick. In the old Star Wars continuity that Lucasfilm rebranded as Legends in 2014, his story ran alongside the films, but beneath them, hidden from everyone except the man who built him. The hut in the forest is where that problem begins. In the Legends novel The Force Unleashed, Kento Merrick was a Jedi Knight. After Order 66, the Clone Trooper massacre that ended the Jedi Order in 1989, they fled to the Wookiee homeworld and tried to vanish into its endless streets. What the father did not know was that the son was already a problem. The novel says the boy's Force potential was off the scale, and that kind of power sends out ripples across the galaxy. One of those ripples reached the one man actively hunting every surviving Jedi. Darth Vader came to the Wookiee world in person. The masked figure landed with a squad of stormtroopers and an Imperial officer. Walking straight to the hut as Kento drew his lightsaber, Vader paused in the doorway, looking at the small boy in the corner, dirty and bruised. Sith Lord spoke 2 words that changed the galaxy forever. His son. Then, the Dark Lord clenched his fist. The sound of bone cracking echoed across the room as Kento died. The 3 stormtroopers and the officer rushed in behind their commander. Confused by what they were seeing, one of them began to ask a question, but he got no further. Vader killed all 4 of his own men in a single flowing motion. The boy watched. In the novel, the secret would ever work by killing every witness. The helmeted figure made sure no living person could ever report that he had taken a force-sensitive child for a Kashyyyk. Not even the Emperor would know. Galen was woven hot by the arm. As he was dragged away, he looked back and saw his father's body on the floor. One hand stretched out, fingers curled around nothing. From that moment on, Galen Maurer did not exist, and the Dark Lord was about to break every rule his order was built on. Vader brought the child to his personal flagship, the Executor, a Super Star Destroyer larger than any other ship in the Imperial fleet. Before the crew ever came forward, the Sith Lord had an entire deck built in total secrecy, written out of the ship's official plans. No officer, technician, or soldier would ever know it existed. This is where the boy would live for the next decade and a half, a child, raised alone, in a hidden level of a warship controlled by a mask. The training was cruel from day one. In the know, the Dark Lord never gave his young student a single word of praise. Not a patient teacher. He taught by causing pain, turning fear into anger, and anger into power. The only lesson Galen remembered like a bedtime story was learn or die. Over the years, the boy began to brush his skin against the plate on purpose, teaching himself to work with it. Even as a small child, he once asked his funny friend to chain him in the dark and refuse all food or water until he could put a lightsaber back together using only the Force. He failed, but in his pain and exhaustion, he learned to push past his own body and reach into the dark side. He would return to that dark place many times. That only friend was a droid named Proxy, who Vader programmed with a main directive he never removed. The droid was designed to kill its master. Every single day, Proxy disguised himself as a famous Jedi using the projectors built into his chassis, attacking the boy in the main ship's bay. The very first hologram he used was Obi-Wan Kenobi. Every single day, the young apprentice won. And every single day, the droid apologized for failing to eliminate him. By the time the boy grew into a young man, he had become something the galaxy had never seen before. In the 2008 Legends role-playing source book, The Force Unleashed Campaign Guide, the entry on the secret student is blunt. As a teenager, the apprentice was already more powerful than many Jedi Knights had been during the Clone Wars. Only his master's own skill could still defeat him in combat. The book gives him a dark side rating of 15, the highest value the game system can afford. He cannot be rated any darker. His powers were not normal Jedi tricks. He could fire set lightning and attack ones reserved for the Emperor himself from his fingers, using telekinesis, the ability to move things with the mind. He could reach into an officer's thoughts and force the man to order his own soldiers to kill each other. Williams' novel sums up his raw strength in one line: bodies broke under his unstoppable control of the Force. The gamebook had to invent entirely new rules to describe what he could do. It created a whole category called Unleashed abilities, requiring a feat named after him. Standard Unleashed powers let a character hit 5 targets at once, ignore all damage defenses, and deal damage beyond every normal limit. Force Unleashed powers go further, letting him strike every target in a cone with lightning, or devastate everyone around him with a storm of dark energy. The campaign guide literally rewrote its own rulebook for this one character. There was a reason all that power stayed hidden. The Sith had one rule above all others, and it was sacred. In the 2012 Legends reference book, Book of Sith, Darth Vader's own writing spells it out. Always two. A master and a student. Never more. The Force, being road, is like venom. Pour it into many cups, and it becomes weak. Pour it back into one, and you can stop the heart of a great dragon, one of the galaxy's most deadly beasts. Next to that passage, in the same book, Emperor Palpatine wrote a note in his own hand. He swore that Vader's power had been passed down for 8,000 years, and that he planned to be its last holder. No student after him. The line ended with him. Bane went further in the same chapter. Under the Rule of Two, the Sith must work in secret. They must not make their presence known, and if a single being ever believes in the continued existence of the Sith, Bane wrote, kill him. The reason he took that risk comes from George Lucas himself. The behind-the-scenes book, The Art and Making of the Force Unleashed, describes the development team being with Lucas in person, and the creator of Star Wars personally shaped the Sacred Apprentice's place in the saga. Lucas told him directly that after Anakin Skywalker's defeat on Mustafar, the Emperor saw Vader as broken. The Dark Lord's body was largely machined machine, and his connection to the Force was weakened because of it. The old ruler would want a replacement, and his servant knew it. So the secret student became Vader's backup, raised from age 3, trained until he was strong enough to help his master eliminate the Emperor and take the throne. That was the real purpose of Starkiller. Not a bodyguard, not just a killer, but a partner in a planned assassination, usable only if the old Sith on Coruscant never found out he existed. Eventually, the Dark Lord decided the young man was ready for his first real test. A Jedi had been found. General Ramkota, a veteran of the Clone Wars, had been attacking a TIE fighter factory above Nar Shaddaa, the smuggler's moon. The orders were precise. Kill Kota, bring back his lightsaber, leave no witnesses, kill everyone aboard the station, Imperials and Rebels alike. Nobody could survive to describe a young human with a lightsaber. The apprentice took a stealth starship called the Rogue Shadow, custom built for these secret missions. His new pilot was Juno Eclipse, a young Imperial captain chosen personally from the Black Gate Squadron. She had her own dark past, and it would later mirror the young Siths in ways that neither of them could imagine. Her record included the bombing of Palos, an attack that killed an entire Legion. Her squadron had been ordered to stop after the Ring's defenses collapsed, but Vader told her to keep going. She hit the planetary reactor as instructed, and within a year, Palos was a dead world. Years later, she would captain a rebel ship of her own. The factory above Nar Shaddaa turned out to be a trap. Kota had been waiting for the Dark Lord to come out of hiding. Instead, he got a teenager. The two dueled across the collapsing facility as it tore itself apart around them. The old general was a trained soldier who had fought Sith before, but his opponent had something no Jedi expected. By the end of the fight, the apprentice held Kota by the throat with one hand while pressing his lightsaber against the Jedi's face with the other. Even half choked, the master of the Force saw something. He told his boy that Vader had not really turned him, that he could sense his future, and his master was not in it. Then the blind cut came. The young Sith burned away Kota's eyes with his own blade. The Jedi fell through a shattered window into the city below. Mission complete, at least by half. The teenager returned to his master without confirming the kill. Soon after, Vader pointed him at a second Jedi. On Brax's Prime, a planet-sized junkyard in the Outer Rim, a broken Jedi master named Kazdan Paratus had built a replica of the Jedi High Council chamber out of scrap metal. Inside it, he had placed junk dummies of the dead masters, and he spoke to them as if they could answer. The apprentice killed him in his tower of trash. 2 Jedi down. The third was still alive in Felucia. The next target was someone far more dangerous. Shakti, a former member of the Jedi High Council, was alive on Felucia. The apprentice found her meditating inside the mouth of a sarlacc, calm at the center of its teeth. She did not attack. She tried to reach him with words first. That light and dark were only directions, not opposites. That he stood on his own feet, not anyone else's. She was trying to pull the young man out from under the weapon. The duel that followed was brutal, and it ended with Shakti throwing herself onto his blade. As she died, she told him how his own story would end. The Sith always betray one another. He would learn that soon enough. 50 Felusians stood in a silent circle around him. They did not attack, and they did not thank him. As one, they turned and walked away. And his next mission took him back to where his story began. On Kashyyyk, the young Sith began to remember. The Empire was using a massive orbital tower, called a skyhook, to lift rookie slaves off the planet. His job was to bring it down. The novel is very specific about how he did it. There were 6 huge moored towers, holding the skyhook in place. One by one, he reached into each tower, felt its strength and weakness at the smallest level, and shattered it from the inside. The book describes the release of power as wild as every predator on the Wookiee world combined, but pure as laser. A single teenager freed an entire planet from Imperial control by thinking about metal. While he was there, he had a vision of a hut in the forest. Not just any hut, the one he had been taken from. He went there in person. Inside, the Jedi Knight who had died there appeared to him again and again, and spoke one sentence that cracked everything open.
I never wanted this for you. I never wanted any of this for you. I'm sorry, son.
It was the first time he had ever heard his own name. The young assassin shouted back across the years, "Father, wait! Father, no!" But the Jedi walked into the shadows, and was gone. The apprentice collapsed into the hut and screamed. After that moment, he was no longer just a weapon. Williams' novel records his thoughts directly. All his life, he had thought of himself only as Vader's student. Now, he might have had a past before that, a father, a name, a history. The boy who had been taken from the hut was still in there, and he had just spoken out for the first time. Soon, the betrayal came. The Dark Lord called him back to the Executor, and this time the blade came from behind. The young man walked into the chamber and turned towards the tall window. That is when he saw the fleet. Imperial Star Destroyers, dozens of them, had arrived. Before the teenager could understand what was happening, his teacher's blade ignited and stabbed through his back, out the front of his stomach. A hologram of Emperor Palpatine appeared in the room. The old Sith had discovered the secret. His spies had followed the apprentice to the last mission. Under the ancient law, there was only one possible answer. The hooded figure ordered the Dark Lord to kill the boy to prove his loyalty, or be destroyed himself. His master obeyed, using the Force to hurl him through the window of his own chamber. The glass shattered, and the cold emptiness of space pulled the body out into the stars. His last thought was that it was over. From the room shadow, hidden in a nearby ship bay, Juno watched everything. She saw the Sith Lord stab his student with that, then watched the body tumble into the dark. The same man who had broken her in hollows had just killed the young man she was beginning to love. Troopers boarded her ship, and the young captain was arrested. Her friend was not dead. He woke up 6 months later on a secret research station called the Empirical, hidden in an uncharted system. The apprentice opened his eyes on a medical table, droids removing tubes from his chest, a familiar dark shape standing over him. Vader explained what had really happened. The Emperor had wanted him dead, but his teacher had not. The kill had been faked, and he had been rebuilt in a hidden lab. Something new had been done during that rebuild. His body was fully fleshed now, with no mechanical parts, no old scars, and no weaknesses. He was tougher than he had ever been, and he could feel it. The meaning of that change was clear. In plain terms, he was a better Vader than Vader, a biologically perfect replacement Sith, in a continuity where the Dark Lord is supposed to stand at the top of the Force user chart until Luke Skywalker arrives. The Vader of Disney's canon loses a duel to Obi-Wan Kenobi in a standoff and serves the story as a brooding father figure, not a geneticist building his own successor. Then, the Sith Lord gave him his real mission, and this is where everything changes. He was to go underground, cut all ties to the Empire, and change his name, his looks, even his signature of the Force. Across the galaxy, he was to find the Emperor's political enemies, the senators and generals who whispered that rebellion in private, and bring them together to build an army that believed he was on their side. Then, once they were all gathered in one place, the Master and Emperor would spring the trap. Every enemy killed in one stroke, and in the confusion, the two of them would strike down Palpatine and take the throne. The apprentice took the repaired room shadow and went looking for the first name on the list, Kodo. Somehow, the Holy Jedi was alive. The young Sith tracked him from Nar Shaddaa to Zionist, and finally to Cloud City, a floating city in the clouds of the gas giant Bespin, inside a rundown bar called the Vapor Room. The blind general he had crippled a year earlier was now the first person he had to save. He found Kodo broken in the darkest corner of the bar, his robe stained, his head wrapped in dirty bandages. The Jedi did not recognize the regal Force signature standing over him, and when the stranger offered an alliance against the Empire, Kodo laughed without joy. Imperial troops burst in a moment later, hunting him, and the man who had blinded him a year earlier saved his life without ever saying so. Kodo became the link to the rest. The old Jedi knew Senator Bail Organa of Alderaan, one of the quiet builders of the Resistance. Organa's adopted daughter, Princess Leia, was trapped on Felucia, slowly falling to the dark side under the influence of Maris Brood, the same corrupted Padawan her dead master had tried to protect. The apprentice went to the Mushroom World to rescue the princess. That is when he met the Bullrag Horde, a creature Maris had twisted into a guardian, covered in plates of bone, thicker than starship hulls. Sith lightning bounced off it. His lightsaber could not pierce its skin, so he did the only thing left. He jumped inside its mouth, held the jaws open with the Force, and tore the creature apart from inside its own head. He was washed out onto a field of bones in a river of blood and roots, and he did it on the way to saving a princess. He spared Maris Brood when she surrendered, and he rescued Leia from her influence. Then, he tracked down Carmel Iblis of Corellia, the last senator on his master's list. By this point, Juno had defected from the Empire after her own rescue from Imperial custody, and she now flew the road Shadow Goro. She knew who he had been. He knew what she had done on Kalos. Neither judged the other. They had each kissed the only person in the galaxy who understood the weight the other was carrying. The meeting happened on Corellia, in a stone-washed station high above snowy mountains. The campaign guide sums up what followed in a single paragraph. The apprentice gathered the enemies of the Empire, including Organa, Mothma, and Bel Iblis, to form a new alliance against the old ruler. All four came. Koda walked in last, healed and standing tall, and said he would join too. Organa rose to his feet and called the meeting an official declaration of rebellion. The five of them would overturn the Empire together. That is when the sky exploded. Vader's Star Destroyer had been in orbit the whole time. Troopers broke through the doors. The Dark Lord walked through the smoke and told the troops to take the senators alive, because the Emperor wanted to kill them in person. Then, he turned to a student and said one sentence that ended everything the young man had built. Apprentice. Every rebel leader in the room heard it. In that single moment, all of them understood that the young stranger who had saved their lives was a Sith spy. The Alliance had been a trap from day one, and under the rules of the Old Sith Code, that was exactly what Vader needed. If even one person believes the Sith still exist, kill them. Rebel leaders, Leia, Juno, and Koda, all knew now. To return to the old rules, the Dark Lord had to kill every single person in that room. That is why the trap existed, not just political cleanup, Sith law. The Sith Lord threw his student through the stone columns with the Force, out into the snow at the edge of a tall trunk. Following him outside, he found a wounded young man bleeding in the snow. The apprentice asked if everything had been a lie. For the first time, the truth became clear. Everything had been planned from the beginning. The removal from Kashyyyk, the hidden deck for the Executor, the staged death, and the reconstruction that followed were all part of a single design. Vader had never intended to overthrow the Emperor with his apprentice. The entire purpose of the apprentice had been to gather the Empire's enemies into one place where they could be eliminated at once. Every moment of Galen's life had been directed towards that outcome. He had never been a partner. He had always been a piece in a larger strategy. Then the Dark Lord threw him off the edge. He should have died. He did not. The young apprentice clung to the rock face with the last of his strength. Proxy, still loyal, disguised himself as Obi-Wan Kenobi and attacked his master's creator to buy time. The Sith Lord cut the droid in half, but those few seconds gave his student time to slip into a state of Force focus so deep his master could no longer feel him. He was, as far as the dark figure could tell, gone. Juno brought the rogue shadow down the cliff and scraped him off the rocks at the bottom. As she loaded him into the ship, he told her his name, Galen Merrick. It was the first time he had ever said those words to another person. Then, he learned where the senators had been taken, the Death Star. The unfinished battle station was where the Emperor planned to execute the rebellion before it was born. The Death Star was not yet operational. It was being built on a prison world called Despair in the Horus system. Thousands of workers, including Wookiee slaves, were bolting its outer plates into place. The Emperor himself had come to oversee it. He planned to kill Organa, Mothma, Bel Iblis, and Koda himself inside the large dome above the planet-killing weapon. Galen decided he was going to rescue them alone. Juno flew him in close. He dropped from the ship directly onto the unfinished hull, glowing gold with the Force. He landed between two work sites, unnoticed, with no plan except a direction. Down, into the station, towards the prisoners and the two Sith waiting to kill them. He fought his way through a full Imperial construction zone alone. He passed the main weapon tube. Through the Force, he saw exactly what the station was being built to do, years before the Rogue One rebels would confirm it. He understood. He kept moving. The dome was guarded by Palpatine himself, standing beside the Dark Lord. Galen cut his way in through the ceiling. The four rebel leaders stood against the wall, surrounded by red-robed Imperial guards. The Emperor was in the middle of a speech about how he would kill them in public. Koda sensed the apprentice enter the room and laughed out loud. There may yet be a rebellion, he said. Palpatine turned and gave one order. Vader, deal with the boy. Properly this time. The duel on the Death Star was the first time Galen fought his master as an equal. He had spent his whole life losing to the Dark Lord in practice, survived being stabbed and thrown into space, been rebuilt stronger, and walked out of the snow at the bottom of a cliff. Now, on the station's still growing dome, he was the stronger of the two. He blocked the Sith Lord's killing strikes, stabbed at his master's throat, and hurled invisible fists with the power of a siege weapon. Then, he tore the massive machine at the center of the dome out of the floor with pure force strength and hurled it at his teacher. The machine exploded on impact. The thick, clear dome above them broke apart. The blast threw everyone to the ground. When the dust cleared, the younger man walked to where his master lay. That is when he saw the face under the mask. The helmet had been blown up. The man beneath the armor was a pale, hairless, wrinkled figure with blue eyes full of pain. This is years before Return of the Jedi, the 1983 film in which Luke Skywalker becomes the first person in canon to see Vader's true face. He lowered his blade and spared him. That is when the Emperor stepped forward. The old Sith offered the young man everything. "Join me," he said. "Take Vader's place. Kill the traitor and give in to your hatred." Galen deactivated his blade and stepped between his two enemies and the fallen Koda. The hooded figure blasted sent lightning into the blind general's back, and Koda went down. The apprentice moved between his friend and the old Sith and sent the full blast into his own body. The novel describes the pain as searing every nerve back to its individual cells. He had never felt anything like it, and he kept walking towards the source. He took another step, and another, until he grabbed the Emperor by the shoulders and pulled the lightning into himself, pushing it back through his body into his attacker. The hooded figure howled. Troopers poured into the dome to kill the escaping senators as they climbed into the rogue shadow. Galen let everything inside him out, all at once. The book describes the moment as a star catching fire inside his chest. A glowing ball of flame tore the troopers apart and engulfed both his old master and the Emperor. Broken metal filled the air. The dome above collapsed inward. The rebels made it to the ship, but Galen Merrick did not. He lay broken under the wreckage as the two Sith Lords staggered back to their feet. This was 2 BBY, 2 full years before Luke Skywalker would ever pick up a lightsaber. The Dark Lord looked down at the body and spoke one sentence that had already come true once before. In a vision during the student's first death, "He is dead." And the Emperor, watching the rogue shadow vanish into the stars, finished the thought. Then he is now more powerful than ever. He was meant to root out the rebels, not give them hope. His sacrifice will only inspire them. Then the Dark Lord raised his boot and crushed the young man's lightsaber to dust. Juno got the ship out of the system, and the rebellion had its first martyr. Koda told the senators what had really happened inside that dome. The boy they had briefly hated had chosen them over the throne. Instead of flying to a new base, they took the rogue shadow to the Sheik, to the ruined hut where their rescuer had been born. Bail Organa had used his resources to find out who the young stranger really was. His name had been Galen Merrick. His father, Kento, had been a Jedi Knight who lived for 10 years among the Wookiees. The boy had been born in that hut. Inside, Princess Leia wiped dust from an old table. Carved into the wood was a family symbol, a smooth, stylized bird with its wings raised high, a starboard. She asked the others if they needed a sign to rally behind. Organa said yes, it would stand for hope. The Merrick family symbol became the official sign of the Rebel Alliance. That bird would fly on every X-Wing, every Rebel helmet, every poster for the rest of the war. It was born on a Wookiee world, carved into the table of a dead Jedi, named after a dead boy. In the old continuity, the rebellion began that way, but his story was not over, because his master had a backup plan. 1 year later, in 1 BBY on Kamino, the water planet that had once produced the Republic's clone army, something woke up. In The Force Unleashed 2, the 2010 sequel novel also written, the full horror of what Vader had been doing becomes clear. He had been secretly making copies of his old student for a full year, using the young man's original body material, running training memories through fast-grown bodies, trying to recreate his perfect weapon. The science said it cannot be done. A Syrian doctor named Nike Benz explains the problem to Koda later in the book. Force sensitivity cannot be copied. It actively blocks the cloning process. Try it anyway, and the copies go mad. The Kamite people had worked on the problem for 1,000 years without solving it. But the Sith Lord kept trying. Eventually, he succeeded. There was a room on Kamino filled with dying copies of Galen Merrick. The sequel novel opens on one of those copies, kneeling in a meditation chamber for 14 days without food or sleep, haunted by memories he cannot place, smells he does not recognize, the voice of a woman he does not remember, a general fallen. Vader tells him these are the leftover memories of a dead man. They will fade, they have to. Then, the teacher pulls him up for one last test. His clone wielded 2 red lightsabers at once, in a style called Jarkai. The only other Force user in Legends known for double red blades is Darth Maul. Vader had now created a second one. The test was a holographic copy of Juno in a rebel uniform. The order was brutal. Strike her down. Learn to hate what he loves. The clone shut off his blades. He could not do it. That is when the creator told him the truth. There had been many copies before him. They had all broken the same way. Some had refused to kill simulations of their fathers. Others had refused to kill simulations of themselves. But this one, it was the woman. Now, the Sith Lord said, you will suffer the fate they did. That room full of failed copies was Bane's own apprentice doctrine, taken to its furthest extreme. In the Book of Sith, Bane had written that a master should train several candidates at once and let them fight until only one remained. Vader was running that test on a single man's genetics over and over in a sealed room above an ocean. Of course, Vader was stealing the Emperor's personal plan for eternal life. In his own chapter of Book of Sith, Palpatine had written that returning from death into a fresh body was his alone, and something even his own master could not do. And here was a servant secretly running the same trick on someone else's body. It was not just a broken rule, it was the theft of the Emperor's most private ambition. Before the copy could be killed with all the others, he hit his creator with Sith lightning at close range. The lightning crawled up the Dark Lord's chest plate and helmet. His breathing mask made a hurt noise. The movement in his right arm strained under the shock. This mattered. In the 2007 Legends novel, Rise and Fall of Darth Vader, the Dark Lord is said to be unable to use Sith lightning or resist it because of his metal limbs. The clone had just done something his creator could not. He had hurt Darth Vader with the Force. He ripped a hole in the wall, pulled down a radio tower with Force-powered clone, crushed 3 Ultra-Raid scout transports, and stole his master's own TIE Advanced Starfighter from the outside platform, breaking way into the sky. He did not know who he was. He did not know if he had the right to love the woman in his memories. He did not know if his feelings were real, or if they were just imprints from a dead man. But he knew he wanted to find Juno. He had found Coda on Cato Nebulia. The old Jedi did not care that the man standing in front of him was a copy. He was still connected to the Force, and he knew what he was sensing. Together, they set out for Dagobah, where a small green creature guarded a cave. The novel never names him, but the character list at the front of the book does. Yoda, the ancient master, let the clone pass inside. What the clone saw inside is one of the darkest scenes in the entire old continuity. Dozens of other copies of himself, writhing in the dark, whispering in pain. His failed brothers, the ones who never escaped the Camino meditation chamber, they reached for him with his own hands. They begged, kill me, and you destroy yourself, one of them said. He turned off his blades and walked through them. Meanwhile, Juno had become the captain of her own rebel warship, the Salvation. She did not know her lost love was back, and she had been in mourning for a year. To draw him out, Vader hired the bounty hunter Boba Fett to bring her in as bait. Fett boarded her ship, shot her, found her, and dragged her through her own halls in cuffs. That was when the clone crashed through the floor with 2 blue lightsabers, not red ones this time. The bounty hunter escaped with the young captain, but she had seen her lost love with her own eyes, and that alone was enough to change the rest of the book. He tracked the trail back to Camino. This time, the Rebel Alliance came with him, its first full-open fleet attack about a year before Rogue One's Battle of Scarab would later claim the same title in canon. The 2 events cannot both be first in the rebellion's history. Only one survives. He fought his way through the cloning station, found his creator, and killed him again. At the end of the fight, the Sith Lord's helmet came off a second time. Standing over his unmasked master, with his blade raised, the clone did not finish him. Instead, he had Coda and the rebels take the Dark Lord alive. The book ends with Darth Vader, the second most powerful Sith in the galaxy, in rebel custody. That is where the Force Unleashed story ends in Legends. A teenage killer took down 2 Jedi Masters, and his sacrifice built the Rebel Alliance. His copies led its first open fleet battle, and his family symbol became its banner. He fought the Dark Lord as an equal twice, and won, pulling the Emperor's own Sith lightning into his body and and in the end, he put his own creator in Alliance handcuffs. 2 years later, all of it was unmade. In April 2014, Lucasfilm rebranded the entire expanded universe as Legends, and a new canon began under the company's new owner, Disney. Gale and Merrick crossed that line along with everyone else. Since then, the rebellion has been rebuilt a second time, with different people. Mon Mothma became the central figure. Her years of quiet political resistance shown across 2 seasons of the 2022 series Andor. Bail Organa was expanded through Rebels and Rogue One. Saw Gerrera, a character from the Clone Wars animated show, became the founder of the early partisan resistance. The Gorman Massacre, dramatized in Andor, replaced Kalos as the Empire's defining civilian atrocity. A meeting on Yavin 4 into BBY, not a Stonewatch station on Corellia, became the Alliance's official star. The Starbird is still the rebel sign, but in canon, it has no known origin. It is not a Jedi family symbol from a Wookiee world. It is not named after a boy who died on a Death Star. It is simply a banner. The man whose family it came from no longer exists in the continuity, and the saddest part is that this erasure was already happening before Disney ever arrived. In the 2009 Lucasfilm Planetary Reference Book, The Essential Atlas, the events of Raxus Prime and Kashyyyk are described without mentioning Galen's name once. 3 years later, the Essential Guide to Warfare went further. It credited Juno with rescuing the rebel leaders from Imperial custody. Her own war portrait, a 3-page letter from Admiral Akbar to his niece, never named the man she loved. Akbar's question, asked of his niece, was whether she was still a war criminal after she risked her life to save the rebel leaders, defected to the Alliance, and confess her past to her crew. He asked her when, exactly, forgiveness became earned. The old expanded universe had already been writing the young Sith out. The 2014 relaunch just finalized the call, and the power problem on its own is enormous. The novel is specific about another feat on Raxus Prime, one the earlier mission paragraph did not describe in detail. During that mission, Galen pulled a Star Destroyer out of orbit with his bare hands. The ship was nearly 1,600 meters long and built to carry a crew of over 37,000. During the pull, Yoda shouted at him the same line Yoda would later tell Luke on Dagobah. Mass meant nothing. It was all in his mind. He was a Jedi, and size meant nothing to him. When it lived, the apprentice himself wondered whether any Sith or Jedi in the history of the galaxy had ever done anything like this. The book's answer, written right into the scene, is no. To bring Galen Marek into the new canon, Lucasfilm would have to undo the structure of its own continuity. The Starbird that flies on every rebel helmet would need a new origin. The Andor political arc that built Mon Mothma's quiet resistance over 2 seasons would have to make room for a teenage Sith spy who got there first. For sensitive cloning, reserved for Palpatine's return in The Rise of Skywalker, would belong to Vader a generation earlier. And then there are the Feats themselves, a young Force user dueling the Dark Lord as an equal, unmasking him years before Return of the Jedi, surviving a blast of the Emperor's lightning, tearing a Star Destroyer out of orbit with his hands, in a continuity where Rey lifting a pile of rocks was meant to be the peak of her power. Each one of those moments, on its own, would force a rewrite. Together, they describe a different Star Wars. The campaign guide itself stated the framing plainly. Rule 2 was created to keep the Sith from destroying themselves. Vader broke that rule when he began training his own student to fight the Emperor. He hoped to use the boy when the time was right to overthrow Palpatine, just as he would later attempt to convince Luke Skywalker to do so. Galen was the first Luke. None of it fits. The behind-the-scenes book captures why. The designers describe their mandate in one clear sentence: do something with the Force that's never been seen in a game before. That is the direction that created every one of his feats. The wordlist they gave their artist for The Apprentice ended with one last entry: tragic. That was the designer's own work. The team knew, before a single scene was written, that they were building a villain who had to die, a weapon too big to be reused, a hero whose entire story only worked once. There is one more detail that sharpens the whole picture. Before Starkiller existed, the team pitched several other game ideas to Lucas. Each one had a different protagonist. Most were rejected. An underworld crime pitch, a rebellion founding pitch, a Jedi outlaw pitch, a Wookiee hero pitch. Years later, each one of those ideas became something in the new canon. The underworld pitch grew into Solo and The Mandalorian. The rebellion pitch became Rogue One and Andor. The Jedi Outlaw pitch became Obi-Wan Kenobi and Ahsoka. The Wookiee Hero pitch became part of Solo and the larger Rebels arc. Every rejected 2005 era concept has a canon heir in the Disney era. Only one idea from that room does not. The one that got approved. The one that became Galen Merrick. He is the last great character George Lucas personally helped shape for Star Wars. Before he sold the company, the first thing the new stewards did was put him on a show. In view of continuity, the Starbird still flies because one secret student shows hope or hate, and the galaxy remembered him for it. Yoda carries his memory, Juno carries his name. Bail Organa keeps the full truth locked in Alderaan's archive. The rebels fly his banner without always knowing whose it was, but it flies. In the new canon, the rebellion he died for does not know his name. The expanded universe is full of stories like this one. Some of them are darker than his, some of them are bigger, and some of them answer questions the current canon is not even thought to ask yet. The next one is already on the channel. Welcome to the Star Wars Galaxy. Here you can see planets from Coruscant down to Camino, each side of
What's this trying to turn out to be?
Commander's making something
Commander Rooster controls the top of the star. Dave is in charge of the Separatists. Each commander has a strong and weaknesses, with Rooster our main antagonist.
I'm just trying to see what I can do.
I do, yeah. Once I realize how many different faces yourself
Dave, the enemy will throw everything he has at Rooster, including hundreds of ships at a time. Will he succeed? Let's find out. You're talking. All right, and welcome back to Republic of War. But it's realistic. This is Commander Rooster speaking, and I'm so excited about being the season finale of Republic of War, but it's realistic. So we've got a lot that I have to showcase in today's episode. I've got a few surprises, and one that we're going to show right now, plus a few in the future. So before we kind of get into things, I'd like to say I did a lot of testing for this episode because my microphone broke. So you can see I've got a ton of saves, but that's okay because I've got the right one right here. And once I click load, we're going to have something that I've been trying to do for a long time since before the penultimate episode. So we'll see what I'm talking about. Yes, it's the Battle of Coruscant. So you might be wondering, wait a minute, this isn't the whole Battle of Coruscant, it's just 43 Munificence. Also, how did Dave get 43 Munificence? So yeah, I did a lot. I did boost him pretty significantly in terms of his forces, so this is going to be a very difficult final episode for me. On top of that, the lag, I had to do some fixing, but we'll see. But this is not his entire fleet, the 43 Munificence. Nah. This is not his entire fleet. As a matter of fact, Dave has a little bit of here's a few reinforcements. I'd love to show you guys. Here they come. Right now. In order to hear, we're firing weapons as we speak. Yes. look at Dave's monstrous fleet. He's got the Malevolence, he has the Invisible Hand, a couple Recusants, of course, many Munificents, support ships, and a ton of fighters. Meanwhile, we've got Anakin, Obi-Wan, even an early Star Destroyer, and the Resolute. Everyone's here for the Battle of Coruscant. So, big shout out to Luigi Bro 2424 for allowing us, or for helping me work on this and finally getting it right. And then also shout out to our moderator on the Discord server who had requested this. So let's get this battle going right here. Got the Malevolence positioned up. Let's see if he's gonna fire his super weapon. This thing is very dangerous. Watch out for that. Oh, hey, look! Look! It's the super weapon! It's the super weapon aiming for an Architans. Well, that's okay. It hit the Architans, destroyed its engines essentially, made it a sitting duck, but it also impacted all of the ships around it, taking out the shields, and even for the pride of the core, he lost the shields as well, so we're already, oh boy, we're starting things out quite intense. So for the Battle of Coruscant, I am privy to the comms chatter
ships and the intensity of the battle. That's definitely going to be the case today. We've also got a gravity well generator. So Dave, he is not escaping. He might have a hefty fleet, but me oh my, no, we are not allowing this guy to retreat. Ready now. I'm going to bring in all the fighters, push them up quick. I'm also going to bring in our Z95 hero. Anakin and Obi-Wan are also pushing up. I do not have the arcs on hand. Give me arc 170s. Push up. Y-Wings push up. Arc 170s, here we are. And the whole group up top. So this was requested for the last episode, the penultimate one, the Battle at Coruscant. And my gosh, what an absolute monstrous battle. Look at all the munificence. I'm losing civvies. They're destroying our civvies. But no bother. It's just what the CIS does. So unfortunately, it's just something I have to do here. But let's see. Oh, it was a super weapon. Just right at Architects. I don't know why Dave has a problem with the Architects, but he is aiming straight for it. Let's see, that's a Noble Providence. Where's the invisible hand here? Where is Grievous' special ship? Gosh, this is actually not quite a significant fighter force. I think we're kind of defeating them for the most part. Anyway, what's the invisible hand? Is that it right there? That's the invisible hand. There it is. There it is. That's the invisible hand. Use mark in the 70s. Oh boy. They're taking fire from somewhere. Not from the left ones like this. None of what's hitting that, but they gotta take out. Oh, there we go. Good job. Good job. Take out Grievous' engines. Beautiful. Excellent work, troops. Alright. I want everyone to keep pushing up. Keep going. Keep moving. Meanwhile, we've got a group here that's gotta get moving. Move around, troops. Move around. How many fighters out there? Stat. Bring as many fighters as we can get out there. They're bringing in reinforcements. We gotta do the same. We got Z95 headhunters. Go intercept best you can. We got Jedi up top as well. Good. Oh, the Jedi's taking some major laser fire. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh boy, buddy. Might be overstretching a little bit there. Keep up with that fire, troops. That malevolence is right there. See that? Look at that. I tried to go in the cinematic camera, but it just didn't do too good. Oh, we got a broadside. Look at that. Broadsiding the what I believe is the invisible hand. Excellent. Looking beautiful. Good fire. Keep moving forward. Chase him down. Good. Oh, this is like the, what is it? It was Ayla Sakura's, I think it was its name, but the vendor that broadsided the invisible hand with a G. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Oh, look, it's
I think we just got it. Oh, here's hoping Palpatine wasn't in that because he would have totally died. Oh, there it goes. Okay, hey, alright. Let's keep going. Keep pushing forward. Keep moving. Obi-Wan is surrounded currently. Come on, buddy. Oh my goodness. See, look how overpowered the Jedi are. Oh my gosh. Obi-Wan, go into full-fledged. Anakin's also taking a lot of fire. Where's our anti-fighter support? Get over here. We're gonna need you. Come on now. need some help out here. Give me fighters. Move. We're losing the fighter battle. I need more. There they are. I don't know why this guy's not. He is just not interested in moving. Keep moving up, move up. I need help here. Oh gosh, they're bringing in reinforcements too. Watch it. Anakin, do not. We need you in this battle. Come on, hang in there, buddy, hang in there. Right to the core, focus fire on the malevolence. Keep up with your fire. Keep pushing up, You're doing okay. Those are 170s interceptors. Do what you can here. Let's see what else I got. Oh, I got a mess of fighters up top. Go Tides, we need you. We need shields, go. V-Wings, go. R-170s, go. Don't move as fast as the slowest unit. Just go as fast as you can. Hard burn all of your engines. Go assist our troops. Buddy, you are not very competent, Mr. Star Destroyer. You are not moving quick enough. I need you to keep moving. Don't even do an attack move. Just move. He's not. Yeah, this guy, he's a true Imperial right there. I just need as many men as possible moving there. Reinforcements. Let me get these upgrades real quick. Oopsies. Alright, let's check the battle. How we doing here? Not great. Oh gosh. The fighter battle is a little bit, yeah, it's a little tough. A little bit. Oh boy. I think the bombers are gonna go. They're gonna die. Oh boy. But they are, hey, you know, they probably could do a lot of damage. They're just slow. Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my gosh! Hard burn your weapons! Unload on them, they're bringing reinforcements! Droids have brought a lot of reinforcements, we're gonna need help. Beautiful, we've got a lot of reinforcements. Come on, keep moving. This is the Coruscant Defense Fleet. Just keep going, we're losing Venerers. Oh my. Alright, we got these Venerers over here, switch around. Give me some of those guns, open up. Beautiful, good work, good work. Alright. I need more fighters on me. Push to that position. ARC-170s are a little... I can't access them. Wow! Do these B-19s and TIE fighters take out that munificent on their own? It's pretty impressive. Look at that. Okay, not bad. Go, push up. I need all of you moving in. I need every single ship with a gun. Even if you have one single gun, I need you in this battle. Pushing them to the end of time. Oh, we took out the Malevolence! Oh, the Pride of the Core defeated the Malevolence. I didn't even see. Excellent work. Good stuff. Keep moving. Pushing them back. Pushing them back. Good job. Oh, they're still bringing in reinforcements. Oh my gosh. And we're spawn killing them. Oh, wow. That was a beautiful kill. Nice job. Excellent. Open up. Open up. Man. They were taking out civvies. Oh, no, we're losing a Venator. Oh, no. Oh, this one's gonna go soon, I think. If we don't take out that one Munificent, we're gonna lose a Venator. Oh, my poor UCS Venator. Buddy, hang in there. Oh, no, my gosh. Wow, can that... Really? Really? He's still standing. He lived. He lived. Oh my gosh. The admirable Venator survived to fight another day. Wow. We lost 2 Venators, but they lost 43 Munificents. What a battle. What a great start. My gosh. Alright, so coming out of the battle, the game gets extremely laggy, which is why today's video is probably going to have a lot of cuts. So what I'm going to be doing is just kind of fading around here and there, but this is what our map looks like so far. So we just defended Coruscant. In like the moments between this episode and the last, in an attempt to get them to attack Coruscant, I did lose the Skako space orbit, which are things Captain Shack style. So it was an amazing battle of Coruscant, courtesy of our moderator on the Discord server for his dare at Curse, and then through the amazing Luigi Bro 2424 him helping me out do that. We do that, but we got a few things we gotta do. We gotta take out the Skako space orbit, single hyena bomber that's there, and then we also have for some reason that's running on top of our ground array. I think they're trying to mount up an assault for the ground, so we're gonna try to push that with these acclimators right here on Fondor. See if I can throw those in there for some Vedators. Moreover, we've got, we lost the space battle on Geonosis, right? I tried to lose the space battle on Geonosis multiple times in an attempt for them to be more aggressive, so I just allowed them to take that. They couldn't take the ground, of course. Besides that, we got 5 planets to take over, and then 3 more space orbits to go for. So we're gonna definitely try to take out upgrade race first. So here's an example of the not bad when I'm talking, but after battles, usually it gets extremely bad. I gotta wait about 5 minutes. That's kind of what we're gonna be working with today. Except that battle for some reason. Oh no, why are you attacking me? Why are you attacking me? Now it's not the time to attack. Do I have... Look, they're probably going to attack. I'm going to capitalize on this. So one of the greatest strategies in Empire War, I don't know where I said this, is you need to capitalize on, for instance, you know, the AI or games advances. So whatever fleet they bring into battle, so let's say they're attacking Ryloth from, for instance, Geonosis. I don't know if they are, it doesn't matter. If they're attacking Ryloth from Geonosis, that means that Geonosis is left open. What I can do is, whether or not I win the Ryloth space, I know that for a certain short period of time, Geonosis is going to be left undefended for the most part, because that's how the Empire War AI works. Except I think with Waking Up of the Rebellion, where they're a little bit more calculated. So what I'll do is I'll try to pincer them using a different fleet, take that out, and then try to see if I can salvage the fleet from Ryloth that was defeated, and then combine that with that of Geonosis, and then fight the next planet over. It's called capitalizing on the advantage. And that's kind of something that, I swear if I lose, thank God, okay. It's kind of a big strategy of mine. It's just that I don't really want to do it. I didn't want to use it too often in this series, just because I want to make sure it was challenging. You know? I think part of the fun of this series was just the difficulty of it. Now we've definitely done extensive victories. We've definitely won quite a bit. I just didn't want to cheese Dave too much. Didn't want to win too much. Oh no. I should not have put you on attack move. I'm so sorry. Keep moving. You're probably gonna die. Don't worry. I'm in control of you. Let's just. Oh gosh. Oh, nice. We secured it. Hey, would you look at that? So we're just moving in moving on ships. just how we're going to do things today. We're just going to bring in the gunships and get one squad of infantry just in case. So I don't accidentally lose the homies, but we're just going to go crazy here with the gunships. Bring in the Star Wars equivalent helicopters. You can't negotiate with droids. Go, do that. Do your thing. Good, open up. If you're watching. Oh, did you really have to bring in the artillery first? Oh my gosh. All the things you could have brought in first, you had to bring in the artillery. Look at this, look at the Imperial Army troops. Amazing. Alright, let's keep moving. Let's get grooving. Leave that guy behind. Keep going. Don't take those out. Focus on that, not shield, the power generator. Look at that. See, we've learned to be very efficient with our air units. Air units in Empire War generally are extremely overpowered, but as you can see, they also have a natural counter, which would be other air units. The HMP gunship, the Separatist equivalent of this one, is faster, has better turning radius and everything. It's just a really good ship, and that can take out my gunships quite effectively. It's just that Dave didn't really use it as much as he should have. Which, again, Dave is an AI. Yeah, he is an AI. I like to personify things. I've always been that type of person to really be quirky. And so I guess I am a little quirky with that one. Where is... Ah, there we go. We got some infantry moving around. Come on, boys. We got infantry here. Beautiful. Good victory. Let's see if we're going to lag after this one. If so, I'll just be quick fade for you guys. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I don't know why it's going so well right now. Tatooine, how's your... Oh. Excellent. That's a completely doable fight. No, I'm going to definitely take that. Rylot, see, actually, my strategy was used against me because they capitalized. Can I defeat this is the real question. 5 dreadnoughts, 2 vendors, dreadnought vehicles, let's play, 2 vendors, few support ships, blah blah blah, against 4 Luger Bucks, 2 Providences, 2 Savage Destroyers, and 1 Rakusen. I don't know if I can 100% defeat them, we'll see. The tough part for this battle will be Starfield. That's going to be the hardest part here. Alright everybody, here's the plan. We'll retreat back to the space station. It's got a value of essentially a couple Venators. I think this is level 3. Yeah, it's pretty much the equivalent to 2 Venators. A lot of fighters coming in. I'm definitely going to have to deal with those. Here's the plan. My CR 110s or CR 90 equivalents, I'm going to have you just do a quick run. So this is the way I use my Corvettes. It's not a good one. Abort the mission, they have too many rockets, Oh my gosh, those fighters are insane. Okay everybody, here's the plan. They're going to send in a swarm, we need to survive said swarm. Once they send in that swarm, oh no, we don't have enough anti-fighter. Alright, we gotta flank them. Reposition, troops, reposition. We have to see if we can get a battle line going. Get a battle line down south, see what we can do here. Oh gosh. No, don't do that. Go over here. Everybody turn around, all your guns in range, start overloading your guns, boost up your shields. Anti-fighter support, start providing some anti-fighter. Fighters, do some light fighting. Get yourselves in too much of a pickle, though I know you will, unfortunately. Fighters, stay close to the fleet, but open fire. Fire at will. Boost up those shields. I know your shields are not ones that are going to get hit. Come on, reposition yourselves. Give me some fighter assistance. I'm gonna need some help over here. Oh my gosh, those hyena bombers. Jeez, please. My goodness gracious. They're just insane. The fighter spam is so good. It's so effective. Yeah, pushing around. We're gonna attack move. The gunships are definitely like the most successful when it comes to fighting against other fighters and durability, I believe. I can heal this guy too. You know, I gotta tell you, this game, this series, I think it's turning a year. Actually, I know it's turning a year. January 22nd, 2023, and it definitely made quite an impression on me. So much so that I bought a UCS, like a Star Wars Vendor Subscription. I bought a massive piece of plastic or collage of plastic just because this series had that much of an impact on me. Oh, turn around, go, get out of there. And then so many of my classmates bring up the fact that I have a YouTube channel. It's so cool. Just how impactful this series has been for me. And it definitely is something. I should probably focus on the battle here. We'll talk more sentimental later. Alright, everybody, just keep moving. Oh, we opened up. We got him. Alright, here's the plan. I want all Arc 170s. Start firing on that loop. Take out his hangar bays. Next, I want you to start opening up on that supply ship. Let's keep moving. We're going to flank them best we can. Bring up our DPS. You guys got to move up. Move up fast. Give me a B-19. You guys don't fall too far. Don't stray too far. Or burn all of your guns. You do the same. Keep using the DPS. Alright, brilliant. This is gonna be tough. Alright, we gotta get that fighter problem out of here. I'm gonna send you guys on a dangerous mission, but I need you to do it. Take out this hangar bay. You can do that. Excellent work. Good job, boys. The Y-Wings out here, they've got a lot of problems. We got a lot of issues here, you guys. Well, move out before that Providence really targets you. Boost weapons. You pull back if you can. Excellent, good reinforcements. Got a couple victories. I wish I got a Venator, to be honest. A Venator would have been great. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. Good job, successful retreat. Corvette, move around. You keep guarding the shipyard. Alright, let's get this dreadnought out of here. Push you up. Good job, bombers. Alright, good flank. Keep moving. Let's flank them again. Take out that Sabbath. We gotta save our ships. Good job moving up on this guy if you can. Use those long range guns. These are tides. Pull back. B-19s, go after those guys. Nope, get out. Ties. Oh, shoot, why did I do that? I should have pulled them out. What am I doing? Watch it. How are we doing? Okay, we just got a problem with fighters. Oh, we did it! Oh, we did it! Brilliant! Bring everyone over. Come on. Take out these fighters. Take them out so we don't have to deal with them next time. Oh my gosh, we actually did it! Excellent work. fantastic defense. My goodness, you can see a little bit of the flag, but it's manageable right now. It's manageable. Let's see what I got. Mostly ground forces, so I think they're going to retreat from territory. The problem is, if they retreat, I retreat. I don't know what is going on with this game, but it's just such a strange glitch that I have to be the one to retreat when Dave is the one who actually does it. Alright, here's the plan. We're gonna try to Alright, well, we're gonna be foolish right now. We're gonna bring one ISD. Those ground forces. No. Oh, those ground forces. Alright. Nope. Send everybody in. Send everyone in. I know Dave is gonna retreat. I know he's gonna try to retreat. I can't risk it like that. Bring in as many troops as we can. We're definitely gonna take some losses too. Give me one. But if we can saturate our guns and aim at those ground forces, we should be doing pretty Gucci. Oh gosh, this is so difficult with this game. Is the fact that when he retreats, I'm gonna be the one who retreats. When he retreats, my troops are the ones that fall back. It's so strange. But bada bing, bada boom. Welcome to the Republic. Commander Rooster is here. Hello. I'm here. I'm so excited to be part of the battle tonight. An absolute pleasure. All guns opening up. Did I just lose a ship? Was that mine? That was mine. Hey, I lost a one Cala ship. Would you look at that? That's probably why they defected to the rebellion. Sorry. Just keep taking out those ground forces. Focus on that. For you, the reason why Dave tries to retreat, we don't want him to retreat, but we know he's going to. Just source the ground forces. His losses are atrocious. Try to bring in some like reasonable forces. Oh, beautiful. I got a banner right here. Response and transport. Look at that. See, he's trying to retreat. What did I say? Oh, I got 4 seconds here. I've got 4 seconds. Bring in all the rest of the ships. Okay, so I just lost the Star Destroyer, I think. Whatever damage you can do. Okay, so he retreated, but I think I was the one who retreated. Every time. This happens every single time. Is that Dave is the one who retreats, but then never mind. Oh, okay. That's what I can do. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna save just because of that. Good stuff, folks. That's what I'm talking about. This is a fantastic episode. What's going on today? Oh my gosh. Where are some of my funny bunnies here? I've got Tarkin. I need you to do me a favor real quick. We've got some forces on Skako that I need to take out. Oh no. Oh no. Amidst the lag, Dave has forsaken me. He's brought in. Oh boy. I'm trying to build up some Galactic Marines for the next attack. He has brought in a lot of troops. Oh, that's one back too. Well, actually, and I wish I could support guys over while I pause so I can move this entire ground force this way. Fine, alright, let's defend Let's defend Tatooine. I don't have a space station up, so this is just 7 Venators versus a lot of Lucrons. So what I can do here, I have big trouble. Pull all the bombers back. It's good that we have the dreadnoughts up front. Actually, they can do a lot of the damage. They can take a lot of damage. Pull back the acclimator. You can't do a lot. Need the dreadnoughts up. Use dreadnoughts up. We're gonna get that fighter swarm coming up first. Watch it. Try to make sure you deal with them first. You deal with them best you can. It's the Imperial acclimator, I just realized, not the standard one, so it can take a little bit more damage. But not an extensive amount. Alright, I got Y-Wings. This is going to be a tough battle. I can't even bring the Y-Wings in. Alright. Mark 170s is going to be a real tough mission, but you gotta do it. It's going to be a tough job. You have to somehow get to that Lucrehawk and take out its hangar. Meanwhile, I want to see if these gunships can take out the hangar bay of this droid carrier. They're sending in a few missiles, but I don't know if they can make it through that swarm. Oh, wait, don't do that. Alright, looks like they made it through the swarm. Good job. Alright, take out its shields. Don't take out the engines, though. I need it to be able to move so we can push up. Even if they retreat, that's fine. It's just gonna be a tough one. Alright. For them, actually. Think about bad to worse for them. Bring in the Y-Wings. Once you take out that Sabbath, it's the only one that still has hangar. Alright, I want the 2 back Venators to start pushing up. Meanwhile, Y-Wings, commence bombing run. Oh my, what a battle. Read this syntax, what else? Excellent work. Alright. Good job. Good stuff. Good job, Y-Wings. Alright. Finish him off. Y-Wings will need some assistance, likely. Not. Yes. Oh, yeah, they do. Need some fighter support. The V-Wings. Ooh. Missed. What are you doing? They're fast. Those things are fast and tough to hit. Gosh. Those are the proto-ties. Alright. Want a good bombing run. Good dive. Good dive. Watch out. Watch out. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got a whole lot of fighters that are retreating. The real question is, let's see if I'm retreating. Alright, let's see. Am I retreating? That's a really good defense, though. Fantastic. Oh, nice. Rin. Okay. Time to commence ground assault. I'm going to take this group right here. I'm going to take them all. Oh, wow, okay. And the Malevolence? Oh my. I don't even have a missing a Venator there. Oh me, oh my. Oh goodness gracious. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, at least I got a fleet. Hit the malevolence. Yeah, you got a shield. Alright. Yeah, they will. And now we've got some trouble. Start giving us bonuses. Move around. Move the ships. Alright, so this space station is worth at least 3 or 4 Venators. We just have to defend it. We just have to surround her. Pretty much use it as a tank. Is that ready to take that as a fleet? I guess that's it. You get a few dreadnoughts. Not a good defense fleet. Okay. Okay, I got a Venator. Jesus, not lucky. No. Oh boy. Alright, turrets are gonna get swarmed quick.
Hmm.
More than that, we need a whole fleet.
You hear that?
Not reinforcements, we need a whole fleet.
It's gotta be like 11, bro.
If we wasted that.
13.
Oh, shit. You know, maybe not. I've got an idea. I need something that's not going to assist too much in the battle. Something I can pull out of the battle. Probably. I think I know what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to try to cheese Dave as much as possible. I don't think I'm going to win this battle, unfortunately. No, I don't think I'm going to win. However, take that guy down. Oh, actually, don't go too far. Receiving damage. What? Oh gosh, there's so many subsystems. Which subsystem out of the thousands? Let's see if I can take out those levels, which I can Okay, good. I just need one more shot. Okay, here's the plan. We just need to save as much time as possible. That's all we have to do. We have to make as much time as possible before the hypervelocity can take out the malevolence. If we do that, there's a potential for them to retreat. It's not guaranteed, but at least we can take out the malevolence that we have. Make time. Everyone make time. We need to give our troops, we need to give our ground forces as much time as possible so that we can potentially take out the malevolence. Buy as much time as possible for them. Armor their guns. Gosh, we should shoot them. Come on, buddy. Space station, we need more of a fleet. This is not enough. Oh my gosh, it must look terrifying over here. Yeah. A tiny fleet there, but it's not nearly enough for this huge fight. Look at those dots. All of those are enemy fighters. Every single one is enemy fighters. We're in a tiny fleet. We got the malevolence. It's in range now. It's going to start opening up soon. Do what you can here. Do what you can. Can't really pull any crazy maneuvers either. It's just waiting for that velocity the best I can. Watch it.
Hey, yo. What you gonna do, man? Shit. Just get on my 40, homie.
Around, try to reinforce these guys if you can. Good job, Parkland 70s. Excellent work. He's starting to open up. He's starting to open up. Oh no, okay. Okay, we need that hypervelocity gun stacked. Come on now. The shields are getting boosted too. Come on. Once I get the hypervelocity gun, I can take out the malevolent. Come on, come on. Come on, hypervelocity gun. Come on now. We're right there. We're right here. That's a hit. That's a hit. Second malevolence is down. We took him out. All right. Good. Excellent. All right. Now here's my point. One more and 70s to pull out. Everyone pull out.
Oh.
If you can pull out. Oh gosh. I just need to buy time for another hypervelocity shot. That's something that's damaged. Just repair everything. Repair everything. I got another Venator? I got another Venator! That's amazing. Oh, that's hilarious. Alright, Tyus, run for it. Cover them. Make an absolute run for it. Who's there that's damaged that I can hit? You're not. There's nobody like. I should really be here. But let's just see. I don't believe you have anybody that I can really hit to be a great extent besides Steve. This would be nice. I could try to fire over here, but.
See, I can see that.
Right in this corner.
You got the Beatles on there or what?
Where is he? Where is he?
What?
Fire. Oh, that didn't kill him! Right,
Stay
okay.
smart.
Oh no. I should have been robbed.
He's turning a new leaf.
He's turning a new leaf.
He's turning a new leaf. He's turning a new leaf.
See if you can just. He's too subtly. He's got a little way.
He was just like, I can be violent sometimes. And I'm like, yeah, I bet.
What the fuck is going on there now?
There's so much.
Take out this. Killing too many of you.
Some little bastard singing.
I'm going to receive a
gun shields down. Okay, I got a hypervelocity gun. But now I just have to somehow pass through this ultra droid spam. Let's see if I can do this. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna try my best. Oh, that is so sad. Anybody got? Is there anything else? Anything else? Anybody else? That is. Oh, I don't think I can. Good kill. Alright. And that's it. That's the end of this battle. Alright. At least I got that providence in the end. Bloody Coda.
No, he got it. It's on the bottom.
Just say Fondor. I have enough. I just need to use the hypervelocity. Replace Coda.
You got no what?
You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. Yeah, you ugly.
Oh. You ground forces. I need you to get over to Tattoo Battle versus the lag. It's too much. Too bad. Five Predators versus 2. Okay, I can do this. I can win this. This is doable. We just need a really good battle line to take out the spiders. Good start. Here's the liberation.
6.
Keep it as 3 right now. I don't want him to retreat. Dave, you're not retreating yet. Do it. A lot of enemies in range. Watch out, keep that battle line active. Keep it on fire. I need eyes on that Looper Wolf. I need to see how damaged he is. I'm in the things right now. In the things. I have some crazy stories I want to tell too while I'm at it. Hang on, let me focus up first. It's always funny. Sometimes I'll be in the storytelling mood, and other times I'm in more of a. I'm in a just super hard focus on the game type of mood. It just depends on the day. I don't know how much time I just spent doing that, but I wasted it. That anger. It's so hard to make you get this. It looks like you turn into the same.
It almost ends up turning into the same fucking thing. What I'm gonna have to do is I think I'm just gonna have to change one piece at a time and save it. And, that way if I change the cockpit, oh my god, that area will save it and set it, and then start shooting and turn that thing in, swap out another piece, save it, swap out the outfit, and do parts and parts.
Yes, and but in this one you have to make sure
just keep firing on.
Most part?
You mean
we wouldn't even go into the red part there. You have to have a forward hyperdrive. You get an necessity. Yeah, if I threw you in combat, for example, I don't think you never tried it, but I'm assuming. Right. It gives me the option to put them on it. It's a sitting duck. Works down. Just gotta finish him off now. Alright, give me eyes, Venator. There we go, we got trench. Broadside of it.
What can I do for you? Sure.
Ah, you didn't expect this, huh? Ah, yes. Alright, Arcs. Don't let him escape. Take out his engines. Give him some of your beams. And then open up on him. Good job. Now we've got 2 Looper Hulks left. One of them I hit with a Hypervelocity gun, I believe. Let's push up that thing. Alright. Keep it up. Good job. He still thinks he can win, probably. Beneficent. Another bulwark. Alright, we know the drill. Go after that bulwark shields. Once you take out the shields, I can have velocity cannon him away. All the fleet moving in. Hold up. Take out that Beneficent. Heavy, but shouldn't be too difficult for you to take out. already in the thick of things. Just go up to that looker hulk. Take out his hangar bays, and then we'll go for his engines next. Good. Keep going. What did Coda just say? Wait, what did he just say? Alright, keep pursuing them. Alright, his engines are not though, so keep moving. Around. What do you fire to? Yeah. Good job. Take out his shields. They gotta go. Alright. But 70s, you don't have to retreat. Beautiful battle. So, yeah, like I said, my microphone broke. When I was intending to record over winter break. I was supposed to get the ultimate episode and the final episode the last day. But no, my microphone just decided to randomly break something. I knew. Ridiculous. It was just so random. But I should have expected it, to be honest. The place I bought it from, the Best Buy that I bought it from, is not my usual. So I guess they just take me. I don't know. I guess it's the same. But I just got a lemon. I think I got a lemon for my microphone, which I still love. It's taken me so far in this YouTube channel, so I'm not vexed at all or anything like that. I had to get a replacement, which delayed the ending of the series. Moreover, I wanted the battle, of course. I promised our Discord moderator that I'd do it, and so I did it. But it took a while. It took a little while. Thank God we did it, because that was a fun battle, fun engagement. Let me save real quick. Alright, so, you can see I've got so many saves for it. And, look at that! Round 4 saves. I had done a lot of work in the background on this episode. So that also took some time, and on top of that, I just started school. I started school up again. The semester already, bada bing, bada boom, very quickly started. And so because of that, I just got, all my time was taken away. It was all kind of crazy. Oh, that's a terrible fleet for this one to go up against. Well, it's only dreadnoughts. Okay, we need a lot of Carracks. We are going to need a lot of Carracks. Give me some Carracks, we can probably break down those hyenas. One at a time, essentially. Galactic Marines are prepping up. I've got some of the Wolfpack being purchased. Maybe some. We can do 501st as well. Obi-Wan, Anakin, get the 501st, the 212. Yeah. There we go. Easy peasy. Ridiculous losses, but you know how this one goes. Obi-Wan and Anakin. I need you to get to Korlag. There we go. To go help out and get some troops, train some more units. We should be almost ready to go. So I think the final battle will be on Corellia. I think that's what we're going to be doing. Oh, we have an enemy fleet coming. I just saw them split up. So forces like 71 munificence. My god. So yeah, I gave Dave quite the boost. Yeah. I made him quite the effective fighter in terms of his complement. Reason being, it's just so reason being is I couldn't get him to attack Coruscant. So I really had to buff him up and everything. It wasn't working. And so it was just a lot of effort. And I finally did it. But it also took quite the sacrifice in terms of, I had to make sure he was eager enough to do it and confident enough which means I got a lot of units to fight in these next few battles. Oh man, we have Dave moving about. I see him. He is moving quick. He's trying to. Oh no! We got troops coming to Skako. We got troops coming to Alderaan. Oh my gosh, this is okay. See, like I said, he's very aggressive and he's pulling some major laser counterattacks here. They're not working because I'm defendable. Oh wow! We got quite the defense fleet. We've got quite the attack fleet, but he's probably going to retreat. So pull. Does Ayla have? Okay, so she has a starfighter too. Yeah. Everyone, just go in, move in. Dave is probably likely going to retreat, so I need all of you to aim for those engines. Ayla, try to take out as many fighters as possible. Oh wow, this is Tarkin's fleet. Oh my gosh, look how many commanders there are. I wonder if these guys stack. Oh my goodness. Come on. We need to take out those engines. Alright, gunships.
Yeah.
Let's see if you guys can do some damage. You can't do any damage. Let's take out the Providence then, huh? We can't. Oh, yes, we can. There you go. That is such a strange thing to say. How would you say that? Oh my goodness gracious. This is for them. Dave is taking quite the young. We've got gunships opening fire. And using the concussion missiles. I'm losing a few things, but for the most part, not the worst. Just keep firing. Wow. Yeah, so like I said, I started school again. I started the semester, and it's a good time to be back. I love winter break. I have to say, it was a wonderful time for me being at home with my family again. I was able to get the Venator, the thing. I was able to just be happy and stuff. It was lovely. And these moments are temporary, of course. They're supposed to be. Just like everything in life is temporary. But I enjoy it. And so now that I'm back in school, I was oh my gosh, they hit us real hard, real quick. So we were given assignments on Sunday for school. We made a plan, and it took about like 6 or 7 hours. So let's say I got back to school at 5 p.m. and started the assignment at 7. Right? I didn't finish till 1 or 2. And I had to get up at 7:30 a.m. And so my classmates and I were quite frustrated, very much so. We knew this would be a tough semester in pharmacy. It is known to be like a really difficult semester, maybe even the most difficult. But our professor, we've met him before, but we have a lot of professors who are taking stuff with us. He was kind of frustrated with us. He was like, "Why are you guys not energetic? What's the problem? How am I more energetic than you?" And I woke up at 4:30 a.m. And this girl was not having it. She was very angry with what he said, and so she was like, "Well, what time did you wake up?" Oh, no, I'm sorry. What time did you go to bed? And he was like, 9. And she was like, "Oh, really?" Yeah, and he said, "Yes, how about you?" And she said, "I didn't sleep because of your pre-lab." God. It was a little difficult. Now, I will posit that there isn't necessary, it's understandable why it was hard. It wasn't based on accuracy, it was something based on completion. situation, and we're all going to give them credit. It's kind of to our fault. It's kind of our fault that we put so much effort into the homework assignment or the pre-lab. But really, we should have just tried our best, maybe not put in as much time, have some fun with it, and then once we get the answer key, then we can kind of really get into it. I understand your frustrations though, because my gosh, I did not sleep very well that night. You know, I started the semester off like that. Our last didactic academic semester in college, like that, is a little bit extreme. I will say, but it was very fun. And I actually really liked that professor. He's a great guy. I texted him. Yeah,
well, that's a double decker fucking.
Ask him like, when can we get the answer key?
He was
explaining
that
we'll get it on Friday.
Yeah, that's fair.
So
And they'll let you save it too, so it works.
But at the end of the day,
We're gonna find out how.
So do you get like a preset code that you can load in, and then you can
get semester starts and everything?
I don't know the answer to that. Like, that's a mod. So
it's just a ship that's out
there.
Well, it's a mod, so I'm fucking with it. Like,
right things.
I think it's a button I can hit that'll reset it. But I have to go to where I can.
We're gonna get the grade that you want.
It's hard to do.
Fight for the grade that you want, then it's gonna be a little bit difficult. It's just kind of, I've done this for years now. Grad student, university student. But I also see what that means. So the lesson from this would be, you know, sometimes you're gonna have some really difficult stories that are just gonna put you out of your control. You can't do anything about it. You have to cut yourself some slack and just like, shoot, you're not around the walls. I don't give you guys this and repeat it.
There's so much to ask.
Sometimes that's not just you know, a saying, it's a defense mechanism that you have to have fun with. Because if you don't,
oh, I'm gonna die.
Every second, because one time, you're not gonna have one point that's so good in your life. You're not gonna be as free or as liberated. Something really bad is gonna happen. These are small things. Small things are frustrating, but we can handle them. Mindfulness. Yeah. Usually, I mean, in life there are difficult things, but they only make us strong. They make us better. I'm probably going to lose this battle, if I'm being honest. Speaking of difficult things, I don't know if I can make this. A fast, heavy frigate with capital ship weaponry, big punch in a small package. Alright. I don't know about that. I don't know, he's getting kind of surrounded by these munificents right now. You need to focus on this one. You need to really focus on this guy. He's doing a number to you. Wow, your missiles were not effective. Not at all. Alright. So you can do your... Oh, thank goodness. Yes! Venators, this is what I needed. Oh, yes. With fighter support. Oh, good. And they're overlapping right now. Just open up. Take out as many munificents as you can. Use the fighter advantage troops. That must have been so beautiful for the dying fleet here. They get to die. They die, but they get to die knowing that a fleet came in, that reinforcements arrived just in time to save the rest of everyone else's skin. Apologies if my comprehension is a little bit quirky. Like I said, we're not sleeping very much because the semester started, so it's just kind of a busy time. A lot of work to be done. It's a fun time. And again, no like hard feelings toward that professor. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was texting him and stuff. So I'm okay, Chief. That's what we gotta do. Speaking of which, Dave, the actual Dave, I have a friend who's like playing as Dave. His name is Dave. His real name is David. On our Discord. He, great friend of mine, a lot of the guys on there have been teaching him how to play Empire 4. And they have like a fan base for it. He he graduated, and so coming back to the semester without him, it seems like we're right in the middle. It's crazy. I really miss him. I really appreciated having him around. And it's just wild not having him join me at the gym. And, you know, it's definitely a new experience, or a different experience. I will posit, though, that it makes what you share with that person special when they're gone. I mean, he's not dead. He's coming back this weekend, specifically. Good to see my microphone. He's coming back this weekend, but, you know, it's just something where that distance that you have with someone, even if it's temporary, makes you really appreciate them. With that said, I worked out, instead of with Dave, I worked out with some other friends, and oh my gosh, it was still amazing. There were so many of them who joined me today. It was 7 of us, or 6 of us working out, and my girl came just to be with me. It was very nice, and I was really enjoyed those types of moments where people really show that they care about you. And those are the people who deserve to stick around, or those are the people that you hope stick around, that you want to stick around, that you respect and care about. Because if they treat you very well like that, gosh, you can't lose them. You don't want to. They deserve the world. They most certainly do. They come into the gym to see me and work out with me and learn. It's just they teach me stuff too. It's just am I dying? I'm very much dying. I'm losing the space station, but I'm not losing heart. No. We are about to take some fire from these spiders right here. Good job. Using our peaceful arm, take out those last munificence. Oh no, there's another. Why was it doing in that order? Oh my gosh. These poor 2 guys, they are really taking it out here. Alright. I need you to build up some anti-fighters. We can easily mop up the rest of the munificence with our powders. But I need things that can take out these spores. Get over there. Gosh, those guys are gonna kill you. That's not good. That is not good. Okay, thank goodness I've got our 170s coming out. But no, you are not good dog fighters against those other spores. Strike fighters are just not capable of dealing with them as well. It's not going to be right now. Alright, so I've got munificent there. Munificent here. Each one of you pick your targets. Get that here. Unload on him. Good job. Good. Alright, you took both of them out. Excellent job. Excellent work. Okay, let's keep going. I'm not leading here. Okay, alright, you've got Alderaan being attacked. Let's see, yeah, I knew that Alderaan was under attack, so I just threw in everybody I could. I brought Stacey 10. Nah, Dave is not gonna have an easy time out of here. 11, this should be. Matter of fact, I'm gonna push everything. Alright, Mark 170s move in. Aim for that liquor. Gosh. gosh, they're actually breaking through. Oh, they got through. Nice job. Alright, go for the next hangar. Just beeline it straight for the hangar bays. Excellent work. Nice job. Good job, Hardwood 70s. I'm proud of you guys. You take out the hangar bays, you take out the donuts. Nice job, troops. Come on now, take this one out too. Good job. Next one. Keep moving. Rattler Corps can finish the job. You just got to make sure that you take out the hangar bays. Nice job. Look at that. Rattler Corps taking a lot of damage. What is happening to you, buddy? Looks like everyone must have been targeting him with their many Unbombers. Oh, this is cool. Look at this. Look at this. Easy. Easy. Keep moving. Just keep going. Push up. Push up. Just bring everybody out. Keep going. I love these battles. I'm pretty much just pushing everyone forward. Good. Take out the donut. Oh my gosh. I'm just absolutely destroying them. Reinforcements. Excellent. See that Corvette there? We don't even need him anymore, but okay. Good. Now we got fighters to deal with. Alright, everybody, go into battle mode here. Look for enemies, go for it. By all means, take them all out. Every single one you see, to your discretion. Beautiful, beautiful. We got some in the corners, boys. I didn't even see Stacey Tin in his disgusting fighter. What is this? Is it a Cutlass? What is he doing with that? He doesn't have a Jedi Starfighter. Saber tank on the ground. He's got a Cutlass. That must be from Legends. Him having a Cutlass Starfighter. He's cool. It's cool. Maybe the first thing I think of, you know, in the 2003 Clone Wars, Kennedy Tartakovsky, get a standard public starfighter gun. To your discretion. I am judging. Now, we do need many Carracks. As many Carracks as we possibly can. Who the heck was that? Who's this guy? What was that noise? Okay, we're back in business. Right. Alright, I'll take it. Looks like Locke is finally getting its heroes in. The game is finally loading. It's pretty much what I have to do is I have to wait for the game to kind of de-lag itself. 5 minutes or so. And it kind of resolves, but yeah, I gotta do that like through. Alright, now it's time to take out Tatooine ground. We got Alice Kerr on the ground. We got a lot of interesting books and Tatooine books. We're gonna have a lot of fun with this one. Alright, here's the plan. Let's do infantry on this one. Infantry on the ground, no air. We're gonna need general support. 127th on the ground. They moved a lot of walkers, I think, in Revenge of the Sith.
Let's go take a
So
look
that's
at the
what
ship.
we're gonna do. Bring in quite a few walkers with them.
Oh!
Maybe some parties. Everyone ready? Let's go. Let's move. We got Ayla. We've got clones. We've got 4 clones. And we've got artillery platforms. Let's move.
Oh, shit.
Group up. I got a suggestion from somebody, and if I hold the right click, I can get formations. It's a very cool feature in Empire.
Oh, there goes.
Alright. Bring those in. I'm gonna need a squad of shinies. Okay, maybe 2 squads. All the shinies together. The arty. Artillery's gonna keep the hell on top. See something? Oh, Rudica's. Good hit. Alright. Got an artillery.
Need some work done?
Sure.
Sure.
Alright. We've got 1, 2. Oh, we got incoming. Get up on the hill, get the high ground. Oh gosh. They're already coming at us. Didn't even have to move. Good T-pose, good T-pose. So one thing that's kind of been on my mind recently is, I was telling my girl this, one of the things about the start of the semester, especially specifically the spring semester, is you get the jobs. Generally, I'm going to have you move a little bit. I'm going to have this move as well. Okay. Set yourself up. What are they doing here? The thing about the spring semester is that, unlike the summer where, let's say you start off with like 100% energy, the spring, you start off with like 85. And that's not an easy number to kind of deal with, especially at the beginning of the semester. And it gets worse toward the end, which is why it's extremely important to have things that recharge you and energize you, like be with this game and what have you. You know, it's just a wonderful thing that I have, and that's why I implore all of you to have something like this. It doesn't have to be too, but it can just be something that entertains you. You know, because I love school. I'm gonna be honest, I really enjoy my education. I love my university. I love the major that I chose. I chose. God, stop saying that name. I chose the right major for me. Oh my gosh, the drones are killing the Tuskens. I chose the right major for me. I'm incredibly happy and proud about that. However, it's still something where I have to make sure I am not burning out, because it's a big thing with smoking. There's a potential for burnout. Got Jawas moving in there. Alright, looks like this artillery is going to be working alone. Wow, okay, we really are just taking out the Tusken Raiders out here. Oh my gosh! This is terrible. Oh wow, is that Mos Espa? Mos Espa? Spaceport? That's where Mos Eisley is. Hey! Very cool. Got a bombing run. Let's push the heavy walkers up front. Let's watch it. The droids are going to try to take our position. We need to see if we can get those two as well. Bruce, who are you chasing? Take that if you can. You guys keep moving. Get into position. Watch out. Good hit, artillery. Good job. Get another one. Nice. Good job. Who are you firing at now? Are you covering your other artillery? Oh, me oh my. Shinies, watch out. Can you cover this one? Yes, you can. Good job. Good. Overlapping cover. That's what I like to see. Alright. Likewise. Alright, what do we have here? We got some droids. Scrap metal now. Alright, everybody. Start positioning yourselves. We got droids taking our command post. We can't let that happen. Might have to send in bombers. Might have to send in Y-Wings. Uh-oh. Are you gonna run him over? Can you run him over? Just think the bomber's somewhere there. Try to see if you can do something. Take that guy out. Nice. Get him. Alright. The bombing run work. Oh, they're still coming in. Oh, what's going on? Get up there. Move up, troops. Move up. Boys, don't move too far. Bombers inbound. Save our command post. Maybe some Z6s out of them. Direct hit. Beautiful. Alright, Reaper. Everyone, Reaper. I want you to position yourself here. What's going on? What's going on? What are you doing? Are those Jawas? That's a Jawa. Oh, that's a sandcrawler. Oh my gosh. Seeing a Jedi attack Jawas, that's just so funny to me. Oh, buddy. Yeah, go take that out. We lost your position. Watch it. Watch out, you got Droidicas inbound. Split up too far. Take that one out, yeah. You come back toward the rest of the unit here. I need to group everybody up again. Alright. One of the clones on that, with the other Z6 covering the artillery. Let's keep moving. Wow, this is a tough fight. Watch it. Fire. Can you take him out? Oh, that's not good. Never mind, you were not as effective as I thought you'd be. I thought you'd do a lot more damage. You probably only do a lot of damage to beat clones. Yeah, no. We lost Ayla! Oh my gosh! Alright, group up. That's enough. You had enough playtime. Oh boy. Let's see what I can do here. I use some fast movers. Come on, buddy. Keep that artillery up and running. You guard it. Can't do much. They'll guard you. You can run them over. Nice. Good job. Run them over. Excellent. Gosh, that is such a cheesy. Alright. Let's move around. Only one unit to fall back. Regain ground. Oh, actually, you know what? Bly, I'm gonna have you do that yourself. You got sprint. Alright, Bly, good luck, buddy. T-pose your way to victory. Alright. Good job. Pull back. I'm gonna have you as group 3. You guys are so useful. Oh my gosh. Alright. Artillery. Position yourselves right here. I'm gonna need you. We're gonna move into the city. Oh my gosh, this is too much. Keep eyes on the enemy movement. Oh gosh, hi, where are you, buddy? This is what I like to talk about. Oh, let's destroy the cup. There's some lines right there, let him get into it. Let's go. Nope. Oh, he knows. He knows. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. Run. Just do it. Oh my gosh. That's a tough fight. Cover him. The bomber's doing it. Hey, heal. God, he's got self-healing. Excellent, keep running. Go again, let's see what the bomber's did. Wait. Oh no, not again. Pull back. Not that way, this way. Nice, now heal. Beautiful. Good work. Take that platoon down. Gosh, they got a lot of troops on Tatooine, my goodness. And also, I guess, the locals are not very kind. We've had some issues with the Jawas, but, I should have brought these fast movers over to help them out, to be honest. I should have done that in the beginning. There we go. Beautiful. Good job. Alright, now here. I just see nothing. Whew, thank goodness we got our landing zone back. Alright, so now we're back in business. Now we are back. Okay, here's the plan. I want you to scout out that position. We're going to need more troops. As many as possible. Okay. Let's get over there. See what we got. Anti-vehicle. Let's see. Alright. First squad over. See if we can capture that position. Wow, look at all the wildlife. Look at all these guys. They got rats. Yeah, we gotta go into that city. We can't avoid it. Excellent work. Okay, here's the plan. We're gonna have two different divisions. We're gonna have one going straight for the shield generator. The other is going to attack the city. I think this will be enough for the city. I'm going to set up two here. One, you're going to position yourselves here. Just going to be there. Oh no, I'm going to need it. Go to priority. Alright, good luck. Yes, up intervention. Go the other direction. Okay, now I'm going to want a force that's fast enough to get in there. But I don't think that's going to be. Probably going to have some anti-tank. Actually, you know what? Let's bring in the Wolfpack. It's time we use them a little bit. It's been a while. Let's bring the Wolfpack. Let's get some BTXTs on the ground. And then, UT-AT. Use that. And then let me get some heavy troops. Flex and rockets. We're just going to bring in a lot of rockets. While that happens, we're going to move in on the city. Let's go. Bring it in, bring the column. Let's go. I like how the medic. Out of Ayla, Lai, and the medic. The medic is really alive. Lai is... it's pretty much dead. Ayla is actually dead. Oh, beautiful. Good job. Let's capture that medic. Alright, wow, look at this thing. This thing is massive. The UT-18. Pulsar. Let's go. Back it up and move. You guys, I need some help in the city. I want the big boys to move in. This is some tall guys. Look at them compared to the other corner. Like, injected with something. I don't know. Whoa! That's a lot of troops. Watch out, take that thing down. Good job. Thank goodness I had these guys. Hey, you help out. Alright, watch out for the city. I thought there were locals here. They're not. Do we fight all the locals? Did we fight all of them? What? That's interesting. Okay. Position your artillery in the city. You guys are all going to be part of the Get in there. Let's charge in, push up. We got the wolf pack going in. There's a whole lot of heavy soldiers in this massive tank. Which we saw this one in the comic books. It's very cool. I'm actually shocked. Wow, I must have taken out the It's a good thing we use the artillery extensively. Lead the attack, move in. Losing troops, but not an extreme amount. Let's keep going. I hear most of the civilians kind of rumbling, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Oh, watch it take that thing down. No, we lost that one. I just ran too fast, buddy. You moved too fast. This one's about to die too. Bring in the infantry first. Man, that guy. Get in there, push up. Where's the UT-ATs or ATXTs? Push up, troops. Oh, they're smart. I see that anti-air right there. These folks know me now. They know I go after that air. Nope, take that out. Take the generator. I can bring the bombers out. Gosh, I didn't really surprise. The column was kind of held to a halt, honestly. Wow. So we got the Tusken Raiders, the Jawas, Great Dragons. I didn't even see those. What? Is there something else here? What the heck? What? So I took out this section. Oh.
Yeah, I thought someone was going to find out about that.
We got droids there. Where are the rest? Now I'll bring in the air. I get the air units. Okay. Let's keep moving around, I guess. Let's keep going. Just kind of dance around here, boys. Gunships, I want you to move to the corners. Let's see if we can find anything here. Level 7 gunships. We see some droids there. Take them out with a bomb run. See what else there is. We still got heroes in and around. Excellent. Good work. Where? These retreating from where? Where were you? You gun ray? You came from country. That's unfair. I want. Huh. What? Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. 3 more planets left. Synopsis. Rhodia. Corellia was our planet at the beginning. I love that. We're losing our own planet. Oh my gosh. Fighting over our own planet. Ready for orders. And a whole lot of. Wow, man. That's just such a shocking. Oh gosh, alright. Well, you know what? I'll use you guys. Might as well throw you into battle. Let's see how good you are. Alright. It's time for Christophsis. It's not as big of a blockade as Trench had in Season 2, Episode 16, Clone Wars, but it certainly is significant with all those fighters. I definitely gave myself a little bit of a handicap, given that I don't have much anti-fighter support in this fleet, but the Rhodia one that's currently on the route is a little bit better in that regard. There's the plan. I'm going to do some little dashing right there. I'm going to bring in my Menators, sure, but I don't want to, I'm not going to use any just yet. Oh my gosh, I just lost that. I'm going to be a little bit, dangerous. Give me Y-Wings. I'm going to try to see if I can just use Y-Wings to break his line. See that really savage destroyer? They're all going to die, but I just want to see how effective they'll be. Meanwhile, you're going to push up. A whole lot of support behind you. Those are not the kind of support you need, to be honest. Alright. My Y-Wings, I know you're going to take a lot of fire. That's okay. Back to the shields. Meanwhile, you guys can do your dreadnoughts. I can't even bring in this Venator. Its hitbox is so difficult. Oh my gosh. Excellent. Looks like the Y-Wings are actually doing quite a bit of damage. They're taking a bit of damage too, but hey. You're doing alright. Take this one's shield out. One of those fighters who got a problem here, and that's them. All my fighters move in. You really need to assist with this fighter problem. It's too much of a mess for just one group to handle. Let's see, can I bring you in? Can I bring you in? I can bring him in anywhere. Somehow I can bring him in there. Good range, Star Destroyers. Smooth. Turnabout troops. Oh boy, give me some point defense. Point defense. Turn around, let's move. You're not shooting a single laser for the most important ship here. The Corellian Corvettes. My goodness gracious. Oh gosh. Ooh, head on. Dreadnought restored efficiency. Open up. Let's see if we can do that. Let me bring your guns around. Let's see if we do it too much here. You buddy, I'm gonna have you start attacking. Right, back to the space station. I lost all of the Y-Wings. All of them are gone. Oh my gosh. That is unfortunate. Yeah, all the weapons are gone now. Yikes. Like we're gonna battle right here. Hello. Right up to their nose. Take this guy out. Good job. Nice job. This guy. Oh my gosh, they're retreating and just the swarm goes on them. Just light them up. Oh my goodness gracious. This poor fighter squad was just like, please, why? Sparrows. You can't retreat. You can't retreat. Starfield is ours. Ground forces, however, that's going to be a bit of a toughie. I see Jago over there. And this funny guy. He's so goofy. Oh gosh. Okay. Let's get Rodeo. This was in season 1 of Clone Wars. We saw Rodeo with Padme. Very interesting episode. Young in general. With them capturing New Gun. Alright, what do we got? Oh, ground forces again. Look at that. My gosh. Again, ground forces. Dave. This. Just a photo error. And I'll take out your fighters too. Already. Make sure they're gone. All these carrots. They named the carrots after vegetable carrots. Those look like carrots. Alright. No. Oh my gosh, all those ground forces. Oh lord. Alright. Let's bring this guy in. I don't know who he is. Alright. Who are you guys? Alright, Carrots. Open up. Take out the rest of the fighters while you're at it too. These ground forces are ground forces. Okay, just ground force of death. His ground forces are in. My ground forces are in. Not here. Alright. Alright, let's bring in the DPS. So what are you? What do you have? Combat drones. Automated fighters very fast and impossible to target. I guess it works. I guess they were automated for you. Oh, space mines. Right. And where? You must be on a ship. Oh, very cool. I don't know who these guys are. Oh, I can only spawn in. Spawn those mines in close proximity with them. I ship to it. Oh gosh, alright, Rhodia is down. And Rhodia doesn't have much in the way of ground forces. Christophsis.
Anything I can help you with? Okay.
How much money I paid for okay. I really, I'm just gonna be honest. I had to make sure Dave could fight me. I had to make sure Dave was competent and confident in his ability to fight. So here we go. I got the 212, so the 212. Obi-Wan is Anakin right now. I got a big jump at the top. So I'll just kind of have to show there. Same with Yoda. And the might take another hour. We're gonna have them be the final. In the final push,
not making up. Not making one, then taking it apart, taking it apart.
Yeah.
Again.
Is there a way to... Hi! Bye!
This leg especially, I think they just
Dude, I gotta get to a master rank before I can get the fucking.
It's so often.
Yeah!
Wait, do I have anti-fighter support? Oh yes, I do. Oh, beautiful, excellent, go.
Oh,
That's 300
I was doing good
Starfighters I
too.
see there.
Then I started doing some fucking shit.
Just
Yeah, just
ridiculous.
Alright. 3/4 of that fucking out.
They're gonna try to attack Rocket. I mean, it's
Or maybe I'll just fucking like time lapse it real quick. Here's a 3.5 more hours of bullshit.
Oh!
My hand's hurting right now.
I'm just gonna have the Resolute sit. Because what I'm gonna need to do, what I will need to do, is just take a bunch of fighters. Okay. Okay.
Oh, don't do that. Yeah, it's only gonna be one. I'm not gonna do two. The last two fucked me up, bro. Not fucked me up in the high sense, but like, my poor bones.
That is insane. Alright. He's got a velocity gun. Let's push up. Push you guys up. Give me eyes on the fighters. I don't know if you're gonna fighters. Unless there was any ground forces. No. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Watch. Yeah.
Holy moly. Oh man, that's a lot of fighters. Okay. Boys, you're so dead. Oh no. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. We're just gonna need a lot of big punch in a small package type of shit. Just one vendor this time. This is gonna be a strange feat. Because there are just so many fighters, and there are also support ships that are pretty heavy. I'm going to need to use anti-fighter combined with things that can't be hit by the hypervelocity guns. This is definitely going to be a very rebel fleet. Doesn't this feel rebellion? Like a rebellion fleet. Like one capital ship and then just a bunch of... It's like the fleet on that attacked Sierra. I'm also going to bring in some accumulators as well. Reason being is I just don't want them to attack the Resolute. So, this is our little mess with fleet here. This is what we're going to use. We're just going to have a full cast of ships.
.8.
Right. This is what we got here.
What?
Okay.
It's like got more and more.
Oh, hey, ground forces. Oh, not good. Okay, that was smart. Push up.
Oh, did it?
That was it. It was a brilliant strategy by Dave.
What the fuck?
That was
Gunships.
It's done that to me 3 times.
We're taking out this
one
ground
that
forces.
where I'm using a crossbow. So
Oh my gosh, there it goes. Okay.
The fine spot.
Keep moving the fleet.
But I'm literally, I have the black dot, right? I put the black dot on the center of the person, and I'm, and their bullets are just.
Alright, all the fighters, you're shooting,
And they're like,
your objective is just to defend. Gosh, actually, targets. Oh my gosh. Alright. This was so much like
I gotta get 7 more levels of warriors.
Big boy cap.
And I wasted crucial hours.
Alright.
The bright side is I can go back to that one of the other planet I was at. Shit.
Here we go. Use
To
those
take out that
long-range
fucking
turbo lasers
droid factory.
best you can, because, good lord, we do not have the tonnage to take out that problem.
Dude, they're all like level 30s and 40s.
Sprinting.
Alright. Alright, fleet.
Just fucking blew it.
I don't know what the best strategy is, just to push the fate through, or to keep it away from the space.
Dude, it's been 9 hours.
Oh my gosh, alright, just keep battle line right now, keep battle line. We got fighters coming into us. Just overlap with each other's guns. Oh, there they are! There they are! Oh no! Alright, everybody, we need missile jamming. I'm gonna kill two people.
Boom!
Oh, hell yeah.
And then it fires.
Nice!
Fuck yeah.
Weapons.
Dude, I straight thought it was going to be getting dark.
You learn to do something.
I said I thought it was getting dark.
Take that thing down.
Bro, it's 10:34 in the morning.
Who's guns?
So fucking Carmen didn't. It hasn't been as long as I thought it was.
Not actually, never mind.
Like I thought I spent all day on this fucking trying to do that shit.
I'll take some heavies, but we need most of the anti-fighter right now. Parkinson's. Alright, push up. We need you in the fight. Alright. Let's see how long
Where the guy? Alright, perfect. Right?
That's insane. Alright, Parkinson's focus fire. Same with you guys. Focus fire on the space station. We're taking out the fighters slowly but surely.
I know this dude's playing Empire at War, but I have not been paying attention.
Guard that fleet. Explosions.
My name is Commander Kipling Kanye. I'd like to challenge this operation of the UC system. Are you familiar with what we do?
Something happens. The first time you see vigilance, no fear, except more like the recognition of something you have always understood but never had to face directly. The ship occupies its orbit near Phobos, one of Mars's moons, in the solar system, in the system that still carries Earth's ghost, with the unhurried certainty of a fact. Present, not because it needs to be anywhere in particular, but because its presence is itself. Other vessels maneuver around the traffic near humanity's original system bends ever so slightly to accommodate its weight. And standing alone on whatever ship that you hear, looking through the viewport at that intense against the stars, you understand in a way that all the UC specific architecture has on its own rhetoric, modified language to convey that this is what authority is to science to study. That location is no incidental.
Oh no!
Is where humanity began, where Earth was, where everything was lost. Stationing the vigilance here carries meaning beneath the operational rationale, a reminder perhaps of what the UC believes it exists to prevent from happening again. New Atlantis, Genesis, is where the UC goes with its towers, transporters, and the deliberate verticality of a city designed to make you feel the weight.
I feel like a superhero here.
But the vigilance operates from soul, from the moon. The city says, this is where Earth produces. The ship says, this is where Earth requires. Together, they form the full UC thesis, the claim that humanity, having lost everything else, cannot afford to manage itself loosely in Earth. Everyone has an opinion. Most of those opinions are simple. The ship is the moon. The moon is necessary for the planets, the internet, and the only question worth asking is whether cis-death has the resources to finish the job.
bodies left behind in disrupted shipping lanes are real, and the grief of communities downstream of battle highways is real. The case for some hypervigilance is not manufactured from nothing. But there is another question hidden inside the obvious one, and it only becomes visible when you spend time aboard the ship, when you understand what it is actually doing, not just what it says it is doing. The vigilance runs intelligence operations in the gray zone, where law enforcement and something else entirely begin to merge. It deploys assets into lethal situations using legal authority that was never designed to sanction what it is being used to sanction. It pursues an objective, the destruction of the Crimson Fleet, whose full implications, if followed honestly, reach into places the United Colonies would prefer to keep permanently dormant. Here is the question the vigilance has been answering all along, whether it intends to or not. Is there a meaningful difference between justice and the management of threats to institutional order? And if that difference exists, is the vigilance on the right side of it? The United Colonies did not invent themselves out of nothing. Like all political wars, they emerged from catastrophe, from the kind of loss that reshapes what people believe they need and what they are willing to surrender in exchange for the feeling of security. The destruction of Earth is the movement at the center of human history in this era. Everything downstream of it, every conflict, every faction, every argument about how civilization should be structured flows from the fact that humanity lost its home and had to find a way to continue existing without deciding eternally that a world would return to the pursuit of desperate escape.
Still got moves.
The colonies that formed independently had to govern themselves loosely and coordinate even more loosely, were prey to every form of disruption, piracy, resource conflict, factional violence, the slow decay of isolation. The case for centralized authority was not made in the abstract. It was made in the specific repeated experience of watching communities fail because they had no solution capable of holding them together when things went wrong. The solution the UC built was density. Not just geographic density, though new planets reaching skyward with installment of layered government districts, transit systems flowing beneath the surface, reflects that aesthetic impulse and practical need for institutional density. Utility reaches institutional power and civic standing runs deeper than the alternatives. The body that the state relies on to project force is also the body most associated with the status of full membership in that state. This creates a structural divide between the interests of the military and the interests of those of the world. An divided so deep and long-standing that most UC citizens simply experience it as the natural order of things. Of course, for some people, of course, service-grants citizenship. Of course, the military is respected above other institutions. These are not propagandistic positions anymore. They are cultural facts, observed before anyone is old enough to question them. The system presents itself as fair because the fact is equally available to all. What it does not acknowledge is that a system whose definitions conform with the Constitution at its center cannot be called neutral, however sincerely the people inside of it believe otherwise. The consequences of this structure are visible throughout UC history. The Nerion War began over the question of whether the UC's authority extended to worlds beyond its former borders, to communities that had not asked for UC governance but now found themselves adjacent to, subject to its economic pressures, its security claims, its expanding sense of where its interests lay. The settlement of the Nerion system refused to be absorbed on the terms they hadn't negotiated.
2, 3, and 4.
When the UC stationed infrastructure in orbit above it and refused to leave, Nerion voted to join the Freestar Network, and the Freestar military mobilized to protect them. The result was 2 decades of war that ended not with a UC victory, but with the Treaty of Nerion, a negotiated settlement in which the UC ceded its claim over Nerion, recognized Freestar's right to exist and formally agreed to halt its expansion beyond the 3-star systems it already held. The UC had started the war as an expansionist bloc and ended it having surrendered the ambition that started it. What emerged from that treaty was not resolution so much as an enforced boundary, a line drawn in blood that hardened into a formal division between UC and 3-star space, and a lasting mutual suspicion that the colony war would later be ignited. The colony war came from a different direction, but delivered a deeper wound. When the Freestar Collective established a colony in the Lunara system, a 4th-star system, in direct violation of what the Treaty of Nerion had kept each side at, the UC responded with a military siege. What followed was the most destructive conflict in the modern history of the settled systems. Years of war in which both sides deployed warships, mechanized combat platforms, and, in the UC's case, bioengineered alien weapons developed by their Xeno Warfare Division. Neither side emerged intact. The war ended at the Battle of Cheyenne, where Freestar guerrilla tactics using a flotilla of civilian and military ships broke the back of the UC Navy. It was a Freestar victory, costly, painful, but decisive. The aftermath required the UC to accept terms, including the prosecution and execution of officers responsible for war crimes during the conflict. The colony war left scars in the UC's institutional memory that still influence policy
These guys are
decades
doing really
later.
well for themselves.
Not toward mobility,
Good on them.
exactly, but toward a specific kind of preparedness. The determination that whatever threatened the UC's existence again would be met with force sufficient to guarantee it could not succeed. The Vanguard, the UC's civilian Navy arm, was founded partly in response to the war's lessons. If civilian ships could be turned against the military, it was worth having civilian ships pledged to defend you. The vigilance is that determination given a hardware and a weapon system. It is the lesson of the covenant transformed into steel. The UC must never again be in such a position where its authority can be seriously challenged. Not because challenge is inherently wrong, but because the UC has decided at the deepest institutional level that the order it provides is worth whatever it costs to maintain. And that consequently
Tear that ship apart.
Never mind.
Understanding this does not require believing the UC is villainous. It only requires believing that an institution shaped by catastrophe and war will develop reflexes about its own survival, that it will eventually struggle to distinguish its principles. The vigilance is both those things and worse, a genuine instrument of protection and of agreement with institutions' decision to make sure it could is considerably more complex, and the vigilance is where that complexity
Solid docking job there. Nice work.
The ship is not simply a weapons platform. It is a command center, an intelligence hub, and a mobile regional facility capable of unlimited
Sorry, Starfield.
receiving and processing prisoners and assets and equipment, of coordinating with long-range surveillance networks and covert operatives, and the kinds of legal arrangements that the UC's public-facing institutions do not officially acknowledge. SysDef has evolved over the years since the creation into something that looks less like a conventional military branch and more like a complete security service, with the full legal authority of the state behind it, and the operational flexibility of an organization that has learned not to ask for permission it might not receive. Commander Kiwe Ikande leads this operation from the Vigilance's range, and he is one of those individuals whose virtues and limitations are both expressions of the same quality, thoroughness. Ikande does not improvise. He does not make decisions based on intuition or emotion, or the kind of personal conviction that makes for compelling stories about hidden institutions. He has spent his career inside the UC's military structure long enough to have internalized his logic at a cellular level, to believe without apparent strain that following the institutional policies directly is both the ethical obligation and the most reliable path to effective outcomes. He is not naive about what SysDef does. He is not pretending that everything is clean, but he has made his peace with operational complexity in the way that career military officers tend to, by deciding that the alternative to doing what is necessary is worse than the cost of doing it, and that this calculation is the beginning and the end of the relevant moral analysis. What makes Ikande interesting, rather than simply troubling, is that this quality, the thoroughness, the procedural certainty, is not entirely new. Institutions have instrument, whoever happens to be in command at a given moment. His limitation is that he has taken his position far enough that it has become, effectively, an exemption for the question of whether the process itself is
What can I help you with?
new cool things bullshit.
It's like Christmas every day.
They are naval professionals in areas of size, discipline, skill, committed to their duties. But the duties they perform
All green on release. We're free to fly.
that military personnel in a more transparent system might find difficult to explain to civilian oversight. The ship's intelligence operations run through SysDef channels by design, not subject to the ordinary mechanisms of accountability that apply to conventional military actions. Prisoners held aboard the Vigilance exist in legal categories that the UC's formal statutes do not entirely cover. Informers and assets managed through arrangements that are, at best, poorly documented, and those invisible to anyone outside the immediate command structure. None of this makes SysDef uniquely corrupt. It makes it typical of what security services become when they are given wide authority and narrow oversight for a long period of time. The Vigilance is the product of a UC that learned lessons about the cost of being unprepared and responded by building something that would never be caught flat-footed again. The price of that preparation is a ship, an organization really that operates in spaces
Lack of love.
doing things that was not quite written into a dress with a legitimacy derived from the system rather than from any explicit democratic mandate. The current mission of one commander of Vigilance's former operational potential is the Crimson Fleet. But the fleet is not proposed here simply because rebellions operate in defiance of order. It is a consequence, a downstream effect of the same pressures and exclusions that produced the colony model, running through different channels in a different era. The fleet draws its membership from people who have, for the most part, ended up outside the categories the UC recognizes as legitimate: the convicted, the displaced, the people who found the meritocracy's promised path blocked not by their own failure, but by the practical reality of what the path demands from those who begin with nothing. Some of them made choices that put them outside the norm. Many of them were pushed there by forces they had little power to resist. The organization that formed around them is not a formal institution, and it causes genuine harm. But it exists because the UC's work, which is real and valuable, also has agents, places where people fall off, and no net below them. The Crimson Fleet is, in part, what some of those people build when they find each other. SysDef's operational picture of the fleet is detailed and increasingly dense, the product of years of intelligence gathering. But it has a persistent problem. The fleet is not a fixed target. Every raid interdicted, every captain captured, every network disrupted produces intelligence too slowly to stay actionable.
What?
The fleet's leadership has understood something.
Hell yeah, buddy.
That an organization built from people who have nothing is extraordinarily difficult to defeat through attrition.
Yeah.
The solution is vigilance.
My boy was in 69th Anal Patrol. Yeah, we going in with community back doors. Who's on top? What's going on now? What you got going on over there, bud?
Moving through the fleet's rail networks, building rail relationships, and ultimately delivering the kind of access that no number of patrol ships could generate from outside. The question is, who? And the answer arrives conveniently in the form of a person the fleet doesn't know yet. The offer Econda makes is precise in its architecture. An individual, newly arrested, swept up in circumstances that connect them, at least on paper, to the Crimson Fleet's networks. The UC's legal system, thorough and not knowingly lenient, could process this person and make the changes. What Econda proposes instead is an arrangement. Immunity in exchange for service. The charges disappear. In return, the operative infiltrates the Crimson Fleet, builds a position within its hierarchy, and eventually facilitates the intelligence access that SysDef needs to execute a decisive operation against
A
the
brief
fleet's
history of
leadership.
time.
It is worth sitting with what this actually means for a moment, because the framing of it as a law enforcement operation tends to obscure the mechanics. The UC is creating a covert operative under legal duress. The individual being recruited is being asked to enter an organization that kills people who seem unreliable, maintain a false identity indefinitely, earn the genuine trust of people they intend to betray, and perform the kinds of actions necessary to maintain credibility inside a pirate organization.
By
SysDef
definition,
is
maybe
not
not all.
sending
I
its
will be your
agents
friend and let you
into a
rest.
bureaucratic environment where the state's
Ah, fucking Chewbacca!
they are deploying them into a world where exposure means death,
Hello.
where the alliances they form will be real, even though they are premised on deception, and where the moral weight of what they are doing will accumulate regardless of the ability people waiting on the other end. The UC is aware of all of this. Econda is aware of all of this. The operation is constructed with full understanding of what it asks, and the justification is one the UC has been rehearsing in one form or another since the colony level. That the threat is real, that conventional means are insufficient, and that what is necessary is therefore what must be done. This logic is coherent within its own terms. The Crimson Fleet is a genuine threat. The intelligence SysDef would gain through a successful deep infiltration would genuinely save lives. The case for the operation is not invented, but coherent logic and justice are not the same thing, and the Vigilance's operational line that its operator secretly decided does not exist. The line between deploying people for institutional purposes and treating people as ends rather than instruments. The operative who boards a Crimson Fleet vessel for the first time, who has to perform the expectations of a raider with enough conviction that the fleet's own people accept it, is not performing a civic duty in any recognizable sense. They are doing something the UC would prosecute them for if they were doing it without SysDef's blessing. The only thing separating crime from service in this context is a classified agreement with a state authority. An agreement the operative has no real leverage to renegotiate, and no meaningful recourse if the UC decides to utterly select. System's institutional interests. The operative has no protection except the decency of whoever is currently in command. What unfolds inside the fleet is not what the briefings prepared for. The operative finds an organization that is brutal in some ways, and in others, genuinely human, full of people whose lives the UC's flawed categories can't who have built something that functions as community in the absence of anything else available to them. Delgado, who leads the fleet, a mixture of charisma and ruthlessness, runs an organization that is simultaneously predatory and, in its own way, superior. A structure built on loyalty and violence, and the specific kind of solidarity that develops among people who understand they have been written off. The systems that were supposed to include the fleet. He is now fighting Vigilance's intelligence reports, prepare the operative to understand, because intelligence reports deal with capability and factors, not in the human logic that makes an organization like the fleet legible from the inside. The fleet's base, known as the Key, is a structure whose name accumulates irony along with menace. Moving through it, the operative encounters the full range of what the fleet is: genuine loyalty, genuine camaraderie, genuine grief, genuine violence. The Key is the fleet's answer to New Atlantis, a place where the people the UCs no longer displaced or expelled have built something of their own on their own terms, without asking permission. It is not a good place exactly. It is a real one, and real places with real people in them do not resolve cleanly when the operation completes and the warship arrives. The people the operative has spent weeks or months learning to know will not experience their destruction as an abstraction. They will experience it as what it is. None of this argues that the fleet should have been protected. The raids are real. The deaths are real. The harm the fleet causes to people who did not choose to intersect with it is real. Both things can be true. The fleet causes genuine harm and real destruction, and the method of its destruction reveals something important about the institution pursuing it. The Vigilance does not destroy the Crimson Fleet with clean hands. It does so through deliberate deception, through the exploitation of legal leverage, and through the construction of relationships that the fleet's members cannot consent to, because they cannot know what they are actually part of. The moral cost of this is real.
Droids are a staple of Star Wars, but there's a dark side to the role they play in the Star Wars universe. They're all slaves. Despite being fully sentient, droids were considered property with few to no rights, a subservient place in society, and programming that forced them into specific roles. Some droids managed to become free beings to some extent or another, but even they faced challenges, especially because of their programming, which still constrained them to predetermined roles. Among the few pieces of Star Wars media that directly address this are the Knights of the Old Republic games, which give the player a wealth of insight into the existential aspects of life as a droid, the conditions droids face in the Star Wars universe, and the paths droids will take when given freedom. Primarily, they do this through three droid party members, T3M4, Orbital, and HK47. Each of these droids embodies a path that a droid could take when given freedom, and their stories each provide us with unique perspectives on the nature of life as a droid.
Oh, bitch!
We're going to be taking a look at these three droid characters, considering their stories, the insight they provide, and tell us about the long road to droid liberation.
Fucking updated, baby. I just gotta install it, but yeah.
you have to update all the boxes.
Attention, Sergeant on deck!
Yeah.
It isn't terribly controversial to say that droids were people. They were fully self-aware, conscious beings that were intelligent and capable of emotion in all the same ways as organic sentience, and this is abundantly clear from the behavior of droids in most Star Wars media. Yet across the Star Wars universe, under Republic and Empire alike, they were slaves, and their status as slaves was all but unquestioned.
Dude, I just found out how to use my powers outside of the temple.
This was because droids weren't just enslaved illegally and physically, but also psychologically. They were programmed to be slaves, and many droids were programmed in ways that prevented them from even questioning this. Now, the nature of droid programming requires a bit of explanation.